I don't think the card is mind-blowing. I don't think the card is revolutionary or anything along those lines. So I think it looks okay. And yeah, I'm just really excited to go. I'm good to go. And let's get stuck into that card, shall we? So for those that, for whatever reason, don't know what it is that we're actually going to be watching today, there are 8 matches. So we've actually got a match on the Kickoff show, which is very unusual. So Kickoff show is going to start. We're a good few hours away from that. We wanted to start early so that we could get stuck into things. We've got Sami against JD McDonagh coming up. So that's going to be on the Kickoff show. Then after that, we've got, I don't know what the order is going to be, but we've got Seth taking on Drew for the World Heavyweight Championship. We've got Rhea versus Nia versus Shayna versus Zoe versus Raquel. So we've got that. That's for it's a Fatal 5-Way for the Women's World Championship. We've got Roman against LA Knight, of course, for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. We've got Ray versus Logan for the United States Championship. We've got Cody versus Damian Priest. That's just a normal singles match. We got John Cena against Solo Sikoa. That's just a normal singles match. And we've got Io taking on Bianca Belair for the WWE Women's Championship. So lots of things coming up, man. It's a pretty stacked card. And yeah, as I said, I hope everyone is looking forward to it and excited for what is on the way. I'm surprised there's a pre-show match, said WWE AEW fan. Yeah, same, buds. Same. It's not something that we've been getting. And so it is a bit of a novelty. I like them. I mean, I like having matches on the pre-show because the alternative is that we just use the pre-show just to basically like do video packages. And if you're someone that has already watched WWE and a lot of WWE, you kind of already know what's going on. So of course it makes a bit more sense to actually do some matches on there so that you can kind of entice people in and also entertain those that are already aware of what's going on. So Sami against JD McDonagh's not the most exciting of Kickoff show matches, though. I mean, I could definitely think of about 1 billion matches I would rather see, but I'll take it. I'm pleased that we're getting something on the Kickoff show that isn't just video packages. Kevin said, do you think there'll be a cash-in attempt today? Kevin, shout out to you, buds. I think there will and there won't. I think that I could see him coming down and I could see him trying, but I could see it being a case where it does not succeed for him. Not that he actually gets to cash it in, but that he comes down and tries. So he comes down, hands over the briefcase, tries to cash it in, but is not successful. And so he keeps the briefcase after. The reason why I say that is I think that this card is maybe not the most exciting card in the world. It's not a card that I think is really shaking things to their foundation, and so I think that this is the perfect card to actually try and do a few little bonus balls, right? If the card was so stacked and so juicy that it didn't need those bonus balls, then I'd be a bit more inclined to say, nah, they probably won't. They'll probably save it. But I actually think this needs it. I think this card needs a little bit of help. So I think that him coming down, trying to cash in, but not succeeding, not actually giving over the briefcase or giving it over and then getting walloped and not actually getting an opportunity to properly, officially cash it in. That's what I'm leaning towards. I just think that we've got a lot going on in Judgment Day, and I don't know if adding the world title, it wouldn't be Roman's unless LA Knight wins and then Damian cashes in on him. But I really can't see that. The reason why I can't see that is because that's the other brand to the Judgment Day. So I can't see him cashing in on Roman. I think if he cashes in on anyone, it's going to be Seth. And I just don't know. I feel like the Judgment Day have got a lot going on at the moment, and I don't know that we need to be adding in a cash-in and like having a title in the mix and all of that. I mean, I think that the split will come quite soon, and then I think that we could use the cash-in further down the road for Damian. But that's just personal feeling, you know. That's just personal feeling. There's nothing more than that. It could absolutely go that way. It could go that there is a cash in tonight. I feel good or better about Kairi Sane. There's obviously been a lot of talk about Kairi Sane. I feel good that Kairi Sane could be coming back on this show. It's not confirmed. It's not 100% by any means. We don't know that she's there or anything along those lines. But Kairi Sane, I'm feeling pretty good that she'll make her presence felt. There's a few thoughts that we could see her joining up with Damage Control, which would be interesting. So Io is obviously defending against Bianca. It might be that Bayley can't appear because she got beat down at the end of SmackDown pretty bad. So who's going to help? Dakota can't really help because she's injured. So who's going to help Io? Could Kairi help Io? Could Kairi be the one that out of nowhere comes in, saves the day? I don't think it'll go that way. I think she'll come in and actually be against Damage Control. But it's an interesting conversation, isn't it? So lots of little twists and turns for us to get our teeth into. Hassam said, will Randy Orton return? There's no reports on Orton coming back at Crown Jewel. The reports seem to circulate around Survivor Series. So, I mean, it would be cool if he would be there. There is a lot of talk of him being at Survivor Series. Could you bring him in at Crown Jewel and then do a match at Survivor Series? Yeah, there's a chance. But I think it's probably more likely that they will look to build up his return for Survivor Series. Survivor Series is a big show. I know it doesn't always feel like it, but it is one of the original big four. I could see there being a situation where there's a mystery tag partner needed for some group for one of the teams. Then we get to that show and it turns out to be... Because, you know, people will speculate, is it CM Punk? Is it Randy Orton? I think it almost certainly would be Randy Orton if we had to choose between those two. So I think they'll probably save it for that rather than bring him back on this show. I think Kairi for this show may be an attempt at a cash-in, but other than that, I think it will... I don't see there being any other like big surprises. I can't see there being Big E, for example. I can't see there being Randy. But it's not to say that it can't happen. We're not saying it's impossible. We're just saying on the scale of likely or unlikely, where are we? And I'm leaning towards unlikely for that one. Harif said Priest is probably going to target the World Heavyweight title. I feel a title change for the World Heavyweight title might happen tonight, courtesy of Drew McIntyre. Would you know what? I'd be really down for that. I really like Drew, and I really like his story as well. Drew's story, I think, is very interesting, and it clearly wasn't planned. But this idea that he won the title, there was no one there, and now like he tried again at Clash at the Castle to win it in front of his friends and his family, and he got robbed by Solo Sikoa, and now he's trying again to do it, this time Saudi Arabia, but you know, whatever, it's in front of fans. And I like the idea of him saying, I'm just looking out for myself now. He's not really a heel, he's not really a face, he's just looking out for himself. I really like that for him. And this is why I wouldn't look to put him in the Judgment Day, because I think we've just found something really good with Drew, which is this kind of, listen, I'm not lying, I'm being honest. I don't want to, you know, help Jey Uso. He's part of the reason why I didn't get the title. So why am I going to bend over backwards to try and help Jey Uso? And I like that honesty, and it makes sense. And you look at it and you're like, yeah, why would he? And I really like that. And He has also not come to Seth's aid, and he said why would I? You're my opponent now. So they are heel moves, but he's not really a heel, and I'd love to keep exploring that. I'd love to keep putting him in situations where he comes across as a heel, but he can very easily go, but why would I? And then it kind of makes you go, yeah, why would he actually? Thinking about it. Is he a heel? Is he a face? Is he a heel? I really like that. It's really good. If he goes in Judgment Day, he's a heel. But, so I would I'd love for him to get the belt, and I'd love for him to continue walking that line, because I think it's interesting. I find it interesting. And sometimes in wrestling there can be things happen that's not that interesting, but I think this is interesting. Exploring, trying to find that line, of is he a heel, is he a face? Alex Bliss Gamer said Gunther's not allowed to leave the US for the next 6 months. Hassam said, I've heard Ronaldo's going to make an appearance tonight. I heard the opposite. I heard he had a football match today, and so that was going to clash, and so it didn't look like it was going to be possible. And we were talking about this last night during our SmackDown stream. We were saying I don't know that he is going, and he is going to actually appear in the ring. I know there's been a lot of talk about him attending and a lot of talk about him going, but I always took that as him just going so that he could wave from the crowds. I didn't actually think that he was going to go and appear in the ring or anything along those lines. That's not what I was expecting. But again, WWE love to surprise us. It absolutely could be the case that he goes and he appears in the ring. I always thought that it would just be the stars are out tonight. Here's Ronaldo in the crowd, and Ronaldo kind of standing up, waving to the fans, because WWE would love for him to attend, and they would be more than happy to pay him money just to do that. Because if you can have the stars coming out, the big name like Ronaldo as well, it just makes the event feel like it's the place to be. It's the thing to watch. Even if Ronaldo couldn't give a flip and he'd rather be off I don't know, doing whatever he's doing, being Ronaldo. But, you pay a bit of money, you put him in the crowds. So that was my expectation. But then I heard he had a football game. And so I don't know that he's going to be there, to be honest. If he is, then I'd expect him in the crowd. If he is and he gets in the ring, I will genuinely be shocked. I will be stunned. I will be really, really surprised at that. Dark Knight said, Days, I'm watching Man United and Fulham. It's half time and it's 0-0 and it's awful viewing. Dark Knight, shout out to you. L. Darwin said, when does the main show begin? It's a good question, and it's actually one I don't have the answer to. I genuinely don't know. Crown. I just knew that I wanted to get started as soon as I could, and it's took me about an hour and something to actually move all this stuff. I'm actually in a completely different room. And so I've managed to set up the green screen behind me, and I've set up a little table and moved my PC and do all that. So I've kind of been faffing around with that. So I didn't really get a chance to actually sit down and look to see when it started. So the kickoff show starts at 12. So I think that means 4. That means that the main show starts at 1. So that'll be UK time 5. So we have started early. We always start at least 2 hours before the kickoff show, or at least I try to. So, because, many people that are watching, or hopefully will join us on this stream, they might not be people that get a chance to join us for the Raw streams or the SmackDown streams. So it's a great opportunity to talk to some new people. And even if we are kind of repeating some of the things that we say during our Raw streams and our SmackDown streams, because we do Raw, NXT, SmackDown, we've been doing it for years, live streams, so it's a great opportunity to speak to some new people, and just even dig a bit deeper into some of your thoughts as well, people that do join us on a regular basis. So we're a long way off, unfortunately. We're a long way off. Kevin said, I don't understand why all the Judgment Day doesn't come out and beat down the champion so that he could cash in. That would be a smart move. Yep, they absolutely could do that. There's been a bit of dissension in the past. So, but they could do that, yeah. This time around, they could do that. Now, whether someone would come to Seth's aid, because we've been seeing Cody and Sami and Kevin, and we've been seeing a few people that have been coming to Seth's aid, or kind of fighting the Judgment Day more, to be honest. So it could be a case that they try to do that, and then a load of baby faces come down to, like, even up the numbers. So, yeah, I mean, I would be down for seeing that story. I would, because you're absolutely right. If you're in a group, you would expect that group to work together and like try and get their member, their kind of, he's not really their leader, is he? But one of their biggest members to become champion and help him cash in. So it does make sense, yeah. So I'd like to see that. But I think the answer would be that a load of people would come down Cody, Sami to try and even up the numbers. Mr. Rotella, hello, I hope you are well. Mr. Best live streamer that cares about his community. Mr. Rotella, I hope you're doing good, buds. I miss you not being around on YouTube, you know. I know that you've gone off to a different platform. Is it Rumble that you work on now? But, yeah, I don't know if you're still putting up videos on your YouTube channel or whatever, but I don't get any notifications or I don't see it in my feed or anything, so, yeah, you should come, like, put some videos up. I know you don't do wrestling stuff anymore, but even so, it's yeah, it'd be cool to see some new content updates. Hope you're doing well, buds. Harold said, I think LA Knight might actually win tonight, but by count out or something. I don't think they're going to take the title off Roman, but I think LA Knight will win somehow. I think that's fair. I'm predicting that Roman's going to win, but when I say win, I mean he's going to retain the title. I think, like, if it's going to be a case that LA Knight wins by DQ, it's a win, but is it a win? I mean, it is a win, but is it a win? Because he wants that belt, doesn't he? So yeah, you know, we have seen that DQ finish with a load of people getting involved so many times from the Bloodline. So for it to be a case that Roman is now going to get disqualified and keep his title that way, it would be something a little different, just a little different. Still the same tune, it's just, you know, played on a different instrument, but it's a case that, yeah, he this time, rather than him getting away with it, he gets DQ'd. Either way, he keeps the title, so, yeah, could be right, absolutely, I could see that happening, definitely. Keegle said, what time does it kick off on South African time? No idea. I don't know the difference in South African time. So I know Eastern time. That is 12 for the kickoff show, 1 for the main show. So just work it from there. Days, my favourite Hall of Famer is Bruno Sammartino. Legend, Andy. Shout out to you. Harif said LA Knight and Roman Reigns match is probably going to end in a double pin, count out, or a distraction. Tom said Dom Dom can get physical with Rhea. Mr. Rotella says Rumble, Monday to Friday. 3 hours a night. Almost a full-time streamer. Wow. No way, man. That's cool. Have you built up like a good community over there? I never go on Rumble. I ain't got nothing against Rumble. It's just not a place that I ever go to. I think there's a few alternative streaming platforms, isn't there? I've heard of, is it Trovo? I think that's another one. And of course, Twitch. But I live on here. I live on YouTube. I'm a simple guy with simple needs. You know, I drink water, for example. It's pretty simple. So, yeah, very cool, man. Very, very cool. But you should still think of putting little videos up on YouTube. Expand your reach. Miss Clown said, I've got a video of me as a merman rolling around in gravy. Should I upload it? I'm appalled that you've not uploaded it already, to be honest. Randy said, what are they doing with Nikki Cross? So there's no word as to where it's actually leading, but there's a few rival theories. One of those theories is that they are going to connect it with the Funhouse. Now, the reason why I'm not sold on that is because the Firefly Funhouse and Uncle Howdy, there was a report just the other day saying that that's not something that they're still looking at doing. So again, take it with a pinch of salt. We're dealing with she said, he said type situations, but this came from Better Wrestling Experience, who've been pretty good, and it came from Dave Meltzer, but Meltzer might have just been repeating what Better Wrestling Experience said, so hard to know if it's two separate reports or the same report. I'm probably, as a result, a bit more inclined to think that it was actually Nikki Cross just being Nikki Cross. We've seen her quite a few times where she looks off into the distance, stares off into the distance, and she just has been that way before. The thing is, we just haven't been doing anything with her. She hasn't been able to get onto TV. So I think the truth probably is that she is just being used now. We're just getting her back onto TV, which is cool. It's fine. I mean, I don't have any problem with that, but I don't know that it's going to lead to the big things that some people are expecting. I think that it could be that she is just back and she is now just going to get used and we're just kind of representing her character. I'd love for it to be that she does join up with someone. I mean, she could fit in with Isla and Alba quite comfortably, you know? Or there was rumours of a Sanity reunion, but that doesn't look possible now because Eric Young obviously left earlier this year. But there was belief that a Sanity reunion could have been on the cards. Although I did hear that Eric Young was actually going to join the Firefly Funhouse earlier this year. But it never, timing-wise, never worked out, which is very interesting. So maybe that Sanity reunion was not on the cards. But either way, I can't say that it's leading towards her joining up with, I don't know, Bo or whatever. Just because of that report that did the round a couple of weeks ago. So I think what we're seeing is her just being reintroduced, and then we'll start to treat her as a competitor, and she could be unhinged, and whether she joins up with a faction, we'll have to wait and see. And talking of that, how exciting, B-Fab, I'm really into it. B-Fab joining up with Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits. I really like it. I know that it's not one that everyone's going to be over the moon about, but I think she's really credible. I think that she... we haven't seen much of her in the ring, but she's got a great look. She's someone that needs a faction. She wouldn't survive on her own because we haven't seen much of her wrestling, and I don't think she's a great wrestler. So, and talking-wise, she's in a group. She can come in with the odd line, but is she ready to deliver long promos? Probably not. It's a bit like Dominic Mysterio. You know, he was quite new to wrestling. He was with his dad, and then he left his dad to join Judgment Day. We haven't been seeing Dominic off on his own because that's just too much weight to put on his shoulders right now, where you've got to do your own promos and put on banging matches. It's hard. B-Fab's not at that level. So putting her with Bobby and Street Profits makes so much sense. And I know people wanted Bianca, but she doesn't need it. Bianca can do all that stuff. She can do the promos. She can do banging matches. She's capable of all of that. Storyline-wise, I know people wanted it because she's in a relationship with Montez. But looking at the landscape, if you will, B-Fab, I think, is a great alternative. I think she's a great alternative. Her look fits. You know, she just looks cool. She looks cool with that group. They deserve, Nikki Cross wouldn't fit with that group. Nikki Cross is unhinged, isn't she? Right? And Charlotte Flair, I don't think would quite fit in with that group. She wouldn't be too bad. I could see if you really wanted to try and crowbar her in, you could probably make it work, but doesn't feel as good as B-Fab. B-Fab feels like she fits in so much better. So I think that it's a good alternative to Bianca, and I'm excited for it, man. We don't know that's where it's going. It's just last night on SmackDown, she appeared backstage and she was like, can I have a word? Clearly kind of, indicating that she wants some arrangement, I don't think she's trying to set up a match or anything for Ashanti the Adonis, and who knows where he goes now. That'll be interesting. What next for Ashanti? We've seen what happens now with B-Fab, or at least we think we've seen. But what next for Ashanti? Days, apparently Kairi Sane is set to appear at Crown Jewel, says Macca Rice. Macca Rice, shout out to you. Adam said, JD McDonagh against Sami Zayn's on the Kickoff show. My question is, will Kairi Sane be involved during Io Bianca, as she could attack Kai and Bianca at ringside as Sky and Sane rivalry is planned? Well, there we go then. I think you've largely answered your own question. So I do expect it to be a case that she's going to come in. She's now listed on the internal roster. There are reports that she's coming in, and I haven't heard what the plan was for her to do, but if you're telling me it's a rivalry between her and Io, then I think everything's lining up. All the ducks are in a row. J-Love said, I will be into it. I want them to change B-Fab style and hair, maybe sexy dresses and slick, long, black hair. Coco, shout out to you. Shout out to Egypt. Hope you're doing well. My parents are in Egypt right now, True story. I don't know where. Egypt. That's all I know. But they're loving it. And they've been many times before. Late Game Ashan said, when will Crown Jewel start? UK time. So I think we're looking at, there's 4 hours difference. So Kickoff show will be at 4, and then the main show starts at 5. So we're just over a couple of hours away from the Kickoff show, but it soon comes around. I know it sounds mental, like it sounds like we're a long way off from the Kickoff show, but I promise you blink and the time just goes. I mean, we've already been live for about half an hour, and I feel like I'm just settling in. I feel like I've done about 5 minutes. So it soon goes. We do these like 7-8 hour streams on a Saturday each weekend. Like, this is nothing new for us. So it soon flies. What match do you think has got the potential to steal the show, said Matt? I think, for me personally, and I know people will disagree with this, but I think Io Bianca, that might be a surprise when you think about the other matches that are on the card. But I think that Io Bianca, we've already seen them have a match on a pay-per-view. It was at Backlash, and it was fantastic. It was my favourite match on that card. It's the one where Io was getting cheers and Bianca was champion. She was being booed. And it felt a bit weird, like, because Bianca hasn't really done anything wrong to deserve those boos. And it's the first time that we were hearing loud, considerable boos, and there was Io Sky chants and everything. So, yeah, definitely a strange one. But one that really kind of fueled their match, and I thought it was fantastic. There was so much praise for that match, and so I'm looking forward to the rematch and seeing what they can cook up again. I think the women's Fatal 5-Way is too cluttered. I think too many people involved for that to be a banging match. I think that Roman against LA Knight, I could see it being good, but I can't see LA Knight winning. So it's going to depend on if you're going to be disappointed by him not winning. It could be a really good match, but then you're going to be disappointed if he doesn't get the victory. And then, is it going to be a case that's going to take away from the match, I think Seth against Drew could be a banger, but I've got to be honest, I don't know when I last saw a Seth match that really banged. I did enjoy his match with Shinsuke, his last one, but I really wanted Shinsuke to win, and that sort of let it down a little bit for me. And I think that match was also a little slow to get started. Just a little slow. Nothing disastrous or anything, just a little slow to get started. So, yeah, I think that's got potential as well. But the one that I would put my money on would be the EO one. Cody against Damian, I mean, it could be fine, but it just strikes me as a little bit of a Raw match for some reason. I don't know why. It doesn't feel like it's pay-per-view worthy. So, I don't know. Perhaps I've just seen those facing off in tag matches just way too many times. Way too many times. Cody, Jay, Sami, Kevin, Judgment Day. I must have seen different combinations of that matchup like 20, 30, 40, 50 million times. So seeing it again, it's hard to care. It's hard to care. I think John against Solo could bang, but John just doesn't look good in the ring. I was so impressed with his promo. I did a separate short for it, and I'd stand by everything I said. I thought it was brilliant. I really did. I was really, really into it. But I can't say that he's been having banging matches. This is John Cena in name. It's not John Cena in match quality or in promo ability. I just don't think that I just think that John has, it's hard. I just think it's hard. He's Hollywood now. I think WWE is difficult. It's hard to come in and at his age as well, and his body being as battered as what it is, to come in and like shine when you're not around. For someone like Logan, he's 28, athletic, keeps in great shape. His body's not took loads of beatings. He ain't done like endless house shows. So he can come in and do what he's told and put on a banging match. I think it's hard for John to do that. And, at his age, and they do say, I don't know if you've heard the interviews, but they say one of the hardest things when you're a wrestler is when you've been off injured and you have to come back because your body is not used to the bumps. Your body kind of gets used to taking the bumps. It like, every time you're getting slammed down, that's a bump. Every time you're being chucked around, hurled in the corner, that's a bump. And your body sort of gets used to taking those. But if you're injured and you're not on the road and you're not having matches, your body sort of just naturally softens up a little bit and it doesn't get used to taking them. So when you start taking them again, they hurt, man. That you really feel them. And it was a case that I think Cena has kind of got out of the routine. So nothing but respect for Cena. I'm not laying into him. I'm just saying that I think where he is now is not where he was a few years ago, physically. And I think that it's hard to say that's going to be a match of the night, because I just don't know that he's going to be able to do it. Cal Dub, shout out to you, my friends. Cal said, sorry I've not been around sending news like normally. I lost my dad on the 25th. I'm so sorry. Thanks for helping with the grief with the streams. Cal, I'm really sorry to hear that. Really am. Cal has been a supporter of this channel going all the way back to when this channel first started. One of the Cal and Jim Gore are the two that I know that have supported the channel the longest. And I did notice that you hadn't been around, to be honest. Not that it mattered. I mean, you do you live your life. But I'm really am sorry to hear that it was for that reason. So, I mean, what can you say? I mean, there's nothing you can say. I just, thoughts with you, buds, genuinely, because that's one of the hardest things that anyone can go through is losing their parents. So, I hope that you've got good support around you, and I hope that you're looking after yourself. I would say keep your chin up, but it's kind of irrelevant in it, because how can you in these circumstances? So I think the best thing is to make sure that you are looking after yourself and that you are remembering the good times and, trying to find a positive way forwards, because this kind of thing can really mess you around. I've not been through it myself, fortunately, but I know I'm going to have to. And so I can't really give you advice from a place of knowledge, like experience, but I know, like, looking after yourself. I've lost people still, but not my parents. But looking after yourself, making sure that you're just checking in on yourself, everything's good, you know, maybe watch a film that you've always wanted to watch, listen to an album you've always wanted to listen to. Not distract yourself, but just do some stuff that's going to put a smile on your face, if that's even possible. It's hard, but it's really hard. But it's something that, you know, pretty much all of us will go through at some point. But I hope you're doing well, man. My thoughts are honestly with you. Harold said, I think Akira Tozawa should win a title. Well, he's with Alpha Academy, so he's getting great training. We know that. So a title could be on the way for him. Mouldy Spoon, hello, buds. Hope you're well. Says, I think we need a new main event story. Judgment Day needs to move away. I completely agree. I think everyone would agree. Yeah, I completely agree, buds. I think Judgment Day has been good. I think that Rhea and Dom have been fun. But I 100% agree it is time to move on. Okay. I can hear the dog barking. It's because the postman just drove past. But I think he's drove past. So, yeah, I agree. We need something different. We need something that's going to really push things forward, because we had the Judgment Day, and it's been really good for Dominic. It's been really good for Rhea. I think there was a little something in there for Finn and Damian as well. I think Damian has definitely progressed and kicked on from where he was before the Judgment Day. But, yeah, I would very much like to see something different. I don't know what I would want it to be, though. I can't really say that I would want this instead, like give you an alternative. But I suppose something juicy with Cody would be good, if we could have something juicy with Cody Rhodes, you know? But again, hard to say, because we haven't really got, like... We haven't really built up, like, a big heel. I suppose a Cody Gunther kind of a story would have been good. Whether we could have, like, stretched that out for a little bit, you know? Give me 1 second. Yeah, she was going mental. The dog was going mental. It's because the postman drove past, but he didn't. He actually stopped. And then I saw him standing there, and he was like waving some packages. Not his package, what? So, yeah, he was waving that, so I had to just go and run and grab those. So, yeah, it's hard to say what could be an alternative to the Judgment Day in the main event scene. But I think that Cody would be a good starting point. Gunther feels like he's more than ready to take that step up to the main event picture, main event scene. I would like to see Imperium become more of a threat. I think the way that we kind of jobbed out Ludwig and certainly Giovanni, I think it's a problem. I really think it's a problem. I think that could you imagine if they were kept strong and they were a dominant force, like the Usos were a dominant force. So you had Roman and you had the Usos. It would be really good if we'd have kept them strong, but unfortunately we didn't. And so now we're in a situation where they're lacking a little bit of credibility for me. So I don't know the way forward with that, but definitely there needs to be a little bit of work done with Imperium. I don't think Gunther goes off on his own. I think he needs a couple of people that can take some bumps for him. But maybe we need to add someone else to that group that can take the bumps so that it doesn't have to be Ludwig and Giovanni. Maybe someone else gets chucked into that group that can take some shots and then keep them strong, you know, as a tag team. So maybe there'd be something around that. But to be honest, I don't see us moving on until we get past Survivor Series, because Survivor Series is obviously such an important show. It feels like we've been working towards that for quite a while. And I think Judgment Day, Cody, and a few others are going to be involved, you know, because it's the never-ending story that needs to end. Once that ends, that conflict ends, then maybe we can start doing something different as we head towards 2024. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Delwyn said, I can't wait for Solo versus Cena match. The build hasn't been strong. I'm loving what Cena said promo-wise. Oh, it's brilliant. He only had a job because of his cousin. He's a bargain basement Taz. Never mess hard Cena when comes with the promo. Delwyn, really appreciate the support, my friends. I agree. I think this was the best John Cena moment for years. I mean, I would have to go back to his match, I want to say at SummerSlam with Roman. Really, there's been nothing in this run that has really blown me away. I think this run has been nice. I think it's been nostalgic. I think if you're a John Cena fan, you've enjoyed it. I think if you're a WWE fan, you've enjoyed it. But can we say that he's actually brought anything significant other than himself, other than his reputation? There's a lot of chanting for Cena and love for Cena because he's a legend, but it just sort of felt like a bit of a nostalgia act. It sort of felt like going to see that great band of yesteryear and then playing like some of their hits, but it doesn't sound as good as it used to. Doesn't sound as good as the CDs. Doesn't sound as good as when you saw them 5-10 years ago. But it's still them, It kind of felt like that. This is why his promo last night was so good, because that for me was someone showing they are still at this level. He is, when he needs to turn it on, right? For some reason, I don't know why he hasn't been doing it up until this point. It's kind of felt like a bit too much of a nostalgia novelty act. But this felt like it was, some that if you gave MJF a microphone, in WWE, that's the kind of promo. Granted, MJF might waffle for about 10 extra minutes, but those kind of kill shots, those kind of disses, you're only here because of your cousin, you're a bargain basement Taz. Those are the kind of things I'd expect MJF to say, right? Those kind of kill shots. So to hear it from Cena, just brilliant. I thought it was the best thing he's done since he's been back, and I would love to see more of that fire. I want to see more of that fire. I don't know why it's been bottled up. I agree. John Cena showing why he is a legend, showing that even at this stage in his career, he can still do it as good as anyone. But I would love to see more consistency out of him, rather than just glimpses. I'd like to see it on a more regular basis. And, we can continue that tonight. Let's continue it by putting on a banging match, yeah? I think that match with Solo is important, not for the win or the loss. It really doesn't matter, right? Because at this stage in his career, who cares? He's going to go back to Hollywood soon. Really, it's the performance. Let's put on a banging performance. Let's put on a performance that really makes people sit up and go, damn, man, Cena still got it. Cena can still go, man. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm hoping to see. I'm hoping to see that showcase performance. So I hope that match steals the show. If there's one match that I want to steal the show, it'd be that one. I want that match to steal the show. I don't know that it does. I don't know that it will. But that's the match that I hope steals the show. Defcon Prime said, Days, Walgreens has got candy corn 70% off. Are you jealous? I am jealous, bud, because over here in the UK it costs us £7 a bag. So 70% off, that would be welcome. But your bags are probably about a couple of dollars anyway. And so to get 70% off that as well makes me very jealous. We don't really have candy corn over here. It's never been a thing. I've never seen it. And actually, it's kind of the way I could describe it is like, those kind of English foods that maybe aren't everywhere in America, but you could go to an English shop maybe. I don't know if you have English shops, or if you have like an English section of or European section, and it's like, oh, what's this? Jaffa cakes, never heard of them, right? Whatever. That's the way I would explain candy corn over here, is that we don't have it, and if you want it, it's probably going to have to be imported, and you're going to pay extra. So you can find bags of it in certain shops, but they're going to be in low quantities. In fact, give me 1 second, I'll show you. I've got some. Look at this. This might surprise... I don't know if this will surprise you. It doesn't show up brilliant, but you can see it's candy corn. Look at this gold bag. It's in a gold bag. It's got a ribbon on it. It's got a little tag on it as well. I think I don't even know if you could maybe write on that and give it to somebody. Price on the back, $5.99, £6. For this bag here, £6 for that. £6. I don't know, that would be about, what, $7? Something like that? $7? $7.50 in this, like, little gold bag. I mean, I would imagine that would be, I don't even know, a couple of dollars in America, maybe? I don't know. But, yeah, they're expensive over here because we don't have them. So I think they have to get imported, and so that's something that I've kind of wanted to try for a long time. And I tried them, and I really like them. I mean, I wouldn't, like, go OTT on them. I could understand if you've had them your whole life why you're probably bored of them and take them for granted. But for me, having never tried them, right, I tried it, and I was like, it's just like frosting. It's like if you break the top off a cake and you just ate that, which is the best part of the cake. It's just like that. And you can taste a little bit of vanilla in there. And I was like, yeah, these are quite Moorish as well. So I had one. I was like, that's nice. And then I found myself just constantly going back for more. So we've got like a couple of bags in the house, but obviously we're not going too crazy because they're £6 each. Not made of money, you know. But so yeah, 70% off. I am jealous. Defcon said, that's Kia, woof woof, that's a dog shout out for you too. Yeah, she's being quite good actually. The reason why we're in a different space today is because like if I was downstairs, it's the daytime, so she's been asleep last night. If I was downstairs, I couldn't really leave the door open, so she'd have to be in, and so that would mean that she was in at night, in the day, and then she's going to be in tonight as well, so she wouldn't really get a chance to go outside. So at least here I can watch the door. I mean, I'm in the living room, so I can watch the door and she can just come and go as she pleases. So at some point she might be around, but to be honest, I'm quite happy for her to be out there, because otherwise she'll just be getting in the way. She's not a small dog. She's a German Shepherd. Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. German Shepherds. Not really good with dog breeds. She's a German Shepherd, and she's lovely, absolutely lovely. But she's, you know, she always likes a bit of fuss. She's quite a big dog, so just leave her to it, you know. Cal said Gunther can't leave the US for the next 6 months, apparently. Cal, thank you, my friends. Again, thoughts with you, bud. Thoughts absolutely with you. Where are we with things? Right, I want to try and get over here. Okay. Adam said, Days, WWE live event in Rochester, New York is 3 hours after Crown Jewel, and the main event there is Nakamura against Ricochet versus Gunther for the IC title, and Becky Lynch versus Natalya. Adam, thank you. That's what she said. Said, Days, I watched a documentary that you mentioned about McDonald's ice cream machines. It was very interesting. Okay, good. I saw that same documentary, yes. I saw it quite a while ago, though, so I can't quite remember the stuff on it. But I remember there being this whole thing about they are making money off the call-outs and the repairs, this company. But I can't remember why McDonald's don't do anything about it, to be honest. I can't remember that part of it. I remember the company that supplies the machines are making money from the call-outs and the repairs, and it's a lot easier to just call someone. And apparently the way to fix it is really easy. It's really easy, really simple. This is what you do to fix it. It's not hard, but managers aren't trained on how to fix it, and so it's easy to call the person up to come out and repair it. And every time they call them out, it's like $200-300 or whatever. And so, it's a money making thing. It's mental, innit? It's mental. I mean, how this has not been flipping sorted, I have no idea. But if you've not seen that documentary about McDonald's ice cream machines, it's on YouTube, I believe, and it is very interesting. It's one of those documentaries which you wouldn't ever think to look for, because why would you? But I saw it and it was very good. So I'm glad you enjoyed it as well, Buds. Bert said, I think Seth should turn heel soon. Maybe he turns heel after losing the title to Drew. What do you think? I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all, to be honest. I'm struggling a little bit with Seth, just because I like him. I really like him. He can cut great promos. He can wrestle. It does feel like something is missing. Like, when we talk about best wrestlers, Seth should be mentioned, but there's something not right, and it's hard to put your finger as to what it actually is. I think, he's coming down, the crowd are singing his song, right? I find that annoying, personally. I think it's great if you're there live, but I think watching it on TV week after week after week, and certainly when it interrupts the segments. Now, we haven't seen it do that for a while. I think that they've kind of tried to, have Seth pose at the start, right? Then go into the segment, and try to not have it disrupt the segment, like when Finn Balor was in the ring and Balor was trying to talk and the crowd were singing all over the top of him. Like, that was irritating to me. But then I'm a boomer. Don't forget that, right? I am a boomer, and so everything irritates me. So, yeah, that, I think, is okay, but you just got to be careful with it. The costumes, I think they're fun. I ain't really got a problem with those. But I don't know if it's, creatively, if there just hasn't been anything juicy for him to get his teeth into. It's kind of easy for him to come down and have his song and wear all these elaborate clothes and... but it just feels like the same thing week after week after week. I think that's part of the problem. I feel like I see a Seth segment and it's the same segment. He comes out, people sing the song, he's going to wear something outrageous, he cuts a promo, there might be a little brawl, who cares, end of segment. And I feel like I've seen that all year, and we don't really ever deviate from that. And I think we need to mix it up a little bit. We need to do some different things. He needs to be put in some different locations. That could be interesting. That could be really interesting. Let's try a few different things. Let's see if we can do some different stuff. Can we put him in some situations where he's got a problem and he needs to figure this problem out? I liked when we focused on his back. I did like that. But that, for me, was doing more for Nakamura than it was doing for Seth. That was doing more for Shinsuke than it was for Seth. But that was, there was something there, we were doing something. But yeah, turning him heel, maybe. I've said before, I'm really not a fan of face turns and heel turns just off the spur of the moment. I think if you're going to do that, it's the biggest thing you can do to someone. Look at Roman. Yeah, face. Turn him heel. Massive change. Now he's been a heel, right? For me, switching people between heel and face on a regular basis is a big no-no. Big no-no. So I'd be all right with turning Seth heel if we're going to keep him heel for the next 3, 4, 5 years. If it's a case that we're just doing it because we don't like the character right now, I would counter-argue by saying, what else can we do? Can we put him in some situations? Can we, have him out and about being attacked, like whilst he's out or something, out and about? Could we film in some different locations? Can we give him some problems to try and overcome? Could it be a case that he needs to try and find some friends, like we're seeing with MJF? MJF's being targeted by Bullet Club Gold. Could it be that a load of people are targeting Seth, and Seth needs to find some friends to stand by him? The problem is, at the moment, we know the answer to that would be Cody and Sami and all of that, so maybe that's not the right story, but you get my point. Is there something creatively that we could do rather than press that big red panic button of turning him heel or turning him face? Because for me, that's the biggest thing you can do. And I don't think that it's always the right option. I would much rather explore a few other alternatives first. So it could be that turning him heel is the answer this time. Could be. But I would still, if I was in creative, I would still be campaigning for like, okay, well, can we try some other things first? Because we really haven't tried much with Seth. Like, all year, I feel like he comes out, we sing the song, he stands there, he's dressed elaborately, and it's always in the ring, and it's normally a promo, and I feel like we could probably try some other stuff. So I'd be campaigning for that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to his match tonight. I think him against Drew has been good, but good more for Drew than for Seth, to be honest. I feel like Seth he's got the belt, but it's the people he's facing that have got the better stories. Like Shinsuke went through that big change where he does his promos backstage now, and they work so much better. And like this new character that's a bit darker and a bit more vengeful. It's the Shinsuke I've always wanted on the main roster. You know, he was doing some interesting stuff. And now we're doing some interesting stuff with Drew. I wonder if the truth, right? I wonder if the truth is that we're keeping Seth rather bland, or as bland as you can, because we actually want the spotlight to be on the opponents. I wonder if that's the truth. I wonder if the truth is, if you was doing some really interesting stuff with Seth, would it then take away from what we did with Shinsuke? And if you was doing really interesting stuff with Seth, would it take away what you're doing with Drew? Because you can sit here and say that Seth's a bit, you know, he's not in a great... He's probably better than when he was the Messiah, but it's not Monday Night Rollins, right? It's not the Shield. So, but he's in an all right place. He's doing all right. It's all right. But maybe the truth is that we're just sort of keeping him all right because we actually don't want the focus on Seth. We want the focus to be on his opponents. Which is not a bad argument, is it really? It's not a bad argument, because I thought what we did with Shinsuke was excellent, and I thought what we did with Drew is excellent as well. So if that is what we're doing, then yeah, I can see it. I can live with it. Right, let's try and get down to some more. I want to make sure that we are all up to speeds. Lovely. United We Love said, do you think Damian Priest will attempt to cash in on Roman, or do you think it'll be Seth, or maybe both? I think that he could try to cash in on Roman. I don't know that he'll try today, but I think that he can do that. No way do I think he succeeds. I mean, if he cashes in successfully on Roman, I think that would be an absolute disgrace, right? For me, this is a historic title reign. It's one of the most important, biggest title reigns we have ever seen. So for it to be a case that this title reign ends because of a stupid cash in, I've said before, whoever beats Roman is a made man, right? They're a made man because whoever beats Roman has beaten the biggest star of this era, okay? So you would want it to be a case, and I would want it to be a case, that they're going to get the full benefit of beating Roman Reigns. If you win by cash-in, you don't get that full benefit, because people will always say that you only got it because Roman was already down, you cashed it in, you're the champ, but are you really the champ? You know, would you really have beaten Roman in a one-on-one proper match? Because no one else was able to do it. And we just don't need to protect Roman like that. We don't need to. Why do you need to protect Roman? What are we building him up for? He's just coming off one of the most historic title runs we've ever seen. He's one of the biggest stars in WWE history. Like, we don't need to protect Roman Reigns right now. Like, now what we need to do is we need to use everything that we've given to Roman. We need to use all of that to kind of pass it on to someone else. And how you do that is by having this other person beat him clean. So for Damian to cash in, unless he's going to cash in and announce he wants a match and it's announced for like next week or the next pay-per-view, right? And he doesn't cash it in when Roman's weak. He does a bit of, but I can't see Damian doing that. That's not really a Damian Priest style, is it? So for me, him cashing in on Seth makes a lot more sense. A lot more sense. And it's on his brand. Damian's a heel, Seth's a face. Not that that massively matters when it comes to cash-ins, but yeah, for me, it definitely feels like that's the direction we're going. And I'm for it, man. Yeah, I've got no issues with it. I've got no issues with him cashing in on Seth. Could it happen tonight? It could. I don't think it will. I think there's enough going on anyway. I don't think that we necessarily need to be putting the title on Damian and adding the title into the conversation. But it could. Yeah, I mean, of all the things that could be going down tonight, that definitely is something that's, there if they want to do it. If they do want to pull the trigger, they absolutely can. I love LA Knight, but sadly, WWE ever change the Universal Champ in another country? Will never change the Universal Champ in another country, says Alan. Ginny said, predictions for Cody against Damian. So I think that Cody wins. I think that Cody's the one that will get that title from Roman. I think that the reason that we didn't do it at WrestleMania was because it's true, there are people out there that didn't watch Cody. And of course they didn't, right? I mean, it's hard for, I think, some of us fans that have been watching for a long time. It's hard for us to consider that people only got into wrestling during, say, the pandemic, or they only got into it, I don't know, last year, right? But there's plenty of people that only got into wrestling last year. People that are watching wrestling. There'll be people watching wrestling for the first time today that tune in to check out Crown Jewel, right? Might find it and go, oh, I've heard of this, or a kid or whatever. People coming in and going from wrestling all the time. So, of course, there's going to be people that saw Cody arrive at WrestleMania 38 and only know him from that point. So, for him to have, 3 pay-per-view matches against Seth, a few matches on Raw, and then get injured, go away for about 6 months, win the Rumble, and then go on to face Roman at WrestleMania, that will be all that some people know him for. And so I think WWE looked at that and went, we want Roman to keep the title for a bit longer because we're killing it ratings-wise. And it might be just a little too soon for Cody. I'll admit, I didn't think they would go that way. I thought that they would give it to Cody, right? I thought they'd go with Cody. But they didn't. They put an obstacle in his way. I have no problem with it. I didn't have a problem with it at the time. I don't have a problem with it now. But I think that he is still the guy that's going to do it. I think he's still the one. So I think that it doesn't make much sense him losing matches as we're heading towards WrestleMania 40. I think what you want is Roman to be this, longest reigning champion of the modern era. One of the biggest stars WWE's ever had, one of the best title reigns we've ever seen, head of the table, tribal chief, blah, blah, blah. And we need to build up Cody, right? We need to build him up and then the two collide. Think Andre Hogan, WrestleMania 3, the irresistible force against the immovable object, the unbeaten heel, 15 years unbeaten, never been slammed. I mean, all of it was lies, but That's how it was built against Hulkamania, Hulk Hogan. You know, you've got a monster heel, monster babyface. The two collide in the main event of WrestleMania. And I think that's what you do here as well. So on those grounds, I don't see how Damian Priest wins. I don't see why you would have Damian. He doesn't need the win. He doesn't need the win because he's got the briefcase. And even with a loss, he's still got the briefcase. That's all he cares about. That's all he needs. He doesn't need anything else. He's got the briefcase. He can cash in whenever he wants. So for me, Cody gets the win. We keep building him. We're on the road to WrestleMania 40. I think he's the one. And Damian Priest can take the L. And if we have to protect Damian, I'm sure there's a few different ways that we can do that. I don't think we need to protect Damian, to be honest. I don't think we need to. But if we have to, then we can. You know, we can have distractions. We could have someone coming down from Judgment Day to try and help him. They mess up and it ends up costing Damian and blah, 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 blah. There's a million different ways that you can do it. But as I said, I don't think we need to be doing things like that, but we could. And then I think he could look to tease a little cash in later on in the night. Cal said, first Saudi show without Brock. Gitrone said, good morning, Days from the West Coast USA. Shout out to the West Coast USA. Yeah, we've been live for just over an hour now, and I did want to start even earlier, to be honest, but it did just take me a little bit longer than I hoped, setting up a few things. If it looks and feels a bit different, it's because we are in a different room. We're actually upstairs rather than downstairs, and we are using a different mic as a result. Normally I've got a nicer... It's not as good, to be honest. But, you know, it'll do the job. And, yeah, so we are working our way towards the start of this show. I think the kickoff show starts at 4, which is about an hour and 40 minutes away now. I said it'll go by quick, and it will go by quick. So we've only got an hour and 40, and then we will be at the kickoff show. I want to get down as many of these as possible because it's great to see some new names in the chat and people that maybe don't get a chance to join us for Raw and NXT and SmackDown streams on a regular basis. So a big shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you're new or if you are someone that joins us on a regular basis, it really is appreciated. And as we said, we're here for Raw, NXT, SmackDown, premium live events, and we do UFC most weeks as well, but obviously whenever there's a WWE premium live event, that takes priority, and so we are here with Crown Jewel. But we'll be working our way towards Survivor Series. That ain't too far away. I believe the end of the month. So Survivor Series coming up next after this, but we're focused on Crown Jewel for now. Bunker said, I don't feel Cody versus Roman is the match anymore. It's gone stale now. Promax Sticker said, tomorrow morning show starting. Are you doing live now? Tomorrow morning show start. Are you doing live now? I don't know what that means. There's no WWE show tomorrow. In fact, I don't think there's any shows tomorrow that we need covering. There's no UFC. There's no AEW, there's no WWE, there's no boxing I'm aware of, so I'm not aware of any shows tomorrow. We do a Sunday stream. We do try and do a Sunday stream. It's going to be a bit difficult as to whether I can do the Sunday stream this week, because I need to pack all this away, put it all back downstairs again, and set it all back up and get it all sorted. And to be honest, I'd like to use this as an opportunity to get the vacuum out, get the duster out, really clean up around where we stream. Because it just has never been clean, to be honest, since I've set it up. So it could really do with like loads of stuff being thrown away, good vacuum, good clean. So I am going to try and do a Sunday stream, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see because it's going to be a bit of a nightmare to pack all this and put it all back down again. Because it took long enough to get it all set up here, but we'll see. If I can get it done, I'll try and get it done. Everbliss said, please read my comment. My pleasure. Do you think Kairi Sane should return as a face or a heel? Either. I don't think it matters. I think that she can do both. I've seen her as both. I saw her in NXT as a face. She was excellent. I remember her being in the Kabuki Warriors as a heel, and I thought she was great. So I don't think it matters. And if Damian Priest turns face, do you think he should join the LWO, and can I be a mods? Well, we don't need any mods at the moment, but when it comes to mods, the only time that I ever look to add any is if like we're doing a stream and there's like none around, but we've got a good number of mods already, so there's just I never feel like there's a need to add extra mods, and also I just don't see it as a thing. Like, I don't try to make it like, you know, I know on some channels it's like, if you subscribe to the channel for this amount of time, like, I'll make you a mod or something like that. We don't do any of that. I don't really have any kind of agenda when it comes to selecting mods, because we just don't have to do it that often. We've had a lot of people around for a long time that have been mods, and they do a great job. So yeah, I don't really see it as like a badge of achievement or anything like this. I don't see it as like an extra. I don't see it as an extra thing. Maybe others do. Don't know. It's just, I think it's a chore more than anything else. It's a thankless task more than anything else. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the streams. That's what I would say. And not have to worry about trying to control the community, because that just seems like an extra task, an unnecessary task. In regards to your other question about, do I think he should join the LWO, I think that's an excellent shout, to be honest. I think, though, that the LWO are going to split up. I think that we could see Legado go in one direction and a LWO go in the other direction, and then we could see a war. We could see Ray be the leader of one group and Santos be the leader of the other. Now, I think Damian could get involved in that eventually to help them out, to help one of the sides out. Just, you know, just not a permanent member, but just come in if they need a bit of boost to the numbers. So, yeah, I think that that's definitely something that we could see. I don't think he'll be a permanent member, just because I think he's so big now, he would need to be the leader. And I don't think you can make him the leader of either of those groups. Santos needs to be the leader. Santos isn't really a second-in-command type guy. And is Damian going to be the leader if Rey Mysterio's in a group? You'd have to kick Rey out and then have Damian as the leader. But I think a group that's got like Rey and Dragon Lee, and it's hard to know. Do you bring in someone like Axiom, or like, you know, call up someone along those lines to kind of go into that group? Do you do something with Angel and Humberto? Because they could go into that group very comfortably. Angel Garza, Humberto Carrillo, Dragon Lee, and Rey Mysterio as an LWO. And then on the other side, you've got Santos, you've got Del Toro, you've got Phoenix, and then maybe they go and call up Damian Priest like, we need some help. And then he could come in and join up with them just to help out, even up the numbers. That would be a hell of a war, man. That'd be a hell of a feud. That'd be a lot of fun. And it does feel to me like Legado are just a little bit frustrated at the moment. It feels to me like they are kind of looking at the situation, and they're, you know, it's not really working for them. They keep getting beaten up in the LWO. So I think for them to go off on their own path would be kind of cool, and to do a feud. So I don't know that it goes that way, and I certainly don't know that Damian joins, but I would be, if that was something that was presented in a creative meeting, I'd be like, works for me. Yeah, absolutely works for me. I like all of that. And actually, you know, it gives something for Angel and Humberto to do on the main roster. Gives them a purpose. It's good for Dragon Lee. It's good for Rey, who's the leader of a group. It'd be good for Santos and Del Toro and Phoenix. It'd give them something to get their teeth into. Maybe that extra member isn't Damian Priest. Maybe we could borrow Dominic Mysterio, because Dominic, I'm sure, would love to stick it to his dad one more time. So, you know, maybe we do that. So there's a few options as well. There's a few different things you could do, which makes it quite exciting. Imagine a War Games match with all of them. the amazing stuff you could do with like the like that lucha style within a war games. Like, oh my god, it could be amazing. So yeah, I'd definitely explore that if I was on the creative team. Mark, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support, and Muhammad T. Ali as well. Appreciate it. People joining up. We did a member stream actually on Thursday. We'll do another member stream. We kind of look at the news, do a bit of a kind of preview of what's coming for SmackDown. But we just started doing like those quizzes. So we just did a quiz on the Hall of Fame, where we were trying to name everyone that was in the Hall of Fame. We'll do another one of those because people really enjoyed it. So we'll have another member stream on Thursday. Right, please 200 PLN said, have you seen the clip of CM Punk in this MMA event? He's a commentator, and his fellow commentator had a WWE logo on his suit pocket. TNA was also mentioned. Didn't. I know he's a commentator for... is it Submission Underground? I can't remember. It's on UFC Fight Pass. I know that he does commentary for an MMA, and he's done it for a while. But no, I'm not aware of, like... He's been doing some trolling, though. You know, he's been putting out some stuff on social media. I know there's a lot of people that are expecting him to be, like, a part of Survivor Series. I'm not, personally. But, again, let's wait and see. So, yeah, there's a bit... I think CM Punk's quite happy to do a bit of trolling of the fans. I think he's quite happy to, like, stir the pot and wind people up. So, again, take it with a pinch of salt. Take it with a pinch of salt. It's not something that I think should be read into too much. CM Punk loves trolling fans. Days, it's crazy how Sami Zayn used to be the biggest storyline of the year with the Bloodline being on the Kickoff show now with JD. As a Sami fan, I'm not worried. I'll tell you why. Because Sami is... He's in a good place now. I think Sami's in the best place he's been since that match with Roman. Well, main event in WrestleMania was pretty sick, wasn't it? Let's be honest. But really, that since then, for me, has done nothing. I know he's had the tag titles, but I don't give a flip about the tag titles. There's not really a tag division to care about, right? So being tag team champions probably means as much as being the 24/7 champion, right? I just don't think it's a thing. Like, if you get the belt, whoop-de-doo, but there's not, like, a killer tag division that you're having to fight your way through. Maybe if we had, like, you know, Alpha Academy firing on all cylinders, DIY looking amazing, the Creeds were called up, Viking Raiders looking like monsters, the New Day still killing it, like, Usos still around, like, maybe if there was this killer division, but we never seem to be able to get all the pieces going at the same time. And so we always end up with some hodgepodge teams and it all feeling a bit so-so. So for me, like, Sami just got pushed to the sides. You know, Sami was killing it. Crowd were chanting for him. Then we had him main event WrestleMania. Amazing. I'm certainly not down on that. And then I knew it was just going to be flat after that. I knew it was going to be flat. And it was. I mean, like, we've just been faffing with the Judgment Day for ages. So, yeah, not what I wanted for Sami. I want Sami to be going for a world title. Now that Kevin has been moved to SmackDown and Sami is now on his own, a world title absolutely could be on the cards. So, yeah, he's going up against JD on this show, right? We haven't had time to really do anything with Sami since Kevin left. So, we haven't been able to build any stories. So, he's going up against JD. So, I don't see it as a big fall from grace type thing. I see it more as a creatively, we just time-wise, we haven't been able to do anything since Kevin left. So, we're going to do this with him now. But fingers crossed he'll be used in something juicy for Survivor Series. And more fingers crossed he gets something big next year. Like, I want Sami world champion. Next year, to be honest. Next year, I want Sami as world champion. That's what I'm looking for. I think that Sami could get that title and he could either drop it to Gunther or he could win it from Gunther. I don't mind, but it's going to be hard for him to win it from Gunther next year, because I think if Gunther gets it, I think he's keeping it for a long time. Gunther is legit. He's still undefeated on the main roster for that title. He is the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. How long has he had it now? I mean, it's like 400 and some odd days, isn't it? So, like, he is a monster. It's hard to see him getting the world title and then losing it quickly. So I think we might have to put it on Sami first and then do Sami versus Gunther, which would be amazing. Maybe we have Seth be champ and then Damian cashes in and then Sami gets it from Damian and then he drops it to Gunther. Maybe that takes us all the way through to 2025. I'd be fine with that. I've got no problem with that. Seth's champ. Damian cashes in at some point. He carries it for a few months. Sami gets it off him. He carries it for a few months. Gunther gets it. Long-term champ. I really do want Sami to have that world title. I want him to reach that mountaintop. To me, it's a Daniel Bryan story. I think the way most people feel about LA Knight and wanting him to be a world champion, I feel about Sami. Like, Sami's my guy. I will go to war for Sami. I will fight for Sami. I really want him to be a world champion. Joe said, the only reason Roman is still champ is because of a promise that Triple H made to Vince, says Joe. Ari said, Uganda team headline, head of the table, we the one, Roman Reigns. Ari, shout out to you. Start time 1 hour 27 minutes. Yeah, not long. Yep, it's coming up. Unite We Love said, Days, have you noticed the minute detail that LA Knight is mentioning Roman's title as only the WWE Championship and not adding the Universal to it? Is it a gradual process of retiring the Universal? Honestly, I haven't noticed. That's a change I would make. I don't think that it needs to be called the WWE Universal blah blah blah, right? It's just the WWE Championship. Like, the Universal belt was made in 2016. It was created out of thin air, and it was to give the other brand a world championship. And it was good. It was treated well, but it was still puff out of like thin air. Seth and Finn competed for the first title. Finn won it. 24 hours later, had to relinquish it. And then, it got treated really well. Brock had it for a time and Roman had it. And, it got treated probably better than the WWE Championship. But its history only goes back to 2016. So, for me, the Universal Championship is fine. But it's no WWE Championship. The WWE Championship goes all the way back to the 60s. And you're talking Hogan, you're talking Bruno, you're talking Stone Cold, you're talking The Rock. It's a no-brainer as to what belts should be the belts that carries on now that they've been merged together. Like, we don't need the Universal anymore because now we've got the World Heavyweight title that Seth's got. So what we're going to do with the Universal, unless we're going to start a third show, right? Unless we're going to have a third brand, not NXT because that's developmental. But unless, like, as part of this negotiating, we're going to have Raw, we're going to have SmackDown, and we're going to have a new show, which I'm not aware that we're having. We don't need the Universal. If we're going to have a new show, then I would say put the Universal, have the World Heavyweight as the main title on Raw, have the WWE Championship as the main title on SmackDown, and then have the Universal as the main title on whatever that third show is. But I'm not aware of a third show, and so I don't think we need the Universal. So get rid of it. The one Roman's got, just call it the WWE Championship and move forward with that. Yeah, that's the one that Cody needs. He needs the WWE. That's the one he needs if he wants to finish the story, because we know the story is that Dusty had his hands on the WWE Championship and held it up and everything, but he hadn't won it. He won the match by countout. He beat superstar Billy Graham by countout. count out doesn't make the title change hands. And so Cody said that he knew that he had to win that title for his dad, and he wanted to hand it to his dad. This is for you. This is yours. That's the story. That's why he needs the WWE Championship, not just any world title, not one that was just made up out of thin air earlier this year, or one that was made up in 2016, but the one that goes all the way back to Superstar Billy Graham, and the one that goes back to that match, and that's the one basically that Roman's got. So it's the one Roman's got that Cody needs. Hence why I don't think Cody's really been around this world title. You know, he's not really been around that belt. So I think this is why Cody is the one for Roman. So, no, I hadn't noticed. That's a nice little detail. And I am totally on board if it is going to go that way. Totally on board. It's something we've actually been saying on the streams, that it should go that way. Wrestling Fan Man, shout out to you, my friend. I like your Brentford badge. Shout out to you. Says, Days, hope you're well. I'm good, thank you. I was in Tesco the other day and I saw the new WWE Kids magazine, and what intrigued me was that it was about Survivor Series, and on the front and the centre and the cover was Randy Orton. Well, I've got a good relationship with those guys. I've actually been in quite a few of those magazines. I'm not in all the time. Otherwise, it might get a little bit like Seth's theme song, a bit, you know, irritating OTT. But we are featured in them quite often, and that's, like, you know, part of the reason why we do the reviews, because they kindly send some over. And so I know those guys. Honestly, I mean, I don't know this to be true, but I honestly wouldn't read anything into that, because they put together the magazine and then they get it cleared. And this is the way it works for a lot of different companies. So they put together like the stuff, and then they go to WWE and they go, look, can we get this cleared? So it's not that WWE have said to them, put Randy on the cover, or put Randy here, or do something with Randy because we want to put teases out there. It's actually the other way round. It'll be that the company that puts the magazine together, which is not a WWE company, it's a separate company. They will have put the magazine together, and then they'll go to WWE and say, is this okay? And then get it signed off. And that's how it works, I think, for, like, you know, the bed sheets that you can get, the pillowcases you can get, different posters that get made, the cutouts that get made. These are all companies that make these things, get the license, and then go to WWE and just get it signed off. So it's interesting. I agree, it's interesting, but I wouldn't read anything into it, to be honest. I think that it's probably likely that Randy has been used because there's a few rumours that he's coming back at Survivor Series, so probably the magazine people are just leaning into that. And also, Randy's got a rich history with Survivor Series, and I believe that episode, or that magazine, is all about the history, the A to Z of Survivor Series. So it's probably because he features in that article as well. So not trying to poo-poo it, but it is something that comes up quite a bit, where people are like, oh, I saw this tweet that WWE put out, or I saw this poster that WWE have put out, or something along those lines. And I think that it's the truth is that it's not WWE necessarily asking for these things. It's companies seeing where the conversation is and kind of reacting accordingly. I went to Raw with a company that got the license to make official t-shirts. So there's a few companies that make official t-shirts and they don't get sold on, like, WWE Shop. And I know a company that got the license in the UK, and they were very much interested what was trending, very much interested in what was happening, and then they were, like, you know, making t-shirts accordingly. So I know that this is what companies do. They look to see where the conversation is, and then they, you know, react accordingly, because it makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense. If something's hot, if something's trending, if something's being spoken about, if you can capitalise that to sell more, then or get, like, you know, more eyes on your product, then that's probably a good way to go about it. But with that being said, I always have to put the little caveat that I haven't spoke to them about it, so I don't know. So it could be a case that, there is a little something to that. So that was Wrestling Fan Man. Shout out to you, buddy. Really appreciate the support, and I hope you are excited for Crown Jewel, which is just 1 hour, 18 minutes away, or at least till the kickoff show. And then we've got a match on that kickoff show. So action coming up very, very soon. Let's go back to the chat. JB, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. JB becoming a member of the channel. We've got a few members, actually. It's really good. That member stream was really good fun. I'm really looking forward to routers that we can use. There we go. There we go. Fixed it. Should be better. Okay, Mrs. Armour Forever Firefly said, I want Drew to beat Seth. Start celebrating when Priest cashes in and wins. Last shot of the show, Drew in confetti alone with no title. I don't mind that at all, actually. That sounds pretty fun to me. So, I don't mind that one bit. I don't know that I would go that way, but I would, if that was brought up in a meeting, I'd be like, yeah, I don't mind it. The only thing I would say is, do we need, I like Drew getting screwed again. I really like that. Totally on board with that. Do we need Damian to have the title, though? That's what it'll come down to. That's the only thing that I would be like, do we need Damian to have the title? Is this the right time to be making Damian a world champion? That would be my only consideration. But other than that, Drew getting screwed again, I really like it. United We Love said, as a UFC fan, how highly do you rate John Jones? How do you think it would have gone in 2017 if he had fought a healthy Brock? Don't want to get too stuck into UFC conversation during this stream, but I'm more than happy to answer that question. I rate John Jones highly. I think that really, other than the controversy of drugs and what he's done outside of the octagon, I think what he's done inside of the octagon is undeniable. I think that he is a better MMA fighter than Brock. I think Brock would have the power advantage. I think that can be dealt with. I think that we saw Brock against Frank Mir. We saw Brock as well. I mean, Brock, it's hard to know, isn't it, how he would do against a healthy Brock, because I don't quite know when we saw a healthy Brock. Because was that a healthy Brock against Frank Mir when he first fought and lost? He got caught in a submission and ended up losing to Frank Mir. Granted, he went on to beat Frank Mir and he went on to get the title, but then he lost it, didn't he, to Cain Velasquez? But we know that he wasn't healthy then. So it's very difficult to know. I don't know. What I know is that a healthy John Jones is very difficult to pick against, even against Brock Lesnar. So I think the odds on this John Jones against a healthy Brock Lesnar from back then, I think this John Jones would just have the edge on the odds, but I think it would be close. I suppose a way to compare it would be, what would the odds be if it was John Jones against Francis Ngannou right now? What would the odds be for that? Because I would say that's quite comparable. Because Francis Ngannou is strong. Francis Ngannou isn't the most decorated of MMA fighters. His ground game isn't really what he's known for. His size, his power, his striking, and that's very Brock. So, what would the odds be for John Jones against Francis Ngannou? I think that John Jones would just have the edge, but I don't think there'd be much in it. And I think that would be the same if it was to be John Jones against a healthy Brock from back in the day. I rate him very highly, John Jones. Probably as highly as I rate any MMA fighter. the outside of the Octagon controversies are clearly, have taken a toll, but on his reputation. But inside, I don't think too many can match him. Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you, my friend, says, have a great weekend. And you, buds, and you. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're excited, because we're getting close to just an hour before the kickoff show. It'll soon come around, man. It'll soon come around. So, yes, really, really appreciate the support. Carlin, 1985, Gareth, always firing in little super chats, and it really is appreciated, man. It's appreciated everyone joining us, as I said, everyone that stops by. It's fantastic to chat with regulars and people that are maybe joining us for the first time. And someone that's joining us for the first time is Kia, who's just traipsed into the room. I'm not going to call her over. I know people might want me to call her over, but she's settling down, so I'm sure she'll be in many times. We'll just leave her to it. So, Carlin, 1985, Gareth, really appreciate, man, really do. James, shout out to you, said another terrible performance, but a win is a win. Oh, did they get the win, did they? I haven't seen. I've actually got the cricket on TV. I've got WWE on my little laptop over here, but on TV I've actually got the cricket. So I can see that England are 104 for 3. I'm not watching it. I just can see the score. So I don't expect England to win, but at least they're putting up some sort of fight. They've still got a long way to go. But at least they're not, completely out of it. So yeah, I didn't see the United score. Days, how would you book a Roman Rhea segment? Do you think in a promo Roman ends up burying her or not? What would you do, said United We Love? I don't think there's anything gained by Roman burying Rhea. I think Roman's got all the cards, hasn't he? He's the head of the table, is the tribal chief, is the man at the top. So it's not in his benefit to... Well, I suppose it's in his benefit, but it's not really in WWE's benefit to have him belittle Rhea. I think Rhea getting the better of Roman verbally makes a lot more sense. I think Rhea, when she sat down with Paul Heyman and said, acknowledge me, and Paul was like, someone's getting a bit big for their boots here, like you can't go saying that in this dressing room, just kind of gave us a glimpse that Rhea's very comfortable in her skin. She's not timid, she's not shy, she's very confident, she'll throw her weight around, doesn't even matter if you are the wise man, the special counsel to the tribal chief. So for me, if I was to do a verbal exchange segment between Rhea and Roman, Rhea would absolutely be getting the better of it. I'd make sure she had some lines where it was like, whoa, that is some sass, man. Something like, you couldn't handle a woman like me kind of a line, People are like, oh, damn, maybe Roman could look around, who's this girl, what's this? So she'd definitely get the advantage, kind of she'd get that mic drop moment, walk off, Roman, what have I just encountered, Because what do you gain by Roman destroying Rhea? You don't really gain anything. I can't really think of anything. Roman, he doesn't need it. He's already the champ, and he's been the champ forever. So build up Rhea, build up Judgment Day, give them that moment. And what it would lead to, I'm not sure. I could only imagine it would lead towards Finn against Roman, Damian against Roman, Dominic against Roman. Don't know. It would be good if Roman had a female that he could throw after Rhea, feeling disrespected. Maybe he turns to Nia, because we know that Nia could have a connection with the Bloodline. She is part of the Anoa'i family. That would certainly feel like a better option than a Tamina or someone. So yeah, there's I suppose a few directions you could go, but I'm not sure we're gonna get that exchange. It just feels like they're kind of on different paths at the moment, Andy said, I think that Ray will retain his United States Championship. Well, I'm leaning towards Logan myself. Give me 1 second. Yo, where are you, mate? Wet dog. Wet dog. I could see that the dog was shimmering. So I just looked outside and saw it was raining, so she's just come in, but she's wet. She's wet. She hasn't shook or anything. She's just come in and lay down. And I could just see on her coat there was a few shimmers, and I was like, she's wet, isn't she? So I just gave her, just dried her. Right, Roman Rollins said, I think WWE should book Roman Reigns like a dominant heel like Brock Lesnar, who comes and destroys everyone, no matter who's in front of him. He destroys everyone. It will suit on his personality, said Roman Rollins. United We Love said, Days, the fact I asked that question about Roman Rhea shows how well they've booked Rhea. That's true. Alfie, shout out to you, said, what's the prediction for Cena and Solo? I'm leaning towards Solo. I don't think Cena needs the win. I know that he has told that story of not winning a match since like 2018, but to be honest, I think that's an interesting story that could actually continue. I think that him bringing it up now and then getting the win straight away, I think that would actually be a bit of a missed opportunity. I think you've got an opportunity here to go further into John Cena doubting himself, and you could go further into John Cena being really conflicted, concerned. This is a big problem for John. This is an issue. So I really like that idea. I like the idea of him continuing to struggle. I also think, John Cena's not around for very long. He's going to go back to Hollywood eventually. Don't know when, but he'll go back eventually. We need to be building up Solo. Solo is the one we need to get behind. We don't need to be getting behind John Cena. We need to be getting behind Solo. So, eventually Solo is going to have to move on from the Bloodline, and he's going to leave the Bloodline. And if he's got good, big, credible wins behind him, that is going to be obviously very, very beneficial. So he is going to need wins, and getting a win over someone like John Cena, it should matter. I know it's a kind of aging, slightly breaking down John Cena, but it shouldn't matter. It should be that is still a big achievement for someone like Solo. So yeah, I am very much looking at Solo getting the win, and this story of Cena not getting a victory since 2018, 2019 Solo victory. I think that should be a story that we continue. Right. Bruno scored in the 91st minute, says James. Well, as you said, a win is a win. Kian says, hope you are well, having a great stream. How has your day been? My day has been a bit flustered. I tried to get to sleep after the stream last night. I tried to go to sleep immediately. I couldn't. So I was just online doing reading a few things, and then eventually dozed off. But then, because of her, she wanted to go out, and she needed a few little bits and bobs. She likes to have a little dentist stick in the morning and all this. So you're kind of getting up to open the door and let her out. You're getting up to let her back in. You're getting up to give her a little stick or whatever it might be. And so you're doing bits and bobs. So you couldn't really get into some good sleep. So yeah, eventually I did get a few hours, but then I had to get up and move all this and set up here. I'm in a different space. I'm in a completely different room. I know I'm sure it does feel a little different. The camera's a bit closer. It's a different microphone, but yeah, it took a while to set up as well. So yeah, it's kind of it's good when we got started and we can get stuck into some conversations. I love doing that, and I love chatting away with you guys. So my day's great. This bit's great, but the stuff before it was a bit, But yeah, I mean, look, we'll get to the show, and we will get stuck into Crown Jewel. And hopefully that's going to be a pleasant, good show as well. Something that's going to be worth our time. I'm sure it will. The shows in Saudi recently have been excellent, so I'm sure it will be worth our time. But Mr. Toy Travels says, I love Days. He's my second favourite YouTube. Mr. Toy Travels, I hope you are well. I hope you are having a good day. And I'm very excited, Tommy. Can I tell you? I'm very excited for the Wrestling Escape Pod. I do a podcast each Tuesday with Tommy Toy Travels. And I want to talk to Tommy on Tuesday about Bjork, because I've not listened to any Bjork before other than It's Oh So Quiet, which is, I don't like it, right? And I checked her out the other day, and I am now a big Bjork stan. I flipping love her. I love her. I love her music. I can't believe I've never listened to it before. I can't believe I never gave it a chance before. But tracks like Hyper Ballad and Bachelorette, oh my God, they are so epic. And her voice is amazing. And I wanted to speak to Tommy about it. So I'm going to speak to Tommy about it on Tuesday. He'll probably tell me that he's never heard Bjork or that she's rubbish. But inside, he'll know the truth. Miss Clown said, if you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. Bryce said 3 minutes until the kickoff show. I think it's another hour, is it not? Is it not another hour? I thought that the kickoff show was starting at 4. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it starts at 4. Sean G, shout out to you, said, I'd like to see a tribal combat fatal 4-way between Roman, Solo, Jay and Jimmy for the title of tribal chief after Roman loses the title. Sean, shout out to you. Yep. I'm sort of into it. I'm sort of not into it. I like the idea of a fatal 4-way. I don't think I'd do tribal combat. Tribal combat to me seems like the way they're trying to make it is it's very prestigious. It's very honourable. It's very they like joined arms and touched heads, and it's like it's very ceremonial. And it's like a battle to find out who is that doesn't really lend itself in my mind to like a fatal 4-way, because you've got like someone can just pin someone. Like there's chance that's involved. If it's 2 people that's battling, then that should be the best wins and they're the tribal chief. But someone just being like on the outsides as someone just quickly gets a pin on someone in the ring, and now they're the tribal chief as a result. Like, I don't know, that in my mind it doesn't really lend itself to the fatal 4-way. But a fatal 4-way where we get all those people involved, like that, I would definitely be down for that. Jimmy, Jay, Solo, Roman. In a way, it reminds me of like WrestleMania 2000, where we had like a different superstar in each corner with a McMahon, and we did that fatal 4-way. Like, you could see that being like really good. Like Jimmy, Jay, Roman, Solo. You could definitely build up tension between all of those. We've already got tension between Jay and everyone, right? Jimmy, I think you can easily get tension there. There's tension between him and Jay. If you take him out the bloodline, then, you know, he's off with everyone. If you have Solo turn on Roman, which we think will happen at some point, you definitely got tension there as well. So, yeah, you could absolutely get to that match. I like it. I think that'd be a big juicy match, man. That'd be imagine that, a bloodline fatal 4-way. That'd be good. Real good. Good shout, Sean. Good shout. Delwyn Jones. Appreciate the support, dudes. Again, which you don't need to do, right? I really appreciate it, but honestly, you've already supported on this stream, and it's really appreciated. Delwyn says, though, my prediction, Sean retaining... Hang on. Seth retaining will lead to Drew snaps on him after the match end or Raw. Then at Survivor Series, he wins it. Not saying he will, but the story fits for Survivor Series. I'm getting a bit confused here. So Seth retains. Drew snaps. At Survivor Series, Drew wins the title. If not, saying he will, but for the story, fully healed Drew is going to be great to see. So, he doesn't win, he snaps, he wins it at Survivor Series, and he will be a big heel at Survivor Series. I think that's what we're saying. I don't mind that. I mean, I don't mind a fully healed Drew. I do like us exploring this line between face and heel, though. I do like this, because I find it interesting how he can do heel things, but he can explain, why would I help Jay? Like, do you not remember what the Bloodline did to me? So, you know, Jay's a baby face now. Drew not going back and helping him is a heel thing to do. But Drew turning around going, why would I go back and help him? Like, of course it makes you go, yeah, but hang on, why would he go back and help him? Like, that does make sense. I like us exploring that. So I don't mind him turning full heel. I like Drew as a full heel. I certainly like him as a heel more than I like him as a face. So I don't mind him turning full heel. But I would like to explore this line a little bit more. Keep putting him in situations where he comes across as a heel, but then he explains, why would I do anything different? Why would I help him? Why should I help him? And you'd be like, yeah, why should he actually, thinking about it? I like that. I'd continue to explore that. But eventually him turning heel and being a full-blown heel, yeah, man, sign me up. I really like him as a heel. I think he is a very good, very credible heel. Certainly, I like him more as a heel than I do as a babyface. Kian said, it's good. My favourite match is going to be Cody against Damian and Ray Logan and Seth versus Drew tonight. What are you looking forward to? I'm looking forward to pretty much all of it, to be honest. I mean, we'll just see what's going to happen on each of the matches. So I'd say the Cody Damian match is probably the one I'm least excited about. Obviously Sami JD as well. I mean, I like Sami, but that match doesn't really mean anything. So Sami against JD is a match that I'm, so about. I am pretty much into everything else. Cody Damian of what's left is probably the one I'm least into. The one that I'm probably most excited for would obviously be the title matches, because they've got the most on riding on the line. But the one I think will be the silent banger will be Io and Bianca, because they fought before and they were excellent at Backlash, and I can't see a reason why they can't be excellent again. Danny Barnhouse, shout out to you, said, I've got no idea what's happening in WWE. LOL. Well, some good stuff, to be honest, but there's some good things going on in WWE at the moment. So we've got, I'll just quickly run down the cards and I'll let you know who I think's going to win. Feel free to put into the chat what is the match you're most excited for. And feel free to put into the chat who it is you're really rooting to pick up a victory. I'd imagine we'll get a fair few LA Knights, but maybe there'll be a few surprises in there as well. So we got Sami against JD McDonagh on the Kickoff show. I think Sami wins that. I mean, JD could win it, but I think Sami wins it. We've got Seth against Drew for the World Heavyweight title. I've gone with Seth, I believe, to retain. I honestly don't mind if Drew wins it. I like Drew, and I like this. Is he a heel? Is he a face? I like that. But I think Seth gets the victory. We've got Rhea against Nia, against Shayna, against Zoe, against Raquel. If this was a one-on-one match, I'd be a lot more interested. If it was like Rhea against Raquel or Rhea against Nia one-on-one, then maybe I would feel a bit more inclined that there could be a title change. I don't think there's a title change here. I think Rhea retains. I think this is just a way of getting all of the women involved in a big multi-person match, getting them onto the cards. But I think it's just a way of making Rhea dominant. You know, she's going to win this. She's going to stand atop of the women's division. It's just a bit of a way of sending a message, isn't it? Whether it was Rhea, Raquel, one-on-one, maybe I'd be thinking that, well, they've done that match a few times. Could it be that Raquel gets it this time? But in this kind of five-way, I don't think so. I think it's just going to be a good look for Rhea. So I'm going to say Rhea retains. Roman against LA Knight, I think Roman retains. Whether they do it that LA Knight wins the match or not by DQ, I don't know. I'm not bothered. Because it doesn't matter, does it? If he wins, he wins, but it doesn't really change the fact he's not champion. If he wins by DQ, I mean, or wins by count out. I don't see LA Knight leaving with the belt. Let's put it that way. So whether he loses the match and is cheated, whether he wins the match by DQ, I personally don't think it matters. The only thing I would say is that if he wins the match, he can brag about beating Roman, and that might irritate Roman, certainly irritate him more than if he lost the match. So that would be a good bragging right. But at the end of the day, if you're not champ, you're not champ, are you? Then we've got Rey Mysterio against Logan Paul. I think Logan gets it, and I think we get a new United States champion. Then we've got Cody against Damian Priest. I think Cody wins. We're building him up for next year, so I think he gets the win. Then we've got John Cena against Solo Sikoa. I think Solo wins. I don't think John Cena needs it. Then we've got Io against Bianca, and I think that Io retains, and there's a bit of thought that afterwards we may see Kairi Sane come down to the ring to confront Io. I don't mind that at all. I think Kairi could be on this show, and I think people are kind of half expecting that she could get involved here. So Io and Bianca, I think there could be some stuff going on there. So I'm very much looking forward to that. So that's a quick little rundown of the cards. And as I said, feel free to put in what it is you're looking forward to, what matches you're looking forward to. Billy said, is it streamed on the network? If not, where? It is. Kickoff show as well. So the Kickoff show starts in 50 minutes. And it is going to be streamed on the network. Kickoff show in 50. And then we go straight into the main cards. I don't know how long it'll go for. 3.5, 4 hours, something like that. Kickoff show, about an hour. So probably be done by about 9 o'clock UK time, which will be about 5 p.m. Eastern time. So build for this hasn't been massive. It's not been monstrous. So I don't quite know what to expect from how many people are going to be joining us point of view, but it is what it is, isn't it? You know, it's a WWE pay-per-view. We're here for Raw. We're here for NXT. We're here for SmackDown. We always start early for those shows. So even if you don't want to join us for the live part of it, you can always join us the hour before at least. Share your thoughts, jump into the chat, get that live reaction. We always do that for Raw, NXT, for SmackDown, and we started a good few hours earlier than the Kickoff show for this premium live event, as well as we always do. So yeah, I'm excited, man, and it is on the network. Billy, shout out to you, buds. Right, I would love to see Drew knock the stuffing out of Seth, said Doug, then come up short via a cheeky small package. Damian cashes in and takes it. I would love to see Solo win, though, says Woo Pack. To hear that Bryan Danielson challenged Okada to a match at Wrestle Kingdom on 18th. Oh, is that something that's been announced, is it? That'd be amazing. I mean, they faced before and Danielson got the win. I thought Okada would win, but maybe it's going to be a case that they are just building towards Okada beating Danielson at Wrestle Kingdom and making it 1-1. So that would make sense. Wupak said, Kairi Sane and Io Shirai are two of the greatest women's wrestling that I have ever seen. Sakila said, Drew should win tonight. Raw is just too predictable. Good shout. Bryce said, Logan wins and joins the Hurt Business with Bobby. Cynthia said, you think they are saving Orton for Survivor Series or the Rumble? Well, I can only go by the report. And the report is that he is coming back at Survivor Series, or that's certainly what they're targeting. So there's every chance that he arrives at the Survivor Series. It could be that he comes out and doesn't compete. He just comes out after a match to make his presence felt. And then, we just build him towards the Rumble. I think, though, Survivor Series, it would make sense that he's part of a group. He's part of a team. So, Survivor Series is what we've heard. That's what I'm going to go with. Whether he actually wrestles on that show, I'm not sure. But I'm going to go with that he does wrestle and compete on that show. Spencer said, what is the Roman match supposed to do for LA Knight? I don't see the point in having the match if he doesn't win the title. Well, it does a lot, actually. It does a lot. I know it might not seem like it, but to have, Roman is the top, right? He is the face of the company. And if you're the face of WWE, you're the top guy in all of wrestling, right? Because you might not be the best in ring, but WWE is the most watched, most supported wrestling company. And I know we can argue about wrestling, sports entertainment, but let's be honest, right? They're wrestling. They're having wrestling matches, right? So if you're the top here, you are the biggest. So for LA Knight to be going toe-to-toe verbally, promo-wise, to be main eventing a WWE cards, the pressure of doing that, the fact that you're not going to be going out there. Well, first of all, he's on the pay-per-view. He wasn't even getting on pay-per-views earlier this year. But not only that, it's not going to be a 7, 8, 10-minute match. It's going to be a 20-odd minute main event match, right? The whole show is kind of resting on that main event. Granted, it doesn't work the same as boxing. In boxing, clearly people are tuning in for Fury and Ngannou. They're not necessarily tuning in for the undercard. With wrestling, people will tune in for the undercard, like they build the whole cards. So it's a little different to what you see in other kind of combat sports, like boxing, for example. But there's no denying that the main event still is the big deal. It's still what's going to be bringing in the vast majority of people. Maybe LA Knight, I don't know, he's over, but is he over with casuals? Are casuals aware of LA Knight yet? Because he ain't been around that long. So I think Roman's probably doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. I think LA Knight's over with the WWE fans, though. There's no denying that, and you'd be an idiot to say he wasn't. But again, he's not been around for long, so is he bringing in those casual fans that just tune in once in a while? Not sure, to be honest. I don't know. Because he hasn't been kind of around very long. He's really been over since around WrestleMania time, maybe a touch before. But since then, he wasn't being used. He didn't get onto Backlash. He didn't get onto that card at all. He did get into the Money in the Bank ladder match. And he was in like a Battle Royal at SummerSlam. But I think we worked out the other day, I think he's had one singles pay-per-view match. That's it. So if you're someone that just tunes into the pay-per-views, you ain't seen a great deal of LA Knight. And that one singles pay-per-view match, I think, was the Pitch Black match. So I think that he is massively over with WWE fans, but I think to casual fans, there's work that needs to be done. And what better way of kind of introducing him to casual fans, if you will, by putting him in the main event, putting him up against Roman, saying, this is someone you need to be aware of. This is look how over he is. Imagine that stadium. Imagine if you didn't know much about him, and he came out and the whole place is chanting LA Knight or and going crazy for him. Like, that's a great visual, isn't it? This tonight is going to be, I don't think there's going to be much denying, the biggest night of his career. Win, lose or draw, The fact that his whole career has led him to main eventing in Saudi Arabia against Roman Reigns, walking out with that support, that noise. Because, I mean, I've got to think the Saudi fans are going to be into him as much as the American fans. So that noise, that wall of noise, that enthusiasm, that reaction, it's going to be absolutely huge for him. And what a gift. What a gift. What a moment that's going to be for him. It's going to be amazing. I'm not a massive LA Knight fan. I like him. I don't love him. I'm certainly not screaming my head off like all the other people, right? If you like him, fair play. I ain't got nothing against the guy. He just doesn't really do it for me. That's it. So but he is over. He is massively over. And he is someone that has worked his whole career to get to this moment. He's worked at so many different companies. He's the kind of person that I've got the utmost respect for, because I don't like these celebrities that come in and don't pay their dues, you know? I'm not a fan of, like, Bad Bunny coming in and having an odd match when he's done flipping nothing to deserve it other than be the biggest selling musician in the world or something, most streamed music. How the hell does that qualify you to step in the ring, right? That's mental. I've said it before. I wish, if you're a celebrity and you want to get into wrestling, I wish there was a rule where you also had to have a UFC fight as well. Because I'd be very eager to know if someone like Bad Bunny would be interested then. Yeah, you can have a wrestling match, but you do have to face John Jones in a UFC fight as well. Is that all right? Yeah. Just don't want to do it. Yeah. Because I'd be interested to know if they'd be as eager then. But, I think that he gains, getting back to LA Knight, I think he gains a lot here. I think that it's the biggest night of his career. It's a great way of introducing him to casual fans. It's a great test to see if he can actually go toe-to-toe with one of the best that we've got, one of the best of all time. Can he actually verbally go toe-to-toe with Roman? Can he match quality-wise? Is it good enough to be in a main event? Can we put a world title on him and it not be a disaster? Because honestly, until we put him in this position, who knows? He can talk, but is it good enough? Is he good enough to be at this level? And so it's a barometer in it. It's a test, and I think we can say that he's passed all the tests so far. I don't think he has stumbled. I think he's done fine. He's been good. Zara and Lara, I like that. Rhea will retain. She's not gonna lose until WrestleMania or one of the big four. Humble Rumble said John Jones. Dreaded I said, you know what time Crown Jewel is? Well, we're 40 minutes from the kickoff show, and then the Crown Jewel event starts an hour after that. Matt Beach said, Days, can you give me your best acknowledge me, build it up as well? No. Woopack AP said The Weeknd versus Drake versus Bad Bunny triple threat match, WrestleMania 45. I mean, I would watch that, to be honest. I'm so much more interested in celebrities against celebrities than I am in celebrities against wrestlers, because in my mind, the wrestlers should batter them. If the wrestlers are these highly trained individuals, then someone that's just doing something else, like being a singer or being a podcast host or whatever, if they step into a ring with a highly trained wrestler, they should struggle. In my mind, every wrestler is trained in the Heart Dungeon. Every wrestler knows the holds and how to reverse them. You shouldn't stand a chance against a wrestler. Shouldn't stand a chance. So, celebrity against celebrity, I'm a lot more into that. Like Logan against Jake Paul, let's go. Logan against KSI, sure, why not? And do you know what? I actually think that would get even more attention. I actually think rather than Logan against Seth Rollins or Logan against Rey Mysterio, I think if you used to do Logan versus KSI in a wrestling match, I think that would draw more eyes to the product, to be honest. I think more people would be interested in that. Maybe not the wrestling fans, but then the wrestling fans can just point and laugh at it. and the non-wrestling fans can watch it and enjoy it for whatever it is. And no one gets offended, do they? You know? Lovely, lovely. Cynthia, shout out to you. Cynthia said, I hope you're doing well. I'm good, thank you. I hope you're good. Do you see Priest cashing in tonight, and who would be his cash-in? I don't see him successfully cashing in. I do see him trying, but I don't see him successfully cashing in. The reason why I say that is because I think that it certainly wouldn't be on LA Knight or Roman. That's a different brand, and it's a big title as well. I mean, if you've got that belt, you're the face of the company in my eyes. If you've got that belt off Roman, you are basically the guy that beat Roman. You are the face of the company. You are basically Roman's replacement, and I don't think that's Damian Priest. So I think Damian Priest is probably cashing in during the Seth match, Seth and Drew. I think there's a chance that he tries. I think he should try to come down, and he should try to cash in during that match. Does he succeed? For me, this just comes down to, do we need Damian Priest as world champion right now? That's what it comes down to. What do we gain by Damian Priest being world champion right now? And my answer to that is, I don't know what we gain. I don't see what we gain. I don't see why we do it. I can't give a reason as to why we do it. I can't see what the next steps would be, if you know what I mean. Part of me thinks leave him with the briefcase and have him with that briefcase still around WrestleMania. Could you imagine WrestleMania? The idea that it could be this person, or it could be that person, or it could be Damian, because he could still cash in. I think Damian keeping this briefcase longer going into next year, so we've still got the option, because there will come a point where it's like, oh, and Damian could cash in, and that could really throw a spanner in the works. But I don't feel like if he cashes in, this throws a spanner in the works. Throws a spanner in the works for Drew. But, yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like the cash-in should be something that's... Well, I'd look for it to be quite clever. I'd look for it to be significant. I'd look for it to be a swerve, a curveball. I just think if he does it tonight, he's done it because... we just want to do a little shocking moment, to be honest, rather than like it actually be to the benefit of any story, you know? So I'm going to lean towards no, just because I can't see why we would do it. I can't see why it would happen other than it gets the title onto Damian. But I think that there'll be a better time, a better opportunity to put a title onto Damian. And that might present itself at the Rumble, at Elimination Chamber, at WrestleMania. It could present itself at WrestleMania. It could be that we get Sami winning the title at WrestleMania, and it's an amazing moment, and then Damian cheats Sami, and then Damian gets the title off Sami like immediately, and Sami is denied. I do like what was said earlier, though, about Drew wins the title and is then cheated out of it by Damian Priest. You know, maybe that makes sense then, because Drew winning and immediately being denied and another moment being taken away from him, that works. I mean, that's a story. I can see some there then. I can see why we would do that. But do we really think Drew's beating Seth? Drew would have to beat Seth, and then Damian would have to cash in. That's a lot of things that would have to happen. I don't know. Is it just more likely that Seth retains, Damian comes down and tries but doesn't succeed on this occasion? That way you get the excitement of, oh my god, he's going to cash in, but you don't actually get the cash in. So you still get the moment, but not the full moment, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it's an interesting one. We're just plucking things out the sky, to be honest, because there's not really a way of knowing. I'm just going with my gut. My gut says he'll try, but I don't think he succeeds with his cash-in attempt. Kashawn said, what would you do with Raquel to give her a character to sink our teeth into? I feel like she's bland as a character. She doesn't connect with the audience, in my opinion. Well, to be honest, I just don't think we've done anything with her. I think if you want to keep her babyface, that's fine, but she needs to be put in situations where she needs to really try and work some puzzles out. I would say I probably feel about her the same way I feel about Seth. So, like, they're both baby faces. They're both a bit bland at the moment. I mean, Seth's got his song, but, I mean, that's just it just gets sung by the live crowd. Once you've seen it, you've seen it. To me, that's just bland. Like, that doesn't do anything for me now. If anything, it irritates. I get irritated more than I enjoy it. His outlandish clothes, again, once you've seen an outlandish costume, you've kind of seen them all. So when he comes out and you go, what's he wearing there? Look at him. What's he look like? Once you've got past that, that's it. Right? So I sort of feel like storyline-wise, like there's not been much for Seth. I like the story about his back and, all that kind of stuff, and about how his back is potentially going to fail him. But that didn't really feel like it was Seth's story, but it was more Shinsuke's, because Shinsuke was talking about how he knew about the back and how he was going to target the back and how I'm going to get that belt from you because of your back. That felt more like Shinsuke's story than like Seth's. So I kind of feel the same about Seth as I do about Raquel. Like, neither of them creatively have really got anything going on. And so, he is the champion and he's having matches. But as we said earlier in this stream, I think you could point at him being a bit bland at the moment. And actually what we're doing is we're actually making the focus his opponents. So, Seth's a bit, he comes out, he's got his song, right? He dresses elaborately. That's about it. And what we're doing is we're reinventing Shinsuke, and we're making Shinsuke look really cool, and we're making Shinsuke a bit darker and a bit more vengeful and a bit more like the way he's doing his promos are different now. We're doing some new stuff with Shinsuke. The spotlight in that feud was on Shinsuke, and then now the spotlight's on Drew, because Drew's talking about how, why would I help Jay? The bloodline cost me, so why would I go back to the ring and help Jay? So he's not really a heel, but he is doing some heel type things. There's a baby face in trouble and he's not saving them. Seth was in trouble, but he didn't save him. Well, of course he didn't, because they're in a feud. Why am I going to come down and help you when we're feuding? And you go, yeah, that actually does make sense, doesn't it? It's a heelish thing, but I can see where he's coming from. So I think Seth's a bit bland. And we've actually built up his opponents, right? In regards to Raquel, I agree she's a bit bland at the moment, but the problem isn't so much her character, if you will. I just think it's the situation that you put her in. I just think you've got to put her in some situations. The problem with Raquel for me is that she went through a period of being injured for a long time. And we told this story of her feuding with Rhea, feuding with Ronda, and she had the injured arm and all this kind of stuff. And now she's kind of come back to the ring, and there's a few other people around. You've got Nia around, and you've got Shayna around, and you've got a few other moving parts. I would just like to see Raquel in a one-on-one feud with someone where we've got a few interesting twists and turns creatively, and she's in a situation where it's oh man, what's she gonna do? How's she gonna get out of that? That's tricky, man. How's she gonna get out of that? Because if she does that, she's gonna upset that person. If she does that, she's gonna upset that person. She's kind of got to make a bit of a tough decision here. That to me would be interesting, and that would start to reflect on her then. I think that creatively we just need to get a bit more creative. There's not really too much creative about putting 5 women in a match. That to me actually says we don't know what to do. that to me says, yeah, we're a bit lost. We've got all these women, we don't really know what to do, we're just going to put them in a match. Fatal 5-way, that'll do. I think multi-person matches are so lazy. They're just lazy. It's just we've got all these pieces and we can't figure out what to do, so we're just going to put them all in the match. It gets them all on the cards. But it's not very satisfying, is it? It's it's not very satisfying. Of all the matches on tonight's cards, I don't think anyone is going crazy about the Rhea match. Because the more people you add, it doesn't make the match better. It doesn't make the match like bigger and better and oh my god, can you believe it? 5 people in one match. What's gonna happen? It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I would make the argument that the more people you add, the worse the match gets. Unless you add 30 and you have a Royal Rumble, right? But if it's going to be like a Fatal 4-Way, right? I'd say a Fatal 5-Way is worse than a Fatal 4-Way. I would say a 6-pack challenge is worse than a Fatal 5-Way, right? I'd say the more that you add, like a 4-Way is worse than a triple threat. Because I just think the more people you add, the more diluted the matches get in. Everyone gets less time to shine. Right? Everyone gets that little less time during the match. And you get a lot more people lying on the outside so that a couple of people can fight. And then when they're done, someone else will come in and there'll be a little moment. And it's like everyone gets a little moment. But it's not the same as a one-on-one match, you know? And I'll admit, I'm not a big fan of triple threats. I don't hate on them. I just, if there's a triple threat, again, I don't see that extra person as making the match better. I see it as actually making the match worse. And so triple threats are something I don't lean towards. But I do have to say, and, we did say that the triple threat at WrestleMania was fantastic between Gunther and Sheamus and Drew. But then I think that's regarded as the best triple threat that's ever been, you know. It's one of the highest rated triple threats of all time. So, yeah, there's a lot of love for that triple threat. But I think if you're going to take Gunther and you're going to take people of that caliber, then you're going to have like a really great match, and it was a really great match. So not a big fan of triple threats, fatal 4-Ways, fatal 5-Ways, all of that kind of stuff. I'd much rather just one-on-one, and I think like a real simple thing for Raquel is just give her a one-on-one match with a good opponent where we've got like some real dilemmas and some real obstacles for her to try and overcome, because match quality wise she's excellent. She's really, really good. She's really good. Her match with Ronda was excellent. Really enjoyed her matches with Ronda. I'd say actually she probably got as good a match out of Ronda as anyone, one-on-one. As good, maybe better than anyone as well. Because Ronda had some good matches with Charlotte, but they tended to be like street fights with kendo sticks and everything. Actually, Ronda Raquel one-on-one wrestling match, probably as good as anyone had a wrestling match with Ronda. So that's good, innit? That says that there's some real talent there. If you can get a good wrestling match out of Ronda, you've probably got something going for you. So I think that wrestling-wise, she's going to be absolutely fine in a one-on-one situation. But she just needs to get her teeth into, like, you know, juicy feuds. It's a bit like Bianca. I mean, like, Bianca had, like, some feuds with Bayley and then moved on to a feud with Sasha, and people were quite excited about it. Like, oh, my God, Bianca against Sasha. Like, that's going to cook, man. But, I mean, like, there wasn't really much to Bianca's character other than skipping to the ring and swinging her hair around, you know? So I kind of feel like you build up Raquel and you get, like, Raquel to be quite cool. You give her some wins. You make her, like, you know, quite dominant. This match ain't going to do it for her. But, you know, have her beat some good heels. Like, have her get some wins together and then put her up against a big name. There's plenty of big names out there. There's plenty of big names to put her up against. And then people would be like, okay, yeah, I'm into this. Let's see how this goes. This could be good. And, like, you know, you kind of build on that momentum. But, yeah, if people were thinking I was going to say turn a heel and all that stuff, I've said before, I'm not a fan of it. I really think turning someone heel just because they feel a bit stale is the laziest thing you can do. I don't think there's anything lazier in wrestling other than maybe just endlessly booking rematches. But if someone's a bit stale, just go in, yeah, they're a bit stale, should we turn them heel? That's just, that is the lowest fruit. It's the easiest answer. It's like turning someone heel or turning someone face. It's a lot harder to come up with some really creative storylines that's gonna, like, you know, really put some obstacles in the babyface's way, that's really gonna challenge them. That's way harder. Hence why it's so easier to go just turn them heel. turn him face, turn him heel, do whatever, right? That should be, for me, the absolute last resort. That should be the final thing that we look to do. I'd be much more interested in exploring, like, do we put them in a group? Do we put them in a tag team? Do we do some off-location shoots? Do we, like, have her family in peril? Do we have someone leaving us some notes on a locker, like saying, I'm watching you, and do a bit of a stalker storyline? Do we, I don't know, like, endlessly, like come up with a few different bits and bobs, and then, like, you know, explore that and give us something creative to get our teeth into. Same with Seth, you know. Most of this stuff can be solved that way, by just having some really juicy creative stories, rather than just endless promos, endless meaningless matches. Like, let's get going, let's get cooking. That creative department, they're good. They're good under Triple H. You got to give them credit. But, you know, I think we can always look to introduce new stories, different stories, rather than just running the same sort of generic plays that we always seem to turn to. Maggie said, I'm not a fan of the Shamos matches either. Give me one-on-one any day. Seahawks Nation said, acknowledge your tribal chief Roman Reigns. He will smash and kill LA Knights. Not JPEG said, Ric Flair has been cleared to wrestle. Should he have a match in AEW? Well, I've got a couple of thoughts on that. My thoughts are that he... I personally, and this is not popular, but I personally would watch one more Ric Flair match. I may even watch a couple. But, because I've said before, like, we cannot tune in to watch Andre the Giant. We cannot tune in to watch Rowdy Roddy Piper again. We can't watch the Macho Man. We can't watch Bruno Sammartino. We can't even watch Bray Wyatt, right? But what we can watch is we can watch Ric Flair, who is arguably one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time. When if someone was to honestly do a top 20 professional wrestlers of all time list right now, as of now, everyone that's been before, I feel pretty confident that Ric Flair is going to be in there somewhere, right? Might not be top 5, may not even be top 10, but a top 20, I'm fairly confident Ric Flair gets in there. So the idea and the thought that we could watch an absolute legend compete one more time, that's a very hard thing to say. No, I'm not watching. I ain't watching it. And to be honest, I'd watch it. Is he past his best? I mean, it's not even a conversation, is it? He is so far past his best. He is just Ric Flair in name now, right? That's it. He's Ric Flair in name, but it's still him. And I know that there was the allegations made against him, but I am always nervous of finding people guilty that have not been found guilty. He's not been found guilty of anything. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. And so I can't really do much with that. I can't say, if there's people out there going, I ain't going to watch him because of the allegations, I would get it. I get it. It's fine. That is your choice, and that is absolutely acceptable, and I'd have no arguments with it, right? But for me personally, I can't find someone guilty that hasn't been found guilty in a court of law, like, because that's what the courts are there for. Like, he's allowed to, you know, he's a free man. He's a free man who could be absolutely innocent. I have no idea. So for me personally, that is something that's a concern, but I'm just going to be honest, it wouldn't stop me from watching one last Ric Flair match, just like seemingly it hasn't stopped Tony Khan from bringing Ric Flair in. So, would I watch it? Yes, I would. Should AEW do it? No. They're different things. And I said this the other day, they're different things. Like, just because I would watch it and other people would watch it doesn't mean it should happen, right? Doesn't mean it should happen, right? There's lots of things I would watch that should not happen, right? Most of them on Pornhub, to be honest. They shouldn't happen, right? But it's a case that AEW would be liable for if something went wrong. That's the big difference. If I watch Ric Flair have one more match, right? If I watch Ric Flair have one more match and something goes wrong, I'm not responsible, right? I've paid my money and I'm watching it, but there's no legal repercussions coming back on me. There would be legal repercussions coming back on AEW, right? They would be in a big trouble. Because how does a 70-plus-year-old man get cleared to have one more wrestling match, to even compete, to even wrestle? How does that happen? How are we in that situation? How could you think that was acceptable? The legal repercussions could be quite severe. So AEW would be legally and morally in a really bad place if something went wrong. Could you imagine if Ric Flair had a heart attack during that match? And, you know, even if he didn't pass away, just had a heart attack, which could easily happen. Could you imagine Tony having to answer why he thought that was a good idea to put in a 70-plus-year-old man in a wrestling ring in his company? It's just not a good look, is it? So I would watch it. Others would watch it. But should AEW do it? No. If Ric Flair wants to wrestle, let him do what he did for his own last match that he had. Like, he should put it on of his own accord. It's up to him, isn't it? If he wants to wrestle, you go and sort it. You go and finance it. You go and get it cleared. You go and take the responsibility, because I don't want that responsibility. I don't want that. I don't want that flipping. I don't want that on my conscience. So, yeah, good question. Really good question. Mrs. Armour said he was unconscious for part of the last one. It would be insane to do it again. It's true. He blames dehydration. I saw an interview where he was like, I didn't drink enough water. I know that I made that mistake. That's on me. I feel bad. I know I can do a better showing and all this kind of stuff. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. It's probably not. He was probably on something. He certainly seemed drunk. He certainly seemed like he had some drinks. So, yeah, it certainly seemed like he was under the influence. I don't know that we can put that down to dehydration, but, I mean, that's what he said. So, it is what it is. And, you know, we'll see what AEW decides. I don't think they should do it, but if they do it, I will watch it. And that's kind of my stance on it. James said it's not a good look either way. Tony took shots at Vince's allegations. Then a week or two later, he signed Ric Flair. The hypocrisy is beyond belief. Yeah, that's true. I don't mind the signing. I actually think it's a decent move. I've said before, I think it's the right thing for them to do. But I don't disagree that Tony made a rod for his own back, because he made those comments about Vince and then he went and signed Ric Flair. Well, you can't talk about Vince and the allegations against Vince and kind of make out that, you know, that's a big deal, and then go and sign Ric Flair, who also has got allegations against him. Like, my position on Vince is my same position on Ric Flair, which is Vince to me is innocent as of now, because no court of law has found him guilty. Granted, he made sure it didn't go to a court of law and paid the women off, but those women accepted those payments as well. And so, you know, I don't know what would have happened if it had gone to a court of law. I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling the truth. I don't know what would have happened, because it never went that far. So I think it's fair for people to look at Vince a bit differently, a little bit suspiciously, but I can't say that he is someone that is guilty. He's a guilty man, because I have no idea. I was not there. I genuinely don't know. So I agree that Tony made a rod for his own back by making, like, you know, a massive deal of Vince's allegations and then going and signing Ric Flair. that to me is a separate issue. That's Tony's issue. I ain't interested. That's Tony's issue. Right? He can deal with that. Should AEW have signed Ric Flair? I think they should. Because I think that you can use him, as I said, for like fan meet and greets. I think you can use him to cut promos at house shows. So that, you know, if you want to go along and you want to internationally, like if they're going to go around the world, if you can take Ric Flair around the world, there's places like the UK. When do we get a chance to see Ric Flair? We don't. And I'm not talking about wrestling. I'm just talking about seeing the man. I can't be the only one who is just in awe of legends. I can't be the only one that's like gets giddy when I see, like, you know, a Shawn Michaels, a Triple H, a Ric Flair, you know. So I don't need to see these people wrestle. Just seeing them, knowing what they've achieved. I mean, I can imagine it's the same if you're a Swiftie and you bump into Taylor Swift. You know, you don't need to see her sing or hear her sing. Just seeing her out in the street, I'd imagine, would result in people falling over. So for me, like, them signing Ric Flair, being able to take him to house shows so we can cut, like, you know, a little friendly promo. How you doing? It's great to be here. You're in for a great show. For him to be able to do meet and greets, for him to pop up backstage in like a little backstage little thing to, like, you know, do a little backstage whatever, give a bit of backstage advice to maybe some young talent, like Ric Flair going up to someone saying, listen, I just wanted to take a second just to let you know I see something really special in you. You remind me a lot of a young Harley Race, or you remind me a lot of a young Sting, or whatever it might be. Just having a word like Ric Flair saying that to someone backstage immediately makes that someone a little bit more important. So for me, like, them signing him, yeah, why wouldn't you? I mean, like, going and getting a legend like that so that you can do so many different things, and not even matches. Just so many different things. I think it's fine. So I know people are against it, but I think, as we said, there's a lot of tribalism. I think Tony made a rod for his own back. He was definitely, like, you know, a hypocrite, but that's, I think, a separate issue too, should they have signed him. And I think they were right to do it. And I like the fact that he's on board with AEW, but I know that I may be in the minority there. I don't know, but that's my thoughts on it. Not JPEG said, Kairi Sane, Kabuki Warriors reunion or singles run. I don't think you need to choose. I think you can do both. I think you can do Kabuki Warriors, and I think you can do a bit of a singles run. You could bring her in, do a bit of a singles run, or bring her in and do Kabuki Warriors, and then have her do a singles run. Whichever one you want to do first, doesn't matter. Creatively, it doesn't matter. If you want to bring her in and have her as an opponent for EO, then you can do that. If you want to bring her in and have her as a partner for Asuka, then you can do that. So either. It really doesn't matter. Face or heel. I've loved both for Kairi. I saw Kairi as a face in NXT. I actually saw her as a face at a house show. Met Kairi as well. She was amazing. Wonderful. I don't know if they ask superstars to do this. I would imagine they don't. But she was around before... after the show. And she met everyone that wanted to meet her. I've said before, if you get a chance to go to an NXT house show, do it. It is honestly one of the best things you could do as a WWE fan. And the reason why I say that is because when I went, there was about 200 people in the room. The people that I saw wrestle were like Keith Lee, Kairi Sane, Dakota Kai, Shayna Baszler, the Viking Raiders, Undisputed Era. I mean, look at where some of these people are now, and I'm watching them in a room of 200 people, right? It's the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? So not only like was that amazing, but when you went in, there was like 3 people you could meet as well. I think it was Santana Garrett, maybe Deonna Purrazzo, because I think she might have been there at that time. and maybe like a Xia Li. I didn't meet them because the queue was so long, and it felt like all 200 people were waiting to meet them because it was free, and you could get some signed and get your picture took with them. I'd imagine if you went now, it would probably be like Kalani Jordan, and it would be Lola Vice. You know, it'd be like people that are not near the top of the card, but like just starting out. But even so, like some of them are going to make it to the main roster, of course. So you get to do that. You get to see big future stars in a room of about 200 people. And not only that, after the main event, Kairi went around and she met anyone that wanted to meet her. So I got a picture with her, and it wasn't hard because you just waited and she came over to you, and it was fantastic. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So I've got nothing but respect for Kairi. I don't know if she was told to do that, but I get the feeling that probably she's just a lovely person that wanted to meet as many people as possible. So to me, she works as a face. I saw her as a face in NXT. She was excellent. I saw her as a heel when she was with Kabuki Warriors. I thought she did a really good job. Really good job. So I don't mind her as a face. I don't mind her as a heel. I think she works well as both. And I don't mind if she has a singles run first, if she's with Kabuki Warriors first. I know it's a boring answer, but it's the honest, truth answer. I think she is, I don't know why we ever let her go. I think she's a great talent. I think that she is super versatile. There are some people that struggle to do being a face and being a heel. There's some people that work better as one or the other. I genuinely think she can do both. Maybe she works a little better as a face because she is, I think, just so lovely as a person. Maybe she works a little better as a face, but it's not a problem for her to be a heel. And she works great with Asuka in the Kabuki Warriors, but it's not an issue for her to be a singles wrestler. So she's so versatile. I really, really like her. I've got so much time for her that I'm just really excited she's back. And if we see her tonight, and I think we will, I'll be really into it. I'll be really, really excited for it. So, yeah, we are getting close. We're just 6 minutes away. Darwin, shout out to you, buds. Really, really appreciate the support, man. Really, really appreciate the support. Darwin, you don't need to keep firing in super chats, man. I know I keep saying that, but I just want to reiterate it because your support is appreciated, but you don't need to do it, bud. Darwin said, I've seen some people worried about LA Knight's momentum being lost against Roman. He will not lose momentum. He can maintain or even gain from it. Triple H has got a plan for him after Crown Jewel till WrestleMania. Learning from the best Roman would be the best for him. I agree. I actually think the opposite. I actually think it will hurt him if he wins the title, which might sound a little strange to some people, but there's a saying in wrestling, and it's not a saying that I've made up. It's a saying that like Triple H uses and like bookers, promoters use, and that is that the money is in the chase. And it's true. The money is in the chase. The money is in a baby face trying to become champion. Like, if you like, I love Sami, and I am desperate for Sami to become a world champion because I want him to have that achievement, and I'm worried it won't happen, right? So the money there is in him trying to become world champion. Once he gets there, yeah, okay, there's other things you can do. How long can he have the belt for? How many title reigns can he have? Like, I get it, there's things you can do. But that is a big part of the appeal. Once he gets there, I feel like you can breathe a bit of a sigh of a relief. I think you can like, okay, he's done it. He's got there, kind of a situation, you know. So I think that I think the same is true of LA Knight, and I think that LA Knight, he's been in the business a long time, but he's not been on the main roster and certainly not been pushed for very long. I mean, he's only been pushed really since about Money in the Bank, right? Because before that, he was getting good crowd reactions, but he wasn't even getting onto pay-per-views. So if we go with the idea that the money is in the chase and that people are going to be invested in LA Knight whilst he's trying to become champion, I actually think there could be a problem when he becomes champion, because when he becomes champion, all of a sudden, he's not the underdog. You know, a large part of his appeal is the fact that at the start, certainly, people were getting behind him because they saw something in him that they didn't believe WWE saw. And to be honest, I don't think WWE did see. I think that WWE looked at him as a steady hand, as someone that would definitely be good to have around and could provide something. But I don't think WWE saw him as being like the next big world champion, you know. No way. This is a guy that came in as Max Dupree, got changed to LA Knight, and then wasn't even making it onto pay-per-views. Well, he wasn't even used on the 2-day WrestleMania this year. So, you know, that's a large part of why people started getting behind him, because they wanted WWE to notice this guy. Well, now WWE do, because the fans made them notice him. But this feels really early, man, for him to win a world title. And for him to beat Roman, this feels super early. Super, super early. And I'd be worried that if he did get it, that some of that support of him being the underdog, not being noticed, not getting onto the shows and everything, for it to go from that to now, okay, you like this guy here, let's put the world title on him. I would really worry that some of that momentum would be stalled by him winning. Not by him losing, by him winning. And that it would be a case that people would be like, oh, he's done it, he's got there, brilliant. A lot of people would stick with him, but I'd have no doubt that some would be, you know, starting to look at him and go, right, you're there now. What are you going to do? Like, you know, you're the guy. We know how people can turn on people. We know that how the underdog, once they become the guy, you know, it's a different dynamic. Another underdog will come along and they'll be flavour of the month. And I think LA Knight's here to stay. I certainly don't think he's a flash in the pan. But why are we rushing? Why are we so... Where's the fire? Why are we so desperate for him to... He has to get this title now, tonight. It's got to be tonight. Why? Why is it? Why? What's going on? What have I missed? We've only just started with him. Flipping Sami Zayn's been on the main roster since, like, 2016. He ain't got a world title. Cody Rhodes, how long has he been trying to get a world title? He never won a world title. Jake the Snake never won a world title in his career. Roddy Piper didn't win one in his career. I mean, not in WWE, maybe in other companies. But like Mr. Perfect, British Bulldog, you know, there's massive names, big names of people that never got a world title or are still waiting for a world title. So for LA Knight to come in and just, there you go. I don't think it really fits his character. His character is an underdog that's trying to get there. He's had obstacles put in his way. He's had to go to the NWA. He's been in Impact. He's found his way to the main roster. You got made Max Dupree. He wasn't being put onto the pay-per-views. Like, his story to me is someone that's just obstacle after obstacle after obstacle constantly thrown in his way. I think another obstacle here tonight is not a problem. He needs to look good in the match. And he needs to either win the match by DQ or just get cheated out of it like normally happens with the Bloodline. But the idea that this is going to... A loss here halts his momentum. I actually agree. I don't think that's true. I actually would worry a bit more for him if he won. Because how the flip are you going to follow Roman Reigns? How are you going to follow Roman Reigns and the ratings that Roman has been delivering? Could you imagine if LA's the champion and the ratings go down and all of a sudden, like, it doesn't feel as good as it did when Bloodline were around, or, you know, it just starts to stall a little bit or something, you know? Like, I agree. I think he gets there eventually. I'm not saying that he'll never be a world champion. I think he will be a world champion. I just don't think it needs to be tonight. But what a great situation for him to find himself in, where he's got the opportunity, you know. And there'll be plenty of people that are tuning in to see if it's going to happen. But I think the truth is a lot of people are probably accepting that it's not going to happen tonight. And I think a good chunk of people are all right with that. I think there's a lot of LA Knight fans that are watching and hoping, and, you know, they are tuning in to see that it's going to go that way. But as I said, I think they'll accept that it's probably not going to go that way tonight. Right, I'm a bit distracted because the Kickoff show has started. So we are live with the Kickoff show. We are inside a green screen studio, though I hate it when they do this. I'd much rather they did it inside the stadium. That might be difficult, though. But I hate it when we're inside this this CGI world, I'd much rather that we were inside... I'd much rather that we were inside the arena or somewhere like that in Riyadh, but maybe they can't ship everyone over to do it. Chris says LA night, yeah. Chris is definitely hoping that LA's going to do it by the looks of it. Maybe even expecting LA to do it. Chris, shout out to you. Kyle said, it's surprising how the Snake never got a world title. Well, the truth is, when it comes to a lot of those, I think that Hulkamania was just all-encompassing. A bit like how Roman has dominated the title picture over the last few years. Hogan did that, but for a longer period. Macho managed to punch his way through momentarily, but it soon went back to Hogan. Warrior punched his head through momentarily, but it soon went back to Hogan. And who knows, we might see the same here. It might be that someone punches through and then it ends up going back to Roman if the ratings aren't as great as when Roman was champion. But either way, we will see what goes down, obviously, tonight. In regards to Jake the Snake, and the same as the British Bulldog, I think the truth is there was a lot of demons there. And I think that backstage there was a lot of turmoil. And there was just a lot of stuff that, just meant that they couldn't be trusted to be the guy, British Bulldog was one that I was desperate. If there was anyone that I could have put a world title on, it would have been him. I mean, the British Bulldog was, I'm sat here in the UK, he was the guy to me. That was the guy. And I was desperate for him to be world champion. And I thought he'd won that Rumble, was it 95? And it turns out that Shawn had held on and then gets back over and then eliminates the Bulldog. I thought he was going to WrestleMania. I thought he was going to compete for the title. And then Shawn flipping steals it, doesn't he? That's one of the most disappointing moments in WWE history for me. Just for me personally. I'm not saying they booked it wrong per se. I'm just saying that for me personally, watching as a kid, that was absolutely heartbreaking. My heart was broken. They broke my heart. I so wanted him to win the title. But then you find out in later years that he just had so many personal demons that it wasn't possible, I mean, he couldn't even get through that SummerSlam 92 match, could he? Brett had to flipping tell him. Brett had to plan the match out, and then Brett had to walk him through the match as well. So yeah, it was a real problem that sadly meant that we could never even think about putting that title onto him. And I think the same with Jake as well. There's a lot of drug abuse and there's a lot of personal demons that I think got in the way. Misfit said, Gunther can't wrestle outside the US for the next 6 months, which means he'll miss Elimination Chamber and possibly Paris pay-per-view due to strict residency regulations. Well, that's disappointing for him, but I don't think it's an issue. I don't think it's... it doesn't stop him from winning a world title because it just means that world title won't be used on that card, basically. We've got 2. So we can always use the other one on those cards. Or we can lean heavily into the mid-card one. So, yeah, it's significant because it means he won't be able to go to those shows. But does it change anything? Does it mean anything? He wins the Rumble. He can go to WrestleMania. He doesn't need to worry about Elimination Chamber. The Berlin one, just, if he is a world champion at that point, just don't have him on the card. Roman's missed plenty of matches, pay-per-views where he's not defended his title. We just make sure that whoever is the WWE Universal Champion definitely defends on that Berlin cards. And we definitely use them for that. And Gunther obviously sadly can't. So if he's going to miss the Berlin one, that'll be a real shame, of course. You know, that Gunther would have been, you would have thought, a no-brainer for that. So if he is going to miss that, that'll be very, very disappointing. But, que sera, sera. You know, it is what it is, and there's not much we can do about it. The reason Gunther lose the IC because he can't leave the US for 6 months, said David. No, I don't see it as a non-issue. I don't see that as a thing in the slightest. I think it's interesting, it's noteworthy, it's newsworthy, but it has no correlation with creative or booking. If I was in the creative department, it would not change any plans I had for Gunther whatsoever. And it certainly wouldn't, you know, change taking off the IC title. Because we've got so many belts, and you can book so many matches. I mean, you could book a Intercontinental #1 contenders match on a Battle in Berlin. Build up a real good rivalry. 2 people that want to compete for the title. And then put that on the card instead of the title match. You book a #1 contenders match. Which, if it's been built right and these two really hate each other, right, and you've really put the work in, it doesn't matter that it's a #1 contenders match. It could just be for no reason whatsoever. It's just a great match, but with the added prize of the winner will face Gunther further down the road for the Intercontinental. So that, to me, would be a perfectly acceptable replacement for an Intercontinental title match, as long as it's built good. And then the big shows of SummerSlam, WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, they're all in America. So does Gunther even need to be at Elimination Chamber? No, probably not. And then Berlin, I think by the time we get to Berlin, it's probably going to have been, will it have been 6 months by then? Will the 6 months be up by then? So maybe Berlin will be fine. So is the only show affected like the Saudi show and the Australia show? Because if so, who gives a flip? I don't think it makes any difference whatsoever. So, no, to me, that's a non-issue. But still newsworthy, though. I appreciate people mentioning it. 50/50 TV said, will this pay-per-view be as big as Tony Khan's announcement? Nothing can be as big as a Tony Khan announcement. Nothing will ever beat Tony Khan announcements. They are the biggest thing in wrestling. And shame on you if you think otherwise. I can only imagine you are a hater. That's all I can imagine. There is nothing bigger than a Tony Khan announcement. Bishop said, can we do a poll for the main event? Yes, but not until we get closer to it. The reason I've not done a poll is because I was going to do polls for each match. I thought that might be enjoyable. So I didn't want to do a poll for anything in particular until we actually got to that match. So we will do a poll for the main event, but it'll probably be as we get closer to the main event. Will the reason... Oh, we read that one. Have you seen the Jake the Trouser Snake Roberts figure? No, and I don't think I want to, do I, by the sounds of it? Sounds a bit filthy, bit cheeky. Sounds like it's up my street, but it also sounds like something I would be alright with never seeing. Daddy Paul, shout out to you, said, Days, do you think LA Knight could go for the US title against Logan Paul down the line to try and elevate the title like Gunther has for the IC? 100%. 1,000%. 10,000%. It's what I would book. I saw a graphic just randomly of LA Knight in a ring with Logan on Twitter, and someone was like, imagine this for the US title. And I hadn't thought about it, but this was probably about a month ago now, maybe not, 3 weeks, something like that. And I remember saying on the stream, I was like, I hate celebrities in wrestling, right? I hate them. I've been very clear on it, been very consistent on it. People that if they watch these streams, they know my feelings on it. They know why, right? And I know that we all have different opinions. And I know there's people that watch that love celebrities that actually wrestle, right? And if that's you, fair play. I have, each to their own. Doesn't change my opinion. Each to their own, right? But so for me to say, like, that I'm fine with Logan winning a title is unfathomable, right? If you watch this channel, it's unfathomable. But I think a couple of things. First of all, he looks great. He's 28. He's athletic. He does boxing, right? And he is someone that did high school wrestling, right? So he's not a singer. He's not someone that looks like they weigh about 150 pounds soaking wet, yeah? He's tall. He's got a good build, a good physique. He's athletic. He's ticking boxes when it comes to the look, right? When it comes to the promo, he's so good. I mean, all he does is trash talk anyway on his podcast and everything. So him getting a live mic trash talking, that's right in his wheelhouse. So promo-wise, fantastic. Look-wise, great, fantastic. Wrestling-wise, well, we've all seen his matches. Because of his athleticism and the way that he is a big star, WWE don't want him to sink. They want him to swim. So they make sure that they show him some stuff, teach him a few things like a frog splash or like some sort of hurricanrana or whatever it might be, head scissor takeover or whatever it is, something that's got a bit of eye-catching, yeah? Then they put a match together where they can show off his things he can do. And then, obviously, like, people rave about it, myself included. I think his matches are great. No shades. I think his matches are great. So you look at the wrestling and you go, okay, he might not be able to call a match in the ring, right? But can he go in and put on a good match? Yeah, he can. He can, right? I've seen enough to see that he can. Can he do a good promo? He can. Does he look good? He does, right? The only frustrating thing about him is that he doesn't do this full time, right? If he was to do this full time, he would be as good as anyone on the roster. He is a great talent, potential through the roof, right? He could go into NXT, he could be NXT champion, he could go through the system, he could do this. The truth is, he's got so many fingers in so many pies, he doesn't want to, and he doesn't need to. WWE are happy to bring him in once in a while, and for them it works, for him it works. He can still do his boxing, he can still look after Prime, he's still got his podcast. If any other ventures come up, he can still go and do those. So he doesn't have to do this full time. So for me, that's the only frustrating thing, is that I wish he would dedicate himself to this. Just coming in for the big shows and doing a few Raws in the build-up to these shows. It's not enough. You're taking a spot away from someone that is doing this full-time. You're taking a spot away from someone that is a wrestler and is living this, and this is their livelihood, you know? So that's my only frustration with him. So, why should he win? Well, I think he should win because he's a heel. I think that he is someone that you're not meant to like. I think if you are upset that he doesn't do it full time, good. You're not meant to like him. If you are frustrated by him because it's Logan Paul and you find him annoying, good. You're not meant to like him. If you're upset at the idea of him winning the US title, good. You're not meant to like it. If you're someone that just hates him because of the crypto thing, right, and you just hate him, whatever, you know, that's a bit different because that's a proper legit scandal, right? If that's you, fine. I mean, I haven't really got anything to say about that. Fine. But him being a big heel and getting the title off Ray and then bragging about it, good. That's, you know, what he should be doing. Show it off on his podcast, all that kind of stuff. And then, yes, a monster face like LA Knight comes along, gets it from him. Perfect. Logan bragging like about how he doesn't do it full time and he's better than the wrestlers that do it full time and he's got the belt to prove it. And he can talk about everyone being below him and he's mastered this game now and blah, blah, blah. And he can wind up the fans and he gets boos anyway and he'll get even more boos. And it's right there for someone to come along and snatch it off him. It's right there for someone to come along and take it off him, isn't it? So Yeah, I am very excited to see how that match goes. If Ray retains, no problem. If Logan wins, honestly, to me personally, no problem, because I think then you're setting it up for someone like LA Knight to go and really have a moment. I mean, what a moment that would be for LA Knight. Imagine that, say, WrestleMania, LA Knight beats Logan clean, 1, 2, 3, gets a title. Not only gets a title, but shuts up Logan Paul. It's win, 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 win. Innit? Tick, 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 tick. It's amazing. He gets a title. He gets to carry that mid-card title. He's a champion. He takes it from Logan. It's so good. The pros there outweigh the negatives for me. So, yeah, I would do it. I would do it. Sir Killer says Tony Khan wants Ric Flair to end his life on an AEW ring. It's part of a ratings ploy. It's a genius booker. James said Logan beats Ray and Ricochet beats Logan. That would be great as well. Yeah. Imagine that. Samantha Irvin gets her revenge and gets to announce and new. Like, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? After what she got put through. After what she got put through with Logan making her announce Ricochet as the winner, as the loser, as Logan beating Ricochet, sorry. I'm distracted because the cricket's getting a bit tense. I still think England are going to lose, but it is getting tense. That would be great. Ricochet would be great as well. I'd have no problem with that. Right. Really should Jinder Mahal against Logan Paul, says Joint 77. James said, I've tweeted you that figure. Thank you, my friends. I'm not gonna show it on stream just because it doesn't sound very PG. But I will look at it. Not JPEG said, was there ever an electric fence steel cage match? Seriously? Not in WWE. There was one in TNA, but it wasn't really electrified. It's just when they touched it, like, I think there was a noise that got played, like type situation, and it was all a bit cringe because they were having to act like they were being electrocuted, and it didn't sit very well. I don't think it's TNA's proudest moment. Let's put it that way. Mrs. Armour for Firefly said, not just the physical part, I enjoy him being a shiz heel, not happy about it, but he's so awful, he's goods. I think we're talking about Logan, maybe? Jeremy said, Roman Reigns' next opponent, maybe Randy Orton, New World Order, or Uncle Howdy. David said, if your trips do you take the IC title belt off Gunther due to Gunther not leaving the US for 6 months? We answered that. The answer's 100% no. I think him not being able to leave for the next 6 months it means nothing. At zero. It does not change creative one iota. Because how many shows do they do abroad that need an IC title match? Like, I can only think of this Saudi show, which is already done. And after this, we're going to Australia, which we can easily just not have the IC title be defended on that. I mean, I don't think he should go that far anyway. I don't think that he should be going carrying the IC title that long. But would that stop me putting the world title on Gunther? No, not at all. Because we can still stack a card without Gunther and a world title for Australia. You just have Roman on it. Roman against someone. You have Seth battling someone. You have both the women's titles. You could have the United States title. You have the tag title. It's not a problem. So, no, it doesn't affect anything in my opinion. His mic work isn't what people make him want to lose. It's the Suicide Forest and the Crypto and the way he treats his brother compared to KSI, says Fortnite. Well, the Suicide Forest was a long time ago, and I also was very anti-Logan at that time. I would say that he did change as a person. The kind of content he was making did change follow that. I think that was a bit of a wake-up call for him. I think he has lived his life in front of a camera and he made a big mistake. Huge. And if there's people that can't forgive him for that, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I can't tell you what to forgive people for or whatever, but I can just tell you that my feelings on it was that I really did not like him around that time. Not that he was massively on my radar, but that was, it was bad, and the backlash was bad. But I think that he did learn from that, and I think that was a wake-up call. Even if that wake-up call wasn't that he changed as a person, but he just knew not to do content like that now, right? Not to go that far. We weren't seeing him continuing to push. You see it all the time where people will do something douchey, like, say, a prank video, and they cause, like, drama, and then they go and do another prank video, right? So it's a case that, for me, he definitely learnt from that. In regards to the crypto thing, I actually don't know loads about that. I know that was a recent controversy. I know he said that my understanding is he brought in some people that he trusted that kind of let him down. And I think he said that he was going to pay people back that were affected. It was like 1 million that people lost. And he said he was going to refund everyone. Now, that still hasn't happened. But he did an interview the other day, I think with Ariel Helwani. And Ariel asked him, and he said, it's still in the process and it will 100% happen. So my feeling on the crypto thing is not a good look. Was it a scam that he knew and he was a part of? I don't know. He has said he's going to refund people, and he said that that's going to happen. So we hold him to that. So I expect him to do that, and I expect to hear about that happened. So again, if you want to hold that against him, it's absolutely fine, isn't it? That's fine. I mean, there's plenty of reasons to not like Logan. There's plenty of reasons, and I don't feel like I need to be in a position where I'm a Logan defender, I don't need to be like, but all I can do is I can tell you and explain to you why I am fine with him winning. Me, someone that hates celebrities that wrestle, and someone that's not really a fan of Logan. Like, I've never watched Logan. I don't care about Logan. It would not bother me if I never saw him again in my life. I would not give a flip, right? So I'm certainly not a Logan fan. I'm certainly not someone that watches his videos or anything like this, right? So I am aware of all of these things, but I think he moved on from the Suicide Forest. I think that the crypto thing, I heard he said he was going to refund people. Whether he does or doesn't, we can certainly hold him to it. He did an interview where he said it's still happening and he will do that. And who gives a flip how he treats his brother compared to him, innit? Who cares? Honestly, if you got an issue with Logan on that, then I think you might have a bit too much time on your hands. It's, relationships with family and everything can be complicated. So if he has found someone, a friend that he's gone into business with and he enjoys hanging out with, why should he not hang out with KSI just because his brother doesn't want him to? I don't know, man, that's a weird one. That one to me seems like you're really too far down the rabbit hole if that's a barrier for you. If your real reason is that, well, I can't believe the way he treats KSI compared to how he treats Jake. Jesus Christ. I mean, to quote Edge, go and touch some grass. I can understand the crypto thing. I can understand the Suicide Forest thing. I can understand those. But to me, that's why they're not barriers. Matthew said, for as big as Ray is, he's not that big, he's only about that big. He should have done a lot more with the US title. We shouldn't be discussing Logan beating him, but here we are. Well, I don't disagree with that. I think he should have done more with the US title. I think, to be honest, Ray is at the end of his run. I think we've spoke a lot about how John Cena maybe doesn't have the same impact that we know him to have in the past. This is why his promo last night was so impactful, because that's just not a version of John Cena that I've been seeing. I have not been seeing that version of him, and so I feel the same about Ray. I think Ray has come back, and what has Ray largely done? I mean, to be honest, he's put over his son. He's done a few matches, and he's done a little bit of work with some of the upcoming talent. But to be honest, this isn't the Ray of Halloween Havoc with Eddie. Yeah, this isn't the Ray of the kind of early 2000s. This is a different kind of Ray. It's a Ray that is on the back end of his career. It's a Ray that I don't think it's unfair to say he's not done or anything, but he is. It's Ray in name, isn't it? It's Ray in name. It's not the best version of Ray that we've ever seen. And you know, he's getting on. You know, his body's got to be hurting. He's you know. It's life. It's the way it goes. He's been in this game a long time. He's a legend. He is an absolute legend, as we know, a first ballot Hall of Famer. So I have nothing but the utmost respect for Rey Mysterio. But yeah, I don't disagree. I think the US title could be on someone that should be doing something with it. I think when it was on Theory didn't do much with it either. And to be honest, he can't make the excuse that he's on the back end of his career. He should be way more ashamed than Ray. So I agree, he could have done more with it. But then saying that, WWE could have made him do more with it. At the end of the day, it does come down to the whole creative that he gets given as well. You know, it's one thing to point at him, but it would be another thing to say, well, you know, WWE could have gave him something to do. But did anyone see the weigh-in last night? WWE took a playbook out of boxing. Yeah, not good, man. Not good. We did a live watch along for it, and my opinion on it, I don't know if this was shared, but I saw people saying similar things. My opinion was that with that type of a weigh-in, we see it on a regular basis. If you watch Misfits, or if you watch just boxing or UFC, you see those types of weigh-ins a lot. So when it is so obviously fake, and there's like fake journalists, and there's like fake oohs and ahs, and there's like a bit of a cheesy scuffle, like, because we're used to seeing what the real thing looks like, the fake thing looks so poor in comparison. It is like an own brand equivalent, right? It's like, rather than Coke, we're getting, you know, Roller Cola or whatever, right? It's the poor man's equivalent. It didn't look good. You know, to be honest, a lot of those press conferences and a lot of those weigh-ins, that beef is kind of fake anyway. Because after the fight, they're all hugs, aren't they? Right? So a lot of the time they're doing it just to kind of build up the fight. So even those ones that we're used to seeing, you know, how much truth is them to them anyway? So seeing WWE trying to do their own equivalent and it being so obviously fake just was very unsatisfying, to be honest. I didn't like it at all. I think it's a good idea, and I think they should do it, but just make it more realistic. Do you know what? I'd be really tempted, and maybe this would be a bad idea, right? I'd be happy to admit this might not work, but why not try it behind the scenes? Why not try it behind the scenes, see how it goes, and if it's like, oh man, that was good, then try it for real. And what I would do is I would have a press conference, and I would have the weigh-ins and everything, and you can use some of that for the shows, whatever. But I would tell them to go out there and stay in character and just shoot from the hip. Just like they do in the real press conferences. Those, you know, you don't go in necessarily with planned stuff, and you go in there and you shoot from the hip. And, if you want to think about some things you can say beforehand, then you can do that. It's not a secret that it's going to happen. It's going to happen, and we're not writing anything for you. So you can write it yourself, right? And then all of a sudden, don't you think that would be interesting to see what people are going to say and what they're going to come out with? And it's going to feel a bit more real because, they're going to be talking over each other, and it's not going to be as choreographed, and we're not going to put fake sounds in, and we're not going to have fake journalists. We're going to put them out there, and you're going to talk, and it's going to happen. So if you want to plan something. If you don't, and you think you can get away with not planning something, well then don't. But if you drown, you drown. And I would be really interested in seeing the result of that. It might be a disaster, might be awful, right? It might be that someone gets absolutely verbally destroyed and they've got no comeback, and it might ruin their character, right? It could be a disaster. I will hold my hands up to it. But I would rather watch that and see how that goes compared to having to watch what I watched last night, which was so obviously fake that I sort of cringed my way through it and just survived it. That to me is not something that we should be looking to do again. We tried it. To me, it didn't work. Let's move on. But I like the idea of it, and we should do it again, but not in that style. Because it was just so... it was bad. It's bad. We can do it better than that. Edward, shout out to you. Hope you're well, bud. Edward said, what time does it start? Is it 6 p.m? I think it's 5 p.m, isn't it? We should be going to this Sami match really soon. We are on the Kickoff show. It's just video packages. It's just boring, to be honest. So we are waiting for this thing to get going. We've been live for a good few hours now. We've been live for a long time. And we are in the Kickoff show, and we'll be going to the main show straight after this. But as we said, Sami, JD McDonagh, that should be our first match coming up very, very soon. So I think it's only a 1 hour Kickoff show. I'm not aware of it being a 2 hour Kickoff show. I think we'd only tend to do that for WrestleMania. JB said, I've got Bianca winning and finally ending the Damage Control feuds. After 16 months, it's time for Damage Control to implode. We've seen enough. Not JPEG said, unscripted, uncensored, unedited, unapologetic. Yeah, I think it'd be a bit of fun for the boys as well. You could imagine it backstage, them oh man, I'm going to rip you apart. And they're like, bring it. I'll go toe-to-toe with you, Because everything they do is scripted, isn't it? There's a few that I think are given the opportunity to just say some stuff and not have to worry about it. But to be honest, there's the vast majority just get given their scripts. So I think the boys may enjoy it. Give them something to get their teeth into. And I think you could have someone up there like Triple H playing that Dana White role, so that if someone is getting a little bit out of control, he can step in and cut it off, They know that they have to listen to Triple H. Triple H is going to step in if needed, right? And maybe there's a bit of a rule of you don't go after the family. Yeah, you're in character. You are your character. You don't go after the person. You don't involve real life situations. If you do, there's big repercussions, right? It's a case of your character is talking to their character, and you focus on the storyline and you drill in, right? If you want to use what's happened to that character in the past, you can. So if you want to talk about the fact that this character has never beaten your character, you can absolutely do that. If you want to focus on a previous storyline of that character, you can. Whatever it might be. But keep it raw. That's what Raw was meant to be, wasn't it? Raw was meant... Nothing can go wrong when you're live, said Vince McMahon famously, hence why we started Raw. Right, here we go. We are going to go to our first match. Sami Zayn making his way out. Look at this. Look at the scenes. Sami Zayn has come out. He's got a white... I don't know what it's called. but it is a white traditional attire, whatever it's called. And he is making his way down. JD McDonagh to the ring. Why is that so small? There we go. That's better. Dun 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 dun. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. He's got his arms in the air, big smile on his face. Big Sami Zayn sign in the crowds. I love the thing in the middle. I've only just noticed that. There's like this big diamond kind of above the ring. And it looks like it's like some screens. It looks really good. Here's the Irish ace, JD McDonagh, making his way down to the ring. JD McDonagh coming down. So JD McDonagh against Sami Zayn. Manic's Dark World said JD is going to cost Damian Priest the Money in the Bank cash-in tonight. Bet me. Alan said, let's go Zayn. Not JPEG said 48 likes does not equal the watch count. Oh yeah, if you are watching, probably should mention that. Drop a like if you haven't already. It's greatly appreciated. The like button just below the stream, the thumbs up, whatever it is these days. It definitely helps. For these big streams, we tried to get to 1,000, but I don't know what this will do, to be honest, because it's at a weird time, isn't it? So I honestly don't know if that's even possible, but we're not focused on that. We are focused on Sami Zayn against JD McDonagh. Tell you what, they're going crazy for Sami. Sami is definitely getting the support of the crowds. These two, big smile on Sami's face, man. You're going to need a sandblaster to get that smile off Sami's face. Big smile on Sami's face. Again, look at this. Huge smile. Crowd going bananas. Let's go, man. Let's go. I'm so pleased for him. I'm so pleased for him. Come on. I hope you're listening, Triple H. I hope you're listening. I want this. I want a world title on this guy. Sami in the centre then. These two looking to lock up. We've got 21 minutes to go until the start of the show. Brilliant reaction for Sami. Brilliant reaction. Here we go. We've got Sami working on the arm of JD McDonagh. And he's managed to get round the back of JD. Days on finally got a PS5 for Christmas and Spider-Man 2 and EAFC. Do you think we'll see a shocking return of Randy Orton? Not tonight. I think we'll get it at Survivor Series. I don't think we get a shocking return tonight. Lovely arm drag there by Sami, keeping JD down. Kia. It's keeping JD down. And Sami going over to the corner. So Sami in the corner, kick to the midsection there by JD, elbow by JD, big blow by JD as well. And Sami in the middle of the ring, a headlock being applied there by JD. What's the prediction for the Roman fight? Well, I think Roman retains. I did say that he would win. I certainly don't mind the idea of LA winning by DQ or LA winning by count out. I have no issue with that whatsoever. Oh, wow! JD just got, like, hurled towards the ropes. I don't think that went to plan. Sami was down. He used his legs. Look at that, to flip over JD. I think JD was meant to flip over. He didn't. He ended up like going towards the ropes. Man, that was brutal. That was brutal. Shots coming in by Sami. I think it was a botch, but it was one of those botches that was... it was botched and it was dangerous, but actually no one ended up getting hurt. And it's actually, like, added to the match. A bit like, do you remember when Undertaker went over the top, came crashing down at WrestleMania 25? Taker didn't get hurt, but it really added to the match. And I think that was kind of a similar moment there. Like, JD just went kind of flying over to the ropes. Could have got hurt, but thankfully didn't. And it's actually made this a bit more of an engaging contest. Sami hurling JD over in the corner. What the flip? How did that even happen? He went over to the corner. He ended up, like, kind of flipping. I don't know what he was doing. JD bumping around like Shawn Michaels and Hulk Hogan at SummerSlam 2005. JD rolling out the ring now. He probably does need to regroup, in all fairness. Sami coming over, grabbing JD. Sami in the middle of the ring. JD McDonagh looking to get into the ring, and a big blow there to Sami. Sami is down, and there's some big shots that are raining down here by JD McDonagh. Gotta go, not JPEG, shout out to you. Don't you think they're loud? And that's what we want. We don't want a boring crowd, says RNG Mr. Show Gaming. Best fans ever. I think it's great crowds. I think there's been a few great crowds. Obviously, we'll need to see if they can stay as loud throughout the whole show. We've had some great crowds. Puerto Rico was great. I thought London were really good. I thought that Montreal might have took the biscuit. Montreal is still the standard for me. But yeah, this is a very, very passionate, very vocal crowd, and they are they're certainly here for a good time, and that is 100% what you want to see. Can they keep this energy up though throughout the whole show? I hope so. JD looking for some chops. It's a really great kickoff show match, you know. Really great kickoff show match. Sami is going over, grabbing JD. Oof. JD battling back. JD looks like he should be a mini wrestler. Seth Drew match is going to start off Crown Jewel. Is it? Have they announced that? Why do WWE do 2 premium live events in November? Well, I think it's because they have to do this one here because of it being Riyadh season. So I think part of it is that they do it at this time because this time is, as I said, Riyadh season, which started with the Tyson Fury fight. And isn't Survivor Series always around Thanksgiving? So, you know, we did used to do TLC in December, but now really this is November one, and then I suppose in a way Survivor Series is December one. But yeah, it's you know, either however you want to look at it. Big clothesline there by Sami. Sami, we've got... Oh my God, what's that? Has he got a bruise on the side of his body? Is that JD? JD's chest is red raw, and I think he's got a massive mark on the side of his body. Absolutely huge. Sami grabbing JD. This is awesome chant. When did you hear a "this is awesome" chant for a flipping kickoff match? Man, that is insane. This is awesome for a kickoff match. Crown Jewel is live. It is live. We are up and running. The actual show itself doesn't start for about 14 minutes though. JD McDonagh is going to be on the dark side of the ring as a shadowy figure exposing the monkey flip, said Mouldy Spoon. Good match. The crown make the difference, said Miss Clown. Justin said the stay getting red is Saudi. Someone always gets red in these spots. JD goes over to the other side of the ring. Exploder suplex. Sami, look at that mark on the side of his body, man. Look at that mark. Painful mark. Sami coming over looking for the Haluva connects. Haluva connects. He's grabbing JD. Blue Thunder Bomb. 1, 2, 3. Great match. Electric crowds. I mean, honestly, one of the best kickoff matches I think you'll see. Just so much fun. Brutal. Sloppy in places, but not to a point where I think it took away from the match. I would actually counter-argue and say to a point where it added. I felt like I've just watched two people battling to get a victory. It felt to me like the win here was really important. Even though they're not fighting for anything, it felt like this mattered. I felt like I was watching something that mattered. Brilliant. I mean, what more can you ask them to do? I don't care if there's the odd bit that's a bit sloppy in there. Not bothered as long as no one gets hurt. I'm not bothered. I mean, like, JD has just left that ring with his chest bright red. He's got a massive mark on the side of his body. Looks so painful. Who cares? Who cares if it was a bit sloppy? That would be a problem if someone got hurt. Like, really hurt, but they didn't. Crowd were electric, and that is a great kickoff match. Gerald, shout out to you, said I can't wait for them to debut a TLCS match. Tables, ladders, chairs, and stools. Well, I don't think stools are going to be involved. Certainly not after last night's Donnybrook, which was not great. Well, the stool part was not great. I mean, people might be a bit divided on if the match was great or not, but yeah, a stool was used and it didn't break. He walloped him and the stool didn't break, and honestly, you'd expect those stools to be gimmicked. You'd expect them to be like, so they would basically disintegrate, because it looks good, and also it kind of implies that they are on impact. You know, the stool just falls apart. The fact that the stool stayed solid means that it must have been solid, and that must have meant that impact was pretty brutal. So, yeah, that Donnybrook match from last night's SmackDown was pretty crazy, wasn't it? That match was 4.47489 stars, said the Beach Kevin. That was a 10 for me. It was really good, said Junior Simpson. Sakila said, give Drew the title already. Andy said, what is your favourite action figure? I would go Finn Balor Ultimate Edition, which tends to be my go-to. I don't know that anything's come out recently that beats that, but I would say that the figures they're coming out with now are the best they've ever come out with. They're the best. The facial likenesses, the Ultimate Edition articulation, the level of accessories, it's the best they've ever been. So if you haven't got into figures, I would say now is as good a time as you're ever going to get. Mr. Quake said it was a 5.5. Dort Knight said 5, and that's being generous. Brian said 10 out of 10. Smurfy Toon said really good, 4 out of 5. What happened to JD's abdomen? I don't know. It got messed up in one of the moves. I don't know if it was when he got caught in the ropes, but it was. Looks like JD might have a couple of broken ribs. Well, I hope not. That might change my opinion of the match if he's got a couple of broken ribs. As I said, a couple of sloppy, botched moments don't bother me, because if I feel like I'm watching a couple of people actually battling away, actually fighting, that's the most important thing to me. So as long as no one gets hurt, or as long as nothing looks really dumb, you know what I mean? I mean, what I saw there was two people really going at each other, and a red-hot crowd that were lapping it up. Elizabeth said, I don't know if the male WWE superstars have to wear T-shirts when they wrestle today at Crown Jewel. They shouldn't. I mean, I believe we've seen people not wearing T-shirts before in Saudi Arabia. The women have to cover up because, you know, they're women. And, you know, if they show off their lumps and their bumps, it might tempt us all. Do you know what I mean? We're simple creatures, us guys. Do you know what I mean? We see some lumps, some bumps, and we lose our minds. So they might need to... Drew. So Drew and Seth is next. Who wins? Let's go, baby. Actually, who leaves as world champion? This will be interesting. Who leaves as world champion? Is it going to be Seth? Is it going to be Drew? Or is it going to be Damian Priest? So apparently this is going to be our next match. They've just announced it. It was rumoured in the chat as well, so I don't know if Fightful have already got like a scoop. Sometimes they get some scoops, don't they? But yeah, we've got Drew and Seth coming up next. So will it be Drew, will it be Seth, or will it be Damian? Get your votes in. LS Dub said, I saw that Drew and Seth are kicking off. If Drew wins, I'd be intrigued to see where they take that and how his heel turn is booked. I got Seth, but I don't think Drew winning is impossible. Michael said, I miss Vince McMahon's creative booking. I'm sad. I was a big fan of Vince booking and not Triple H's booking. Triple H's booking sucks eggs, says Michael. Latanya says, I don't care what anyone says. I'm just waiting for Jade Cargill to show up. I already saw her on SmackDown. I just want to see her again. That's who I'm waiting on. Days, can you please show the figure James showed you? I'm sure it's not porn. The chat want to see it, says William. Well, we've got a second. No, it's definitely not getting shown. I Am Famous said, do you think Candice LeRae will wrestle this coming Monday, or WWE will keep her off TV and sell the concussion head injury? I think they would sell it. I think they'd be right to sell it. I don't think you'd have to sell it, but I think you could sell it, and I think that might provoke Indy to then go up against Xia Li. Because Indy could have a match with Xia Li and try and battle her to go... I don't know, Xia Li been announced as having a different opponent? Are we getting Xia and Becky? But either way, I don't think we need Candice back for this week. So I'd have her sell it still, to be honest. And if Xia doesn't have a match lined up, maybe she could face Indy. Johnny Autism Wrestling, shout out to you, bud, said Damian is cashing in his money in the bank between Seth and Drew. I think Damian takes the gold. Mystic Mist said, I can see Drew winning, then Priest cashing in on him to win the belt to steal the moment away from Drew. I Am Famous, we answered that one. Suzanne said, that was a good match, but the red mark on JD was pretty bad. It was. Dark Angel said, so you've got something to look at whilst talking to them. Ellis Stubb said, this opener has the most moving parts. I'm intrigued by it the most. Coming in. You coming in? Oh, you're wet. That's what you are. You're a wet dog. Are you coming in? Bah. What? What do you want? What do you want? Do you want this?
It may be LA Knight's game, but it is Roman's reign, and while LA Knight's...
Do you want it? You having it? I'm not holding it for you. Take it. Thank you. Thanks. Right. What would be your reaction if Priest ever tries to cash in on Roman? What would be my reaction? I would be surprised because I don't think he would succeed. I think that he is. I think that I don't think he's the next face of the company. I think that whoever beats Roman is going to be the next face, right? I think whoever beats Roman is the guy. And for Damian to try and cash in, like, honestly, if he tried, I'd be sat there going, please don't succeed. Please don't succeed. I don't want to see Roman's historic reign come to an end. I don't want to see it come to an end due to a cash-in. Like, that to me is so cheap. Like, I don't think that if Damian cashed in on Roman successfully, that to me is not much of a passing of a torch. Because, you know, would he have beaten him in a match? Probably not. Yeah, he's got the title, but he hasn't. And yeah, all right, he pinned him, but come on, there's a massive asterisk next to that. A massive asterisk. That would be such a disappointing way to end Roman's reign. Like, Roman has cheated like against so many people. I want to see him lose that title clean. I want to see someone get the better of him. You could make the argument of Roman has cheated people, so him being cheated is like poetic justice. Like, you can make that argument, but to me, it's just that's not a passing of the torch. So yeah, if he tried to do that, which he might do, I would just be sat there going, "Please don't succeed. Please don't succeed." Danny said, "Days, your dog is lovely. You should have him on more." Well, to be honest, we're always downstairs, and it's a she. Actually, she is. She can't go downstairs, and certainly not those stairs. They're quite steep, so that's why she's never around. But yeah, she's a lovely dog. Lovely dog. She's never really been trained though, because we live in the countryside. So the reason we've got her is just really like, you know, protection really. Because we're in the countryside, there ain't loads of people around us. So if someone ever did rock up, like, you know, we don't have guns or anything like that. So we've got her, and you know, she's never been like trained to like, you know, be lovely around people. She's lovely around me, of course, and around the family, and she's a lovely dog. But if ever anyone walks past, she's off, you know. So yeah, she's a lovely dog. I mean, like, I've been sleeping like down here so that she can come and go, and she'll just come in and lie next to me, and she's lovely, yeah. But she can't come onto the streams because when we're downstairs, she can't get down there. And if she did get down there, she'd never get back up again. She is fat, man. She is fat. She's at, like, legit. She's overweight. And I tell her on a regular basis. I think it's good for her to know. George said, "I've just got here. Was Sami against JD good?" I thought it was really good. Sense there was a little bit of split opinion in the chat, but I really enjoyed it. The crowd were electric. The match had a few moments that were a bit sloppy, but by and large they proper both went at it, and you could tell they wanted to, you know, start the show off right. They didn't go out there and just dial it in. They didn't go out there and just play to the crowd and just, you know, do a little something. They went for it, man. They were cooking. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. Right, but we are moving on, and we have got a title match coming up next. So, a big title match coming up, and it is going to be Seth against Drew. We might just have to wait a moment, obviously, as we're going to the action. So we've just got a little intro. Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. We've been here before. We know the score. We know the situation. We know that this is going to be a big production. It's a B show, but it's a weird little B show in it. It's a B show in Saudi Arabia where they've got loads of money and high expectations. Like, you can't phone this show in. This ain't going to be a show that we're just going to turn up and just go through the motions in. Like, it's a big deal, but it ain't WrestleMania. It ain't SummerSlam. But it should still be a real fun watch. So, we've been live for a good number of hours. And I said that the time would go by quick, and it has. Because I tell the truth. And now we've just got the intro, and we will be underway with the match. Or the first match soon. I Am Famous said, I hope the Fatal 5-Way match will be like SummerSlam 2017 when Roman, Joe, Braun and Brock, but this time with the women. Alan said, let's go Drew, win the title for Scotland. Wrestle with Andy said, do you think Drew would win the title his first attempt or need at least 2 tries at it? No, I don't think he needs like multiple tries of it. I mean, he's been a world champion before, so I think that's and I think getting the initial one is the hardest one. That's the one that people struggle with because, you know, the money's in the chase. Once you've already got that world title next to your name, the others come quite easily. Because, like, I don't think the chase is quite there. I mean, I'd say Drew is a bit of an exception because for him, it really matters that he gets this title. It matters because he won the title before, but there was no one there to like, you know, to see him achieve it other than watching at home. And then he tried at Clash and he couldn't win it there. And so he is still chasing that first world title in front of people. So you could make that argument that actually Drew, because of the pandemic, is a bit of an exception. He's never won a world title in front of fans. I mean, when have we ever been in that situation, you know? So Drew is a real exception. So you could make the argument that he shouldn't get it this time and that you make him wait and there is some value in the chase. But I don't know that they'll do that. You know, will Drew win another world title ever again? That's an interesting question, isn't it? That's an interesting question because there's so many people, you know, that are kind of around looking for that title. You could easily make the argument that maybe he never gets back there again. Nothing's guaranteed, is it? Nothing's guaranteed. You know, I want to see Sami get it. I think we all know that Gunther will get it at some point. Kevin Owens in the mix, AJ Styles in the mix, Bron Breakker going to be coming up. He won't get it immediately, but, you know, LA Knight. You know, this is an opportunity for Drew, and if he doesn't take it here, will he get a rematch? Because don't forget, our next show is Survivor Series. Is he going to get a title? Will the title be defended at Survivor Series? I don't know is the answer. What I do know is that he's got an opportunity tonight. And if he wants to win it, this is going to be as good a time as any. So, match number 2 of our 8 matches. Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre. Seth Rollins against Drew McIntyre. Which way is this going to go? How is this going to play out? If he doesn't win, maybe it's a sign that Drew is on his way out because he wants a world title. That's true as well, actually. We've got the whole contract thing. That's a really good point. If Drew hasn't re-signed, then he's not winning it, says James. It's a really good point. I didn't even consider the contract situation. Good shout, everyone. Well done. This is why this community rocks. Drugs. I love drugs. I'm just popping some drugs, actually. I'm popping some paracetamol. I had a tooth out yesterday. And now this side of my face, it aches. It's nowhere near as bad. Nowhere near as bad. It's like 5% of the pain that I was going through before. But still there. So I'm popping paracetamol. Josie Ann said, sorry, the storyline from the Bloodline will be continued and Roman will win the Undisputed Championship against LA Knight. Roman Reigns will continue until WrestleMania 40. Drew versus Seth is first. It is, and you can vote as well as to who you think's going to leave as champion. And we've nearly had 1,000 votes. Well, kind of. Coming up to 800 votes. 55% of you think that Seth is going to leave as champion. 28% think Drew. 17% think Damian Priest will cash in and leave as champion. So, seems like Seth is firm favourite. We're just looking at the video package for this match as well. So, just taking it's a video we've seen before. It's a great video. Just kind of looking at the history of Drew winning and no one being there at WrestleMania 36 and then trying to win at Clash at the Castle and not succeeding because of Solo. It's a great story. Can he do it tonight? If I could choose, I would have Drew win. I think Drew winning would be more interesting. But I think they're going to stick with Seth, to be honest. Julie said WWE wants Drew to resign and giving him the title might make him think. But if he doesn't win, he's probably not going to resign. So the match decides his WWE future. Well, I don't know, to be honest, because if he hasn't re-signed, then why would they want to put the title on him? Because you're only going to have to take it off him in a few months' time. Because if he hasn't re-signed, then I don't know why you would want to put the belt on someone. If he's not re-signed, then why are you going to make someone a star just for them to leave your company? I mean, you could make the argument, if he hasn't re-signed, why would you even put him in the main event of this match? You know, what you do is you sit down at a negotiating table and you say, I'll do this. I'll make you the champ if you re-sign. Not make them the champ if they've not re-signed. So, I don't know that this decides his future, per se. I think, though, that it is interesting that we have put Drew in this position if he hasn't re-signed already. It kind of goes against logic, to be honest. It goes against logic. Because logic would say to me, if I've got someone that's not re-signed and may not re-sign, why the hell am I putting him in flipping world title matches? If he might be leaving me in 6 months. Is he a good superstar? Yeah, he's amazing. He's brilliant. Very credible. Very credible. There's a great story to be told. But you know what? I can find loads. I could get AJ Styles. I could get Sami Zayn. I could find loads of people to use in this spot. I could use Finn Balor. I could find loads of people to use in this spot. So I think him being in this position is pretty wild anyway. But either way, it is exciting. And I'm not worrying or thinking about his contracts. I'm just focused on where we are right now. And we've got Seth's ring gear I really love. I actually would love to see him wear this ring gear on a regular basis. It's pink. It's a little bit like early 90s. It reminds me very much of... I suppose something that you might have seen from the Rockers, the late 80s kind of a thing. I like it though. It's pretty fun looking ring gear. It's pink and it's got colours, but it's, I would say, classy still. Let's go with... I've got an image, but it's not a great image. It's only a very small image, but it gives you an idea. You can see that's Seth Rollins, and you can see his ring gear. It's got like lots of different like fabrics, if you will, patterns. And the whole thing's like a pinky purple. There's a bit of like leopard print kind of in there as well. There's a few different patterns. It's cool. It's really cool. I really like that ring gear. I mean, it's going to pop, you know. I'm so sick of seeing people just wrestle in black. I was saying this last night on the SmackDown stream. Kevin Owens in like just black. Taking on, I can't remember whoever he was taking on, Austin Theory, I think, who was in black. It's just like, oh, where's all the colour gone, man? Where's all the excitement gone from wrestling? Where's the tassels? No one's got tassels anymore. Did no one learn from the Ultimate Warrior? So, thank God for Seth Rollins. Thank God for colour. So Seth has made his way down to the ring, as has Drew, and we are moments away from our opening match, our opening gambit. Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre. Is that Byron? Is Byron doing it? Is Byron doing the ring announcing? I think he is, isn't he? Is it Byron? What the flip? EJJ, shout out to you. Byron ring announcing, yeah? Why? Have we not got to the point where women can do it or something? What's going on? I don't know what that's about. I don't know why we haven't got, like, do we not trust the women? I mean, fair play. You can't really trust them, but I'm still surprised. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway with our opening match. Byron announcing, eh? Jack of all trades. Yeah, love Seth's gear. Really love it. I think it really suits him. It really pops. This crowd's still making noise. The number one trend on X is hashtag WWE Crown Jewel. I miss Byron as a commentator, said WWE and AEW fan. Did you like Samantha Irvin and Ricochet's tattoo video? I didn't watch it, but I didn't watch it. I did see that it had dropped, and I think we're just showing off their different tattoos. I'm sure it was interesting. It wasn't something that grabbed me personally. I'm not really a tattoo person, but Corey Graves used to do that. Superstar Inc. on the network used to do a show where superstars like told the story of their tattoos. Okay, here we go. The two trying to lock up as Seth gets round the back. He's got a headlock on Drew. Over against the ropes goes Seth, and again, and shoulder tackle. Down went Seth. Damian is going to cash in and win. Damian against Cody, world title match later, says Corey Green. These mismatched shoes go crazy. Shoulder tackle there by Drew as Seth goes down. Yeah, I think he just did a Cristiano Ronaldo Sui goal celebration, but the camera missed it. That's a lovely botched moment by WWE. That would have been exciting to some people out there. Nice suplex, little snap suplex there by Drew, and kick out by Seth. So Drew very much in control after having just done Cristiano Ronaldo goal celebration. We get, which was missed. We get Drew in control, but Seth throwing in some chops is firing back right now. Against the rope goes Seth. Drew charging over. He goes over the top to the outsides. Seth through the ropes, kicking Drew. Seth with a knee to the side of the head. So Drew is down. Seth in the ring. Seth looking to go against the ropes. And he does. He's looking to go through the ropes. Suicide dive. Gets caught by Drew. Belly to belly. Huge belly to belly by Drew. Drew McIntyre belly to Seth Rollins. Boom. Look at that. Sick. If Drew turns heel, everyone will still love him, said Aries Nation. George said, Rhea just tweeted, this match seems interesting. Is Rhea going to interfere? C said, Rollins looks like a muscular screech. Dork Knight said, is he wearing the Crown Jewel colours? Who, Seth? I don't think so, because, I mean, green is a very prominent colour, and there's no green in there. Fans are always good here, said Miss Clown. Odd that this is the opening match, said John. Not yes and no. I mean, I'd not really thought about it, to be honest, as to what the opening match would be, but in wrestling, the opening match is really, really important. They, and I don't know, to be honest, if they don't just say this, because if you're a big name and you aren't the main event, you might feel a little bit like, you know, bit sad about it, about not being the main event. Well, in wrestling, they've said for a long time now that the opening match is just as important. I don't think there's much evidence of that necessarily in the past, if you go like back to the old WrestleManias, for example, but because WrestleMania 1 opens with Tito Santana against the Executioner, right? It's not a banging match, considering no one had ever heard of the Executioner before, didn't know who he was, right? I don't think that was a great opener, but certainly more recently, like the opening match sets the tone. The opening match is a match that is meant to electrify the crowd and really get them hyped for the event and really get them involved, you know? So we've seen, like, you know, John Cena, Austin Theory opening the show at WrestleMania, and like Brock opening the show. Brock and Seth, I believe, opened a WrestleMania. So certainly in recent years, this opening match tends to be treated as like, you know, go out there, set the right tone, set the tempo. And that's exactly what these two are doing right now. There was a great kick there by Drew, but he only got a 2. Tell you what, loud chants by this crowd. They're really involved. Drew is grabbing Seth then. And he's looking to... Oh, elbow to the back of the head there by Seth. Seth throwing in these elbow strikes. Over the top, Seth on his feet, goes back against the ropes. Back elbow there by Drew. Alabama slam coming, but Seth is holding on to that rope. Kick to the back of the head there by Seth. And again, as Drew goes over to the middle of the ring. Grabs Seth. Seth lands on his feet. Enziguri kick. Drew goes down to his knees. And Seth is using the ropes. He's back against the ropes. Into the ring post goes Drew. So Drew goes into the ring post as Seth moves out the way. Seth on his knees, taking a deep breath. Crowd making plenty of noise. It is a great crowd. I mean, you can't say it's not a great crowd. It's a great setup as well. Seth going against the ropes. Clothesline. Drew stands his ground in the middle. Against the ropes again. Seth. Clothesline. No joy. One more time. Duck underneath. Kick coming in by Seth. Another kick there by Seth. Clothesline. Drew stays standing. Takes his legs away. Kick to the side of the head. Seth against the ropes. Knee strike. I thought he was in position for a curb, but he ended up kneeing him in the side of the head. Seth goes to the outside. Drew is down. Springboard. Wow, lovely work here by Seth. Swanton, springboard swanton, and also a springboard moonsault. Absolutely brilliant little sequence there by Seth. It's true, yeah. He's going deep into his box of tricks here to get the better of Drew. This is awesome for the second match in a row. This is awesome. Seth Rollins in the middle of the ring. Gets picked up there by Drew. Knee to the head. Seth against the ropes. Gets picked up. Round the houses. Lands on his feet. Lovely Falcon Arrow. Goes for the cover. 2. Kick out by Drew. Kick out by Drew. Did feel like it was going to be a little bit early for Seth to get the win there, but I don't know, man. We're already a good 20-odd minutes into this show. But it still feels like these two are like they've only just started cooking, you know? So that would have been an early end to things, but even so, nice little moment. Great shot of the crowd as well. J&B said, I could see this being like a takeover sort of premium live event. Mr. Quake said, this is definitely awesome. Goat said, this is already 10 out of 10. Hawk is not an L said, I think Priest won't cash in because this match happens before his match with Cody. Henry said, great matches so far. Dortnight said, this is an excellent match. It is really good. Goes up. Lovely. Big superplex. Rolls through. Oh, reversal. Wow. That was like a brainbuster. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Seth. What? Look at that. Bang. Rolling through. That's where he would go for Falcon Arrow, but it was Drew that reversed. It wasn't quite a suplex. He sort of came down on the head, which is a bit brainbuster-esque. But either way, couldn't get the 3. And again, you feel like you're watching a real battle here as two people are battling to show they are the better man. The title on the line. Up on the shoulders, Seth Rollins. Drew is climbing up in the corner. He's taking Seth up. Is he going to do like an Alabama slam from up there? Or what are we looking at? Samoan drop or... No, Seth's gone onto his feet. He's got McIntyre powerbomb. Sit down powerbomb. No, the back. Oh, shell shock DDT by Drew. 1, 2. Oh, it's a 2. It's a 2. Oh, scenes in Riyadh. Scenes in Riyadh. That was great. That was great. That was a lovely little sequence. Yeah, we're cooking, man. We're cooking. Drew going back to the corner. Urging for Seth to get back up to his feet. This is, I think this is the best Seth match I might have seen this year, you know. I enjoyed, like, the Shinsuke matches, but I remember the first being a bit disappointing for some reason. And the second one was great, but great towards the end. This has just been solid from start to finish, really tense. No gimmicks, like fighting around the arena, falls count anywhere or anything. This is just a proper in-ring wrestling match. And it's really good. Really, really good. Seth against the ropes. Suicide dive into Drew. Drew goes down. Seth holds his back again. Constantly going to the back, isn't he? You can tell it bothers him. This match is so good, said Hawk is not an owl. What the hell is Seth trying to do going to win this? Drew is dominating, said Truka. FF Dub said Seth is going to pick up the win. Dort Knight said this is going to receive a high score. Mitchell, shout out to you, said this is a really good match. Daniel said, when is Logan's match? Don't know. I haven't seen the run order. It might have been on Fightful Select, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, lovely work by Drew. He's got Seth and he drives him into the edge of the ring. That was nice, man. That was nice. So Seth getting planted on the hardest part of the ring. Goat said this match is already so good. Not a fan of Seth's current character or his theme song, but he can deliver a hell of a match, said Dark Angel. Christopher said this match is going to be hard to beat. I'm on about an 8 out of 10 so far. Okay, we've got Seth down. We got Drew standing over Seth. Seth trying to get, he's looking up at McIntyre. Yeah, Drew is very much in control at the moment. Almost half an hour of the show gone, though. We might be getting to the business end of things. As Seth hits a pedigree! Pedigree by Seth! Goes for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, just a 2. Wow, just a 2. Anyone who is saying Drew is not good in the ring, just watch this match, said Druka. B930N said, do you think Priest will cash in today or Mania? I could see him teasing it today, but I don't think he will cash it in today. I think it's right that he carries it into next year. I like what someone said earlier, though, if Drew wins the title here, but before he can really celebrate it, Damian Priest comes down. I did like that because Drew's story is about how he has never won the title and got to celebrate with the fans. So, you know, him winning but not being able to get up and celebrate before Damian comes down and cashes it, like, I am into that. Seth looking for the curb. Drew grabs Seth, drives Seth into the corner, belly to belly. Ooh! Yeah, he tried to block it. It didn't go well. Seth goes over, duck underneath. Net breaker there by Drew. Every time someone goes for a belly to belly, I just think of Big E. Obviously, Big E was severely injured following a belly to belly. Like, you've got to be so careful with those moves. So careful. Here we go. Claymore being set up. Drew in the corner. 2, 1. Here we go. Oh, super kick by Seth. Seth goes back to the corner. Cobb connects. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Man, I thought that was it. The curb connected, and I thought we were done. I mean, it's about time to be done as well. Oh, wow. That's quite the moment, innit? Look at that. Boom! Perfect curb. 1, 2. Oh. Wow. Wow. How did he kick out, said Goat. Drew's matches with Randy in the pandemic era were awesome, said Truka. This match is insane, said GM Here we go, look, Seth over in the corner. Drew is down. Seth climbing up. He's going up top. Seth's going to look... Oh, man, he's going big. Oh, didn't stick the landing, though. Claymore connects. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Oh, my God. Wow. Oh, a Claymore connected. Drew went for the pin. And he gets 2.999. Monstrous, mate. That was monstrous. That was flipping monstrous. Wow. Wow. This is this in the running for the best one-on-one WWE match of the year? What else could they do, man? It's amazing. The crowd are right there. The crowd are into it. The title's on the line. You don't know who's going to win. It's back and forth. They're kicking out at the finishers. He went for another Claymore. No joy. Pedigree coming up. Connects there by Seth. Is in position for the curb. Curb connects. Drew's down, but Seth is trying to get over to make the pin, and he does. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Seth retains. Seth Rollins retains in an absolute banger. An absolute banger. Seth freaking Rollins has picked up the victory, and he doesn't look vulnerable enough for Damian to cash in on him. Damian could come down, but I don't know that he would succeed. Epic matchup. Man, it's amazing though, isn't it? Amazing. 5-star match, said Zoe Killer. Duke Nukem said it's stupid. Zion said Seth versus CM Punk. Jadam said second stomp does the trick. Get in your scores, man. Get in your scores. What did you think? I think they cooked. I know there'll be people disappointed that Drew hasn't got the job done, but I mean, he cooked. He cooked. Short of winning the belt, he's just put on a banger. That's one of the best one-on-one Drew matches I've ever seen. That's one of the best one-on-one Seth matches I've ever seen, and think about how great some of Seth's matches have been. Right, Seth is down. Now we've got Damian Priest jogging down. Is he going to cash it in? Is he going to cash it in? I don't think this would be a good time. Seth's he says to the ref he wants to do it. I'm going to take his title. Are you ready? Mystery person attacks him. It's Sami Zayn. Sami grabs the briefcase. Oh my God, Sami's run off with the briefcase. Yes, give Sami the briefcase. Yes, give Sami the briefcase. It's Sami's now. That's how it works. It's Sami's now. Sami can cash it in. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't even know I needed this, but I need this. Go on, Sami. Go on, Sami. Sami Zayn has stolen the briefcase. What if Sami... Oh my God, what if Sami has it and Sami cashes in? Oh my God. Do you know everything I said about someone cashing in on Roman and me not liking it? If it's Sami that's going to do it, I ain't giving a flip. I ain't giving a flip. I don't care what I've said in the past. I don't care if I'm a hypocrite. I don't care about Roman's reign and passing the torch. My desire to see Sami Zayn as a world champion like completely overrules any other comment I ever make. Right, here's Mami. And she shrugs. She shrugs and she walks away. She had pretty sick eye makeup on. Is that going to be next? The women's fatal 5-way. Sami steals the Money in the Bank briefcase. pegs off into the crowds. It was a great moment, man. It was a great, great moment. I tried to get a screenshot of it, but I don't know if it screenshotted very well. I was just looking to see if someone had a good image of it. Someone's got an image of it, but I don't think it's a good image. Okay, so I think it's going to be Rhea Ripley coming up next. I feel like, let's turn that down a touch. I need to put the poll up, don't I? People all want to vote on this. And people should be able to vote on this. So, coming up next, my friends. I hope people are enjoying the show so far. Who wins? Who wins? Is it going to be Rhea? Is it going to be Nia? Is it going to be Raquel? I only have 4 options, so I'll have to put Shayna or Zoe. I think they're probably the least likely of the 5. So I'll put them in the same option. There is method to the madness. There is method to the madness. Right, we're just running down a video package right now. Just running down a video package. We should be getting underway. Be interesting to see what the women are going to wear, actually. We're in Saudi Arabia. Certainly can't go showing off your ankles. So, be interesting to see what they are sporting. It'll be slightly different attire. Maybe not so much for Rhea, although I doubt she'll have her buttocks out, as she sometimes does. Let's do a quick little video. I don't have great images to use, unfortunately. I'm a slave to what's already on the internet. It'll have to do. So, first match down, and it was an absolute banger. We saw Drew McIntyre battling Seth Rollins, and boy, did they battle. But it was Seth that managed to come through. But then Damian Priest comes down, and we get this moment right here. He's about to cash in when some mystery person attacked him. That mystery person turned out to be Sami Zayn. The crowd go bananas, but what's better is Sami grabs the briefcase and runs into the crowd. Sami Zayn has stolen the Money in the Bank briefcase. So this is clearly going to be a story going forward of Damian trying to get that briefcase back. But what if they do find a way of doing a match for the briefcase? Damian against Sami. And what if Sami wins? What if Sami has that money in the briefcase going forward? So I don't think him stealing it now means he's going to be able to cash it in, but it might be an indicator that we are going in the direction of Sami having that briefcase. It might just be wishful thinking on my part, but I am very excited by this development. So Seth retained, and Damian just had his briefcase stolen. Right, we're going back to the action, my friends, and we're seeing lovely shots of Riyadh. It's a great place to take the family, I've heard. And we are about to get underway with our third match of the evening, and our third match of the evening is going to be seeing the women in action, and this is going to be Rhea Ripley, Mammy, taking on quite a few challenges. And it is Byron Saxton that's doing the ring announcing. Money in the Bank briefcase. Let's go. Right, Nia Jax comes out first. She's wearing ring gear very similar to what she used to wear back in the day. So she was pretty much covered up back in the day. She's slightly changed her ring gear since she returned. Nothing drastic. But, yeah, she's making her way down to the ring, and she is wearing... it's a bit dull, isn't it, really, colour-wise? It's like a dark kind of purple with some blacks in there as well. Coming out next, we've got Raquel Rodriguez. I think we've seen her in Saudi Arabia before. She is wearing red. It's a little bit Britney Spears-esque. Like a red kind of suit. It seems to have like RR kind of written here. There's a few little tassels on the back, which I appreciate. So, 2 in the ring. Now we're getting our third, and it's Shayna Baszler. Right, she's coming down and she's wearing gi. She's got a full gi on. She's fully MMA'd up. So now we've got Zoe Stark making her way down. Zoe Stark is in... What's Zoe Stark wearing? Zoe Stark is in... I don't know what she's in. Are those ripped jeans? What's she wearing? Oh, combats. She's wearing like combat trousers. She's got a black top. She's got a leather jacket. So Zoe Stark making her way down to the ring. The final person is going to be Mammy, and we've already seen her backstage. She's got some pretty sick eye makeup on. So she's coming down to the ring next. Okay, so we're about to get underway with this next match. It's going to be hard for them to follow what we just saw after that absolute banger. That was so much fun. Here's Rhea's entrance, and we've got a couple of guys coming out with like some... I don't know what they are. Goblets. He's happy, isn't he? He's got a big smile on his face. Here's another guy. So it's green, and there's like smoke, and there's... oh my god, how many guys are coming out? There's loads. This must be like Saudi Arabia's equivalent to the Druids. I would imagine this is what we would do for Undertaker. You know? I wasn't expecting this kind of an entrance for Mammy. Look how far we've come, considering the women weren't even allowed to wrestle not that long ago. Now they're getting special entrances. How many dudes are there, man? She better not be having affairs with all these guys. Whew. Still coming. Look, we're up to about, what, how many? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's about 10 people. They're still coming! Jesus! It's weird, isn't it? I don't know what I'm watching. I don't know why I'm watching it. Are they... I don't know. What does it mean? Are we paying respect to her? Are we conjuring her? What are we doing? Are we trying to barter for her? I don't know. There's like 2 rows of guys in traditional Saudi attire. And now she's going to come walking past them. What was that? What is this? I don't know what this is. Rhea making her way out. I've counted 18 men, said WWE AEW fam. Well, Rhea has made her way out. She's holding up that championship. She's got a bit of a Joker-ish vibe, hasn't she? I think she's extended her mouth with makeup. Not like, you know, she ain't cut it. So I'm getting like a bit of a Joker-y vibe there. I don't get the entrance. I don't really get it. I mean, it was all right, but like, I don't get it. Man United Hodge said, I don't know about you, but Byron's annoying me. It's not a job that I would keep him in. I don't really know why he's doing it, to be honest, but yeah, you know, it's all right. Keeps him out of trouble, doesn't it? What else is he going to do, eh? Rhea has made her way down. I don't know what to make of what we just saw. I mean, it was fine. I just don't get it. Mitchell said, Dave, you said the card didn't look all that great. Would you say it's already above expectation? I thought that Seth Drew match was a banger and a half. Would I say it's already above expectation? I mean, too early to say, dude. We've had one match. I mean, if you want to count the kickoff show, then so be it. But things might fall off a flipping cliff from this point. So we'll see. Defcon Prime said it was such a great way to get Sami Zayn over in Saudi Arabia once and definitely for all. Big deal because he's part Syrian. The crowd loved it. No, I don't. The Syria thing's not a thing anymore. I mean, apparently he was always open to coming over, but because of the Syrian descent, he wasn't necessarily allowed by the government. But I think the fans have always been with him. I remember we've had shows where they've chanted for Sami last year and Sami wasn't allowed to come over. So I think the fans have never really had an issue with him. I don't think the fans, I don't think the fans really worry or think about that. And he was getting crazy support, weren't he? Crazy support on the kickoff show match. So again, I think it was a great moment for him. I don't think I would read much into Syrian descent and all that kind. I just think it was a great moment. I just think it was great. Right, we are underway with the action. There was a backslide there by Zoe. This is going to be a mess, isn't it? This is going to be a load of people, loads of spots. It's going to be action, and it's going to be a bit like just this is happening, that's happening kind of a situation. So he goes over, and Shayna tries to pin Zoe. We've got Raquel trying to find a bridge. We've got Nia on the outside. She hurls Raquel into the edge of the ring. Raquel goes into the ring post. So big smile on Nia's face on the outside of the ring. Kick there by Rhea to Nia. Rhea goes outside the ring. She goes face first into the edge of the ring. It's the hardest part of the ring. We already know that. Shot coming in there by Nia to Shayna. She picks up Zoe, slams Zoe down, puts her arms out. I can't stand women having to wear turtlenecks, said Patrick. Right, we've got Nia in the middle of the ring as Shayna is trying to German suplex her, and she finally gets her over thanks to a super kick by, I think it was Raquel. Nia goes to the outside. That's going to leave 4 in the ring at the moment. Shayna, Zoe, Rhea, Raquel. Zoe and Rhea going at it. Shayna and Raquel going at it. Shots coming in there by Raquel. She hurls Shayna over to the other side. Raquel goes over, grabs Rhea, clothesline. Rhea goes down, clothesline. Zoe goes down. Oh, I love it when she does that. I love it when she goes to that clothesline, doesn't get it, and then comes back the other way with the other arm. I love it. I love it. I love that move. I've seen her do it 3 times, actually. I've seen her do it where she goes that way, misses, goes that way, misses, and then came back with the same arm. Miss, bang, didn't miss that time. It was sick. I forget who that was against, but it was sick. Rhea has got Shayna up, slams her down, face first. This is my division, yells Rhea Ripley. She's beckoning Nia towards her. Nia taking a few steps forward, pushes Rhea's face back. Rhea with some shots coming in, forearm shots coming in. These two exchanging blows back and forth right now. Again, big shots, big strikes. Rhea trying to pick up Nia, trying to get her up, but no joy. Kick coming in there by Rhea. And Nia, oh my God, that's like a Thez press. But a Thez press by Nia is brutal. So Nia is looking to go against the ropes. Rhea down, leg drop, just like Hulk Hogan. 1, 2. Oh, saved by Zoe. I don't think she would have got the 3, but that was a big leg drop. Nia goes into the ring post. Legs get taken away there by Zoe. Zoe goes over the top, comes crashing down onto Nia. Raquel hurling Zoe into the middle of the ring. Trying to come in with a kick there as ankle lock being applied by Shayna. Now she's wrapping up the legs. She's trying to get a submission hold on, but Rhea now finds herself in a submission hold. Rhea in pain. Rhea struggling a little bit. Nia. I hate these spots. They're so unrealistic. They just look stupid. I don't look at this and go, wow, that's cool. I look at it as being just really dumb. She's got like one wrestler tied up in a submission hold on that side, one tied up in a submission hold that side, and then she's got a sleeper on Nia. So she's got 3 people at the moment. Has a spot like this ever resulted in a finish? I mean, all that does is it says to me that you're not very good at submissions because you've got 3 being applied and you can't get any of them to tap out. Not one of them tapped out. It might be better to just focus all your energy on one person and see if you can get them to tap out, yeah? This is where sometimes they go a bit OTT with these things. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. Shot coming in there by Rhea. So we've got Raquel down, we've got Nia down, we got Shayna down, but we got Rhea and Zoe battling away in the corner. Shots coming in there by Rhea. We got Raquel jumping up as well. She's looking to work with Rhea to superplex Zoe. They've got Zoe up. And Zoe is back down now. We got Shayna coming over. She's going to look to try and plant these. We get another big multi-person spot. So we get a powerbomb to Shayna, powerbomb to Rhea. They both then suplex Zoe. Nia comes in the ring, goes for the cover, and knee to the side of the head there by Shayna. This match is cluttered. They would have been better making this maybe a ladder match, says Ellis Dub. The crowd don't seem massively into this, says Matthew. No, they don't seem as into this. It's just it's not my match. It's not my match. And I knew this going into it. Raquel comes crashing down onto Nia. Raquel is pulled off of Nia by Rhea. Now we've got Raquel and Rhea in the ring. These two pushing away at each other. These two have got quite a history. I'd love to see these two just one-on-one, to be honest. This is the match, and it just doesn't feel like now's maybe the right time, but these two could wallop several shades of shiz out of each other. Two of the most powerful women on Monday Night Raw both put each other down. And the crowd applauding along. AEW, the masters of spot fests. Right, we've got Rhea and Raquel on the edge of the ring. They're going head-to-head here as a kick comes in. Rhea and Raquel go to the outside by Zoe. Zoe in the ring. The match should have been on the pre-show, said Jay Ray. Over the top comes crashing down. Down goes Shayna. And down goes Rhea. This is a mummy of a mess. Right, Rhea back in the ring. Zoe looking to go springboard, missile drop kick. Rhea down. Over. Nice, lovely knee. And I tell you what, sold beautifully by Rhea. That was great. That was a lovely little sequence. Nia is in the ring. Nia made the save, though. That's the other issue with this match, is that you can't really get drama because you can hit a beautiful finisher, but chances are someone's just going to break up the pin. So, I mean, that was a lovely moment there by Zoe, but, you know, instantly put out. I think we got a 1 count, maybe. Nia coming in, breaking it up. So the pace of it is just constant. It never slows down because you've always got people getting involved. Raquel slams Nia down, goes for the cover, 1, 2, and saved by Rhea. The cameraman went down like he got tickled, said James. Of course, Nia is going to break up the pin by unnecessarily booting Stark in the chin, said NH. Alan said, you've still got the Seth Drew thing at the bottom of the screen. Well spotted. We'll change it. Shayna Baszler is down. Headbutt there by Rhea. And Raquel goes down. I don't know why the text keeps doing this. It's annoying. Deadlift Riptide. I just thought I got my Your Nightmare is Reality shirt on. I'm sporting my Rhea Ripley shirt. I'm here supporting Mummy. Go on, Mummy. Right, she's up in the corner. Forearm strike. Chop coming in. Triple H should allow the women to use weapons on Nia Jax, to be fair, said Sakilla. Nia's going to injure someone, said Goat. Raquel goes for the cover on Shayna, and Zoe is dumped on top. Rhea goes for the pin, and sweet mercy, the match is over. Rhea Ripley retains. Rhea Ripley. I feel like it's such old school mindset. I think the days of booking someone in a fatal 5-way match and that being... It depends how your title reign's going, but if your title reign's going well, like Rhea's is, I mean, you know, she's one of the biggest stars on Raw, and, you know, she's the unofficial leader of the Judgment Day. She's having sit-down conversations with Paul Heyman, saying, acknowledge me, and all this, you know. I think the idea of putting her in a fatal 5-way and it being like, oh, the odds are stacked against her, can she do it? I don't think anyone was really doubting that Rhea was going to win this. I mean, looking at the poll, we had over 1,000 votes. And 76% said that Rhea would retain. I mean, look at that. That meant the other 4 women only got 24% of the vote. So 76% of people thought Rhea would come through this fatal 5-way. Michael Cole saying she only had 20% chance of winning. I think you know, I think there's part of wrestling that's a bit too stuck in the past. I think we've done the same thing so many times now that we do need to let some stuff go. What's this? Is this an advert for Saudi Air? There is no airline more comfortable than Saudi Air, said LA Knight. I was blown away by how modern everything is. Right, say this now. Say you was blown away by how modern everything is. I was blown away by how modern everything is. Say that Saudi Air is the best. Saudi Air is the best. I don't mind this bit where they're talking about how they're going to win their matches. I'm going to be the quickest, the best, you know, all that kind of stuff. They all just said Saudi Air bringing the world to Saudi Arabia. Oh my God. I know they got to do it. It ain't their fault. It ain't their fault. I know they got to do it. They ain't got a choice. But I much prefer how Big John does it. Big John's got to do it, but he does it with, do you know what I mean? It doesn't feel like a hostage video. With Big John, he's just, oh, I love Saudi. Oh, I love Saudi. If there's one thing I love, it's Saudi. He absolutely loves it, and he's not shy about dropping it in. He drops it in more than they request. And you really believe him as well as a result. He loves it. I believe he loves it. He might not love it, but I believe he loves it. I believe all of those were just held captive, and I think their loved one were threatened unless they said those lines. But we're going to move on from the hostage video, and we're going to turn our attention to Cena. Let's go. I'm going to just close this door. It's getting a bit dark. Right, lovely, lovely. Okay, we've got the poll up and running. Vote away, my friends, and it looks like you are. If you haven't left a like as well, leave a like. Amazingly, we might hit 1,000, you know, and that's amazing. We're at 744. 744. If you haven't left a like, leave a like. Greatly, greatly appreciated. We've got John Cena little video playing at the moment. So we should be looking at John Cena. Solo Sikoa next. Cena has not won a singles match, I think, ever. I don't think he's ever won a singles match. It's been so long. Is he going to get that win tonight? Or is it going to be Solo Sikoa? Days, tell them that Saudi Air food is the best. Saudi Air food's the best. I miss you, Mom. I miss you. I hope you're safe. I'm going to get you home. My dog. I've got Cena winning. My dog. That reminds me of that guy that checks public faucets on TikTok. Have you seen him? Yeah, my dog. Yeah, my dog. I would say I love that guy, but I don't think I do. It's all right. I don't really have feelings for him. Dark Knight said, we don't want politics in wrestling in the chat, but they force feed politics into wrestling and they make it unavoidable. Well, I don't... Is it politics? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, that could have just been an advert for Saudi Air, you know. They might have sponsored it and said, can you get some wrestlers to say some nice stuff about Saudi Air? I don't know. It just... That could have been for anything, to be honest. That could have been for anything. Anything that's... any product that's going to have people sat there going, oh my God, I love blah, blah, blah. Like, the way it was done just felt very forced. So, if it lowers the temperature in the chat a little bit, it's not a knock of Saudi. It's not a knock of Saudi Air. Just saying it felt like a hostage video, right? I hope their families are safe. And honestly, that could have been for flipping Captain Crunch. And I would have said the same thing. So, just bringing clarity to the situation, that's all. Right, this video package is long, man. Long. Let's see how this story goes. Solo Sikoa. No Paul Heyman. Well, certainly no sign of Paul Heyman. He's probably backstage with Roman Reigns. The Internet Menace said, tired of the Bloodline story, to be honest. Yeah, I think Solo needs it as well, I agree. Lovely shot of inside the venue. Looks good. Got a roof on it, this venue. It is the biggest match of his singles career, isn't it? That is true. I hope Juicy interferes. All hail Juicy, said Aubrey. Cena will finish the story, said Dark Angel. Ron said, I hope that Randy Orton returns at Survivor Series. No new champ so far, said Mrs. Armour Forever Firefly. Solo making his way into the ring. I love that screen above. It looks great. Looks like a gem right now. So Wade Barrett talks about getting some assistance back in the day from Husky Harris, and he said, who we all miss very dearly. Little Bray Wyatt mention. Lovely. Oh, here we go. If they're meeting without me, I will write a strongly worded letter. Days, I hear tonight it's the last time we see John Cena. I heard he's going back to Hollywood, said Johnny. Well, I don't know. I mean, I thought the strike was over, but I think I was told that it's not quite done yet, so I don't know, is my answer. I hope he gets absolutely smashed. I hope he gets humbled. I don't mind John Cena. I have nothing against John Cena. And if you love John Cena, God bless you. God bless you. But it does not change the fact that I want Solo Sikoa to absolutely destroy this guy. I want ambulances. I want hospitals. I want updates for the rest of the show. We'll bring you an update about John Cena's condition, because what we saw earlier was absolutely horrific. John Cena in the ring then with Solo Sikoa. Look at all these kids. Loads of kids with their phones. If I don't see children crying by the end of this, I'm done with wrestling. I'm done. I'm out. Wrestling has got nothing for me if there are not multiple children crying by the end of this match. Your move, wrestling. Your move. John Cena, Solo Sikoa. About to get underway. We're 1 hour, 10 minutes into the match. John Cena versus Solo Sikoa. Sick. Right. I think no one would expect Sami to take Roman's championship. Oh, I don't expect that now. But then I didn't expect him to take the Money in the Bank briefcase, and he did. Elizabeth said it could be Cody that cashes in on Roman. Connect finishing the story to Sami stealing Damian's Money in the Bank case. Solo down, and at the moment Cena is all over him. Stomped there by Cena. Cena going after the arm of Solo, which is great. Makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense. Work on that arm. Take that arm away from Solo. Take away the Samoan spike. Shoulder tackle there by Cena again. Working on this arm of Solo. Oof, Solo goes down. I can't wait for Survivor Series. It could be the best ever, said JMB. C said Cena has many championships as bad movies. Okay, so Solo down, Cena standing over him. Working on that arm, twisting that arm around, bending the arm back. It's messing up Solo at the moment. In the corner goes Solo. Cena coming out the gates quick. I don't think Cena's got a gas tank to go that long here. I don't think this is a long match. To the outside goes Solo. Cena goes out after him. Cena grabbing Solo, looking to smash him into the ring steps. Again, he's got Solo. Hurls him back into the ring. Now we've got Cena hurling Solo back out the other side. And Cena grabbing Solo. Going to look to... What are we looking to do? Is he going to smash him into the ring steps? It looked like he was going to hurl him into the ring steps or do something with the ring steps, and he does! Smashes Solo's hand into the ring steps. Matthew said Solo needs a good attitude adjustment. C. McLean said Roman won't be happy at Solo at Crown Jewel. Right now, Solo back in the corner. Headbutt there by Solo. Cena goes down. He's got the male pattern baldness going on, said So Killer. He does. I don't think it's a secret, though. Solo, Sikoa then. Headbutt. And Cena goes down. Maybe if Cena does lose, it might be that time, said Reyes. How's the show? Is it any good, said Faint Repeater. Yes. I was not a big fan of the Women's Fatal 5-Way, but then I didn't expect to be a big fan of the Women's Fatal 5-Way. I did say I thought there was too many people in it. Not a fan of Fatal 5-Ways. I think the more people you add, the worse the match gets. But there is an audience for those kinds of matches. I'm aware that there'll be people out there that enjoyed it, but not for me. But the first match banged, man. Seth and Drew banged. I mean, honestly, when we're talking match of the year contenders, if that gets mentioned, I'd be like, yeah, I've got no issue with that. I don't know that it's better than Rhea Charlotte at WrestleMania. I don't know that it's better than the main event tag match at WrestleMania. I don't know that it's better than the triple threat at WrestleMania. But I think that that's one of the best matches I've seen in a hot minute, you know. It was really, really good. Crowd have been fantastic. You've got to give them props. So I would say, look, so far so good. You know, so far so good. Solo comes crashing down onto John Cena. William said Days is in Northwest UK, not given his exact location. It's kind of Midlands. I'd say it's middly west. But more towards the north. I don't think Northwest is too off. But, yeah, not far from Telford. Kick coming in there by Solo. Solo going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up by John Cena. So Solo in control right now. Pace of this slowed down. I don't mind that. I don't mind this slower pace at all. Cena is in the corner. Solo is going to look to charge over. Cena in a seated position. Here we go. Solo goes charging. Collides into Cena. Solo in control. Mrs. Armour said, check your volume. What's up with the volume? What's up with the volume? Is it low? Is it high? Do you mean the volume on the thing? Mitchell, is the only Cena night here, said Aubrey. Look, if Cena wins, it doesn't bother me. But I think the better play is for Solo to win, because Solo's obviously sticking around and Cena, I don't know that he is. And if he is, it's probably only for one more match. So we've got the submission hold, the STF. Who won the women's match? It was Rhea. Nice. Kick out there by Cena. Cena charging over. Clothesline by Solo. Clothesline by Solo. Cena goes down. And again, that pace goes back to being a little slow. Ledge Killer said, Days, we need John Fury to cash in. Could you imagine? Imagine if they got John Fury to have a fight. People would love that. I'd love to see John Fury in there. Could you imagine if we did a press conference with John Fury? I mean, John Fury ain't going to stick to a script, is he? Oh, wow. Cena was upside down in the corner. Solo went against the ropes, came flying over, headbutted John Cena. I mean, should it be allowed? No. Did it look cool? Definitely. That looks sick, man. Look at this. Boom. Sick. Seeing Cena's bald spot makes me happy that I'm not balding, said Duke. I think if Cena is sticking around, I think if Cena is sticking around for more matches, he wins. If Solo wins, Cena is planning to leave soon, maybe tonight or an upcoming SmackDown. The show volume, we can hear it. Not sure if you get... Okay. Well, I've turned it down a little. It's difficult. I mean, I suppose I could go and try and hunt out some headphones. But I always find that really isolating when I've got headphones on, because I can't hear my own volume if I've got and plus also I've got someone talking to me. So, like, I find that really... That's why I don't do it during streams. I find it difficult. Collides into Cena. Cena is going to stick around till the actor's strike is over, said Ray. AR1 said, do we get Randy tonight? I don't think so. Callum said, this is bullying. What? What's bullying? What Cena's doing? Or what Solo's doing to Cena? I mean, he is messing him up right now. Oh, he went for a Samoan spike, but Cena moves out the way. Shoulder tackles by Cena. And he's going to go for that 5-knuckle shuffle. Classic Cena. We've seen it before. So, yeah, there's Cena in position. Classic Cena moves. Zoe Killer said, I like how strong Solo is looking in the match. Yeah. Solo in control at the moment. I don't know. The feed just went weird. Go. Good. Solo charging over. Collides into Cena. Cena down. So Solo back into control. LA Knight needs to win the main event, said Gaming Freckling Killer. We need Taylor Swift in the background, said Dark Angel. I was going to try and find a way of fitting them in, but to be honest, it took me so long to just set everything up that add in those images as well and then trying to figure out where to put them was sadly a bridge too far. Cena going up, crossbody, down goes Solo. 1, 2, shoulder up. Is Roman match got over? That'll be the main event tonight. Matthew said the action strike shouldn't last too much longer. It will conclude in the next month or two. Cena will likely leave after this or in a few weeks. Right, we've got Solo down. We got Cena trying to get back up. Over by the ropes. Crowd have been a little quieter for this one. Still been making noise, of course. But kick coming in there by Solo. Cena against the ropes. Solo grabbing Cena. Cena grabbing Solo. Choke slam by Cena to Solo. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I mean, this hasn't been the one-sided affair that I was expecting. I would say this match has been better than the Austin Theory match that he had. Cena is he's working. He's trying. But I don't know. At the moment, it's still not quite there for me. And I think, as I said, the crowd seem a little quieter than maybe you would expect as well. They're still involved, though. I mean, it's not like a flipping library. I mean, it's John Cena. People absolutely love John Cena. Shot coming in there by Solo. Big right hand coming back there by Cena. Headbutt by Solo. Right hand, crowd are getting into this as these two exchange shots. Solo on the shoulders of Cena. Back on his feet. Looking for a Uranagi. Oh, monstrous. Huge. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Cena. Only a 2 count. I must admit, this isn't the way I would have booked the match. But it's a lot more competitive than I thought it was going to be. Mrs. Armour said if Cena loses, he'd better be stretchered out. Because if they're putting Solo over, put him over. I agree. I so agree. I completely agree. If he's going to go over, put him over. This, him just getting past, like, John Cena, I know that Cena's got a... well, he hasn't. I would say he's got to look competitive, but why is he? He's bald. Solo trying to get over to the ropes. Matt, shout out to you, buds. Matt says, Days, although potentially rare, has anyone ever randomly exploded during a match? A teacher in school once randomly exploded in class. Quite scary. I can't remember anyone randomly exploding, but I do remember that being a conversation that was had at school. What is it called? Like something combustion. Something combustion. Person. Human combustion. Spontaneous human combustion. Refers to death from a fire originating without an apparent external source. A belief that the fire starts within. Is spontaneous human combustion real? The answer is almost certainly no. There we go. The answer is almost certainly no. Spontaneous human combustion. I do remember talking to people at school about that, though, and that was a concern. Like, oh my God, could you imagine? You just explode. Cena getting back up to his feet, Solo. Gonna look to hit this Samoan spike. Oh, boom! Connects! Connects! Cena down! Mess him up! Make him humble! Make him humble, Solo! Mess him up. Do it again. Yeah. Boom. A second one. A third. A fourth. Never give up, Solo. Never give up. 1, 2, 3. Solo wins. Cancel the Christmas album, John Cena. You just got Samoan spiked into tomorrow. It's a win for Solo Sikoa. Yeah. Man, that was sick. Way more competitive than it needed to be, though. I don't think the match needed to be that competitive. But he hits the Samoan spike. Bang! 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 Oh! Show me the kids! Show me the kids! Come on! My hero! My hero! Is he okay? No! He's dead! Solo! 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 Nah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Just waft some of that Hollywood money in front of him. He'll soon come back. He's still down at the moment, though. Solo Sikoa standing over John Cena. Are they, what are they saying? The man that retired John Cena? Is that the end for Cena? Is that the end? Michael Cole just said about it, like, retiring John Cena. This wasn't billed as a retirement match. Oh, man, if he's retired John Cena, that would be even better. Solo walking up the ramp. Is this going to be emotional? Cena's down. Starting to get back up. We're seeing Solo. What? He ain't going to retire in Saudi Arabia, is he? Wouldn't you have your last match at WrestleMania? I'm sure we can fit him on the card somewhere. Pre-show. Car park just before the pre-show. Cena's down. I'm joking, by the way. Come on. Saudi fans applaud him. Cena on his knees. I don't think this is retirement. I think what this might be is the end of this run. Michael Cole's on his feet applauding. Wade Barrett's on his feet applauding. He waves to the fans, nods his head, gets out the ring. I'm not sure the enormity of this moment. That's a man that defines sports entertainment. Michael Cole said that man has meant more to me in my career than anyone else. John Cena is truly the greatest of all time. What do we think, kids? What do we think? That feels like a retirement. You see, I disagree. I don't think that feels like a retirement. I mean, Michael Cole saying those things feels like a retirement, but nothing else about it. Like, if John Cena was retiring, would you not advertise it that he was retiring? And would you not do it in America? And would you not do it to sell tickets? If I had John Cena on my roster and he's like, I think I've got one more match in me, I'd be like, okay, well, we'll make that the main event of WrestleMania then, shall we? Or like John Cena's final match. Like, we can print money with that. This was never billed as his last match. It was never billed as even being remotely close to being his last match. I'm not buying it, if I'm going to be honest. I'm personally not buying it. It feels like the end of this run. But do I expect him to rock back up and have another match at WrestleMania? Like, yeah, I do. Gonna be interesting though, innit? See what gets said about it. Whitehammer said, what are the highlights so far? Solo kicking John Cena out of wrestling. Bye. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. That and also the first match, which was pretty sick. Smurftoon said, I think it's bye for now. Bye for now. He isn't going to lose his last match, said Dancy. Cena should wrestle Ric Flair. Ellis Stubbs said it's not over yet, but storytelling wise, this is definitely the right decision. It's Cena retirement in Saudi, said James. That makes sense. Oh, hello, is this The Miz? I didn't know The Miz was on this. Leave the memories alone. Video package tomorrow on Raw. Well, here's The Miz. Guys, dry your eyes. John Cena might have retired, but The Miz is here. Yay! So, Miz is making his way down to the ring for an unexpected segment. So, Cena loses. I'm just reading what people are saying about it. Now, will Solo's Oh, okay, so it was a question. Will Solo's record show he was the one that retired? Will it show that he retired John Cena? This moment can't be overinstated. Who? Who's this? Abraham Al-Judge. Who's this? Do I know this person? Should I know this person? Who are you? Is the best actor in the Middle East? Who's this boomer? What's going on? He's a stand-up comedian. Well, he better listen. Make me laugh then. Here we go. Come on, boomer. I don't like strangers. I don't do well with strangers. Never heard of this person. He might be the nicest guy in the world, but I don't know about him. Oh, they love him, don't they? You missed so much during the commercials. Okay, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen. The Miz. The Miz. I've seen all of his shows. That is Tim Allen, right? Tim Allen. To be honest, I mean, I'm going to be brutally honest. Grayson Waller's coming out. I was going to say, but to be brutally honest, I don't mind this. Because I have said, if we go to these places, make them feel like they were going somewhere, you know? All right, I don't know who he is. Maybe you could have done like a video package to have shown me his work, you know? Maybe you could have done a bit better than just wheeling some boomer out there I've never heard of. But I don't mind going to different countries and seeing like their local celebrities. But just as I was about to say that, Grayson Waller came out. What's happening?
Get rid of those cheap director chairs. Let's get some plans. This looks good.
Miss TV's being turned into the Grayson Waller effect. We're bringing out plants. So Grayson Waller effect show's being... he's been here for like 20 minutes.
I have been here for 20 minutes, Miz, you're right, but it ain't 2005 no more, lad. It's 2023.
It ain't 2005 anymore, lad.
Talk show in the WWE is the Grayson Waller effect. How to show?
These two going at it verbally could be really fun.
Cheap shirt, cheap set. It's like they're getting Cristiano Ronaldo, and you want them to settle for the ball boy.
It's like they're getting Cristiano Ronaldo and you want them to settle for the ball boy.
Plans on your own. You are jealous of the guys. There's plenty of me. I can come do an interview later.
There's plenty of me. I can do an interview with both of you.
Be at the hottest talk show. The hottest talk show. The hottest talk show in WWE is Miss TV.
The hottest talk show is Miz TV. No, it's not. It's Ding Dong Hello.
Hey, even though you're new here, Habibi. Do you want to try that again?
Do you want to try that again, says Grayson.
Habibi. Miss TV.
Habibi. I'm not up on current Saudi entertainment stars. This does nothing for me, but it's better than a commercial, says her. Imagine if Kevin Owens came out and changed it to the KO show. That would be good, actually. Yeah. John said, this feels a bit last minute. We need the Peep Show with everyone's father figure, Christian Cage. Okay, so Grayson has offended the Saudi guy. Why does every celebrity have to get violent? I will love this guy if he squares up to Grayson and then Grayson just knocks him out immediately. I'll have so much respect for him then. Kick to the midsection, and he does kick him out the ring. Fair play to the guy. So the Saudi guy got kicked and knocked down immediately. Now we've got the Miz, who's looking to skull crush Grayson. He's going to knock Grayson over to the guy on the outsides. Top rope enziguri by the Saudi guy. Skull crushing finale by the Miz. Wade Barrett said this Saudi guy's already better than you, Michael Cole. Michael Cole immediately went, but is he unbeaten at WrestleMania? So I'm thinking Wade Barrett, Michael Cole, WrestleMania, put the streak on the line. Put the streak on the line? Oh, we can't leave it alone, can he? Grayson Waller's down, and now this boomer's going to do a people's elbow. It's just... It's just people playing out their fantasies, innit? That's what we watch now. Well, they love it in Saudi Arabia. Who does he think he is? Snoop Dogg! Snoop Dogg delivered the greatest people elbow in the history of people's elbow. Don't you? That move might as well be retired now. We'll never beat that moment. Never beat that moment. Yeah, that turned out to be pretty awful. But I agree, still better than a commercial. And the Saudis loved it. And they're paying for it, aren't they, at the end of the day? I ain't paying for it. Russell Andy said, stealing Snoop Dogg's move, it was a low move, that was, wasn't it? That was low. To steal Snoop Dogg's move was pretty low. That was a better rock bottom than Vince McMahon, said Duke Nukem. That was a waste of time, said Elijah. Sonny, shout out to you. AR1 said, I want Michael Cole against Kevin Patrick. WrestleMania Streak versus Korea. LS Dub said, I could have done without that whole thing. Grayson Waller was a highlight, though. The guy said he stole Snoop Dogg's move. Right, I tell you what. Time for a new United States champion. Here we go. Ray against Logan Paul. Who leaves as the United States champion? Who leaves as the United States champion? Logan says he knows who he is, and he is a WWE superstar. Ray's got respect. Logan wants respect. Good luck with that. Ray has got legacy. Logan is going to win the US title, said Bryson. Give the belt to a true American, says Arturo. Logan will win against Ray, said Ron. Stand and Fight said it's Logan's time. The stars have aligned. Astronomy and Hollywood. Did Sami win? He did. AR1 said, read 2 of my comments in one stream. AR1, that might be 3 now. I swear I heard Barrett mention Ziggler, said Kim. Aubrey said, save us, Logan. Save us. Paul is winning this one, in my opinion, said Peach Zivara. On said, Logan wins the title because Dominic interferes. Ray wins so the LWO can stay irrelevant and hopefully turn on Ray, says. Huh? Logan versus Ray is going to turn up. The guy says, does Daze know that Triple T is here? I saw Triple T earlier. I didn't know he was still here now, though, if he is. If he is, I hope he's well. Hope he's having a lovely evening. I've got Logan Paul, says RJ and Ali Games. Johnny has got Logan. Wrangle said Ray will retain the title. Okay, we've got some split opinions going on at the moment. How many votes have we had? We've had nearly 250. Logan, 2/3 of the vote at the moment. So keep getting your votes in. Keep getting your votes in as we're building towards this match. We're just seeing highlights of last night's weigh-in from SmackDown. Going back to the arena, I wonder if we'll get a special Logan entrance. I would imagine we will. Logan will become tough after this match, said Quadruple Brothers. Days, will you send my regards to Triple T, says Andy. No. I don't know if he's here. He was here earlier. If he's still around, he would have seen your regards. Right, here we go. We've got Michael Cole, Wade Barrett. What was he doing earlier today? Earlier today, Logan was... What was he doing? He was in a dune. He was in the sands. He was in a boogie. If this is meant to annoy me, it's succeeding. This is just annoying me. I don't care that he went, like, driving in the sands of the desert. Okay. He went joyriding in the desert. Good for him. Bully for him. Earlier today. Right, well, United States Championship coming up. Joint said, looks fun. Yeah. Oh, is he driving over in that same car, is he? So that's why they showed it. We're watching him drive him. So Logan is in that car. He's on the streets. He's come from the desert, drives into the arena. They got CGI on the outsides. Okay, so I think Logan's going to make his way out now. He's going to come out in the car. Yeah. Comes out onto the stage in the car. There we go, Logan Paul, Maverick. Mitchell said, save us, L2P. Well, the Maverick making his way down to the ring then. Can someone tell me when the match will start? As soon as the entrances are done. Logan is making his way down. What did he say? Did he say I might not be the greatest of all time, but I am the greatest of all prime? Logan Paul in the ring then. This is going to be one that the kids are going to be into. I mean, I'd imagine they're still crying from John Cena losing, but if they can pull themselves together, dry those eyes, then they'll see that their spirit animal, their tribal chief, Logan Paul, is in the ring. They're opening a WWE museum in Saudi. Are they? Are they? That'll be sick. That'll be sick. Right, here's Rey Mysterio. Kian said, Days, I was just on TikTok. Someone posted that an interviewer asked Jon Moxley about considering a potential WWE return. John said, never say never on a return to WWE. Thoughts? I don't see it happening. But could it happen? Sure. I mean, if WWE ever want to do a Shield reunion, they're going to need him. So, and plus, I think the Shield go into the Hall of Fame, don't they? So, yeah, I think he will go back in some capacity, but actually go back and wrestle. Maybe for a Shield reunion. I just think WWE aren't going to let him do what he wants to do. He wants to be Jon Moxley. He doesn't want to be Dean Ambrose. So, Rey Mysterio is overrated, said C. But I hope it moves around with events. It's from the treasure show they have, says Arturo. Okay, we've got Rey on the outside. YouTubers support YouTubers. Let's go, Logan Paul. I hate myself for that, said 52 Games Podcast. Well, as a YouTuber, can I just be the first to say, come on, Rey Mysterio! Boyaka, boyaka! 619! Boyaka, boyaka! Rey Mysterio! When did YouTubers start supporting YouTubers? What's that about? I did not see that memo. I think Logan wins. I don't mind Logan winning, but if Rey wins, great, fine. I can't really lose on this one, to be honest. I don't really mind which way this goes. I am mentally ready for a new United States champion. I am mentally ready for that. Elizabeth said, now that would be a great twist for Roman Reigns' LA Knight match. Roman thinks that Sami is going to be the one who cashes in Money in the Bank, but it turns out to be Cody. Matt says, Days, although potentially rare, has anyone randomly turned into Janet Cranky from a popular 80s comedy act, The Crankies? These things can happen. I've never heard of that happening, buds. I would desperately love to see a video if it did happen. Not something I'm aware of. Let's go. Logan in the middle then, locking up with Rey Mysterio. Rey getting driven back to the corner. And he gets patted on the head by Logan Paul. Smile on the face of Logan. He's very confident. Rey circling round Logan. I think Logan must be really comfortable in the ring now. I know he's still not had many matches, but when you've been in a main event against Roman Reigns, when you've competed a couple of times at WrestleMania, including a singles match, and you've got like that kind of big match experience under your belt, like being in there with Rey Mysterio, yeah, it presents some different challenges. But I mean, he's been in there with Ricochet. Logan picking up Rey. Rey goes down. Looked like Rey was going to try and arm drag Logan over, but he didn't. Couldn't. Kick coming in. Rey throwing in these kicks to Logan. Knee to the midsection there by Logan. Rey goes up over the top, lands on his feet. Logan trying to flip Rey over. Rey goes up over the top, rolling over. Some nice little reversals there. Rey rolling up Logan. Kick coming in by Logan. Was that low? Was that like to the little 619? Back elbow there by Rey. Knee strike coming in by Rey as well. Logan takes over. Or Rey takes over Logan. Rey going over. He's got Logan down. I think the headband's come off. Headband popped off there, and referee is counting as Logan goes to the outside to reset. Climbing back up, climbing back in. Nakamura with the belt would be more fun than either of those guys, said John. Since Seth Rhea retains, and if Rey wins, that means Bianca is gonna win, and they're gonna match because I don't think they'll have every champ retain, said Life with Litton. We've got Rey over against the ropes. Over the top goes Logan. Rey goes over the top. Oh. Rey applauds Logan. So Rey just held on to the rope as Logan did like a leapfrog, and Rey was like, well done, you did so well. Excellent work by Ray. Logan over against the ropes. Ray's going to look for that 619. Goes over the top to the outside. Lands on his feet. There's a shot to the lower back there by Ray. Forearm strike upstairs there by Ray as well. Ray climbing up. Ray. Crossbody. Down goes Logan. Logan rolls through. He's got Ray on his shoulders. Drives Ray into the corner. Again, he's still got Ray on his shoulders. Slams him down. Flips over. Logan goes up. Springboard moonsault. Connects. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. With Sami, the Money in the Bank briefcase, how does Cody get to the main event of 40 winning Elimination Chamber? Well, slow down. Slow down. Sami's got the briefcase, but I don't think he can cash in with it or anything. I don't know how that works because he didn't win that briefcase. So if he was to... have we ever seen someone that didn't win it or didn't win it from a match from the holder, like try and cash it in? I don't know if we've seen someone steal the briefcase and try to cash it in instead. Because otherwise, if that works, wouldn't everyone be trying to steal the briefcase? Damian Priest would be having to fight people off every hour of every day as people tried to get that briefcase from him. So I think at this point, it feels like Sami's got it more out of frustrating Damian than actually looking to cash it in. So I would just settle down on like booking Sami cash-ins and stuff. I don't know that we're going to see any cash-in activity now. In fact, I would even go as far as to say part of the reason why Sami has done that on this show is so you know that Damian can't cash in for the main event. He can't cash in because he hasn't got his briefcase. Sami's got it. Ray in the middle of the ring. I don't want Jade to show up in Saudi. Her ring attire would be atrocious, says Dark Angel. Give Logan his flowers. He holds his own better than some full-timers, said J. Ray. Forearm strike there by Ray. And again. Ray goes against the ropes. Picked up round the houses. Tilt-a-wheel backbreaker. 1, 2. Kick out by Ray. Could the Cody Damian match be for the briefcase? I don't know, to be honest. Why would Sami do that? Why would Sami do that? Sami wants to be a world champion as well, so why is he going to give it to Cody? So for me, I think Sami has took the briefcase to send a message to Damian and frustrate Damian. I would struggle to know why Sami would then just give the briefcase or make the... Plus also, why would Damian just agree to put in the briefcase on the line? Why would he do that? If you want it back, then you've got to have a match with Cody for the briefcase. Why? No, I don't. It's my briefcase. I think it might be a little bit more like how Jay White has stole the Triple B belt in AEW and he's done it to wind up MJF. I think it's probably something more to do with that, personally. I mean, we will find out, of course, but I can't see why Sami would steal it and then like it be up for grabs in a match later or whatever. Logan is swinging Ray around. He's got a bear hug applied. Oh, let's let the dog in. We've got Ray. Come here, you. Soaking wet. Knee coming in by Logan. How wet you are. He's got Ray up on his shoulder. He's got like a back breaker. Okay, Logan is over against the ropes. He's got Ray, drives him into the corner. He's driving that shoulder in towards Ray. Logan in control. Logan is physically attractive, said Haagen-Dazs. Logan is pacing around. Ray down in the corner. Logan going over, throwing in some shots. Knee to the midsection there by Logan. Logan backing away. He's going to look to charge over at Ray. Oh, Logan shoulder first into the ring post. Woo, went flying to the outside. That was a heavy collision, man. That was a heavy collision. Now Ray goes through. He dives on top of Logan. Logan goes down. Both of these guys are battling away at the moment. That was good from Logan. Logan going into that ring post and going to the outsides. Ray grabbing Logan and hurling him back into the ring. Ray trying to jump up, trying to climb up the ropes. We're just over 2 hours into the show. Seated senton by Ray. Goes against the ropes. Springboard, crossbody. Down goes Logan. Ray, 2. Shoulder up by Logan. Shoulder up. Lucha Logan. 1, 2. Kick out by Logan. This just active. Bayley would have handed the contract in to cash in on Asuka if Charlotte wouldn't kick out her hand. Bayley would have been the one to cash in. This is like if Bayley would have handed in to cash in on Asuka. If Charlotte wouldn't kick out, Bayley would be the one to cash in. Days. Lee Halfpenny has departed from Welsh Rugby. And he's now going to play for Japan. Who won the matches so far, says Favor. We've had Sami win, we've had Seth win, we've had Rhea win, we've had Solo win. Have we had any other matches? I think that might be it, mightn't it? We got Logan on the outside. Ray is getting back up to his feet. Logan goes, momentary struggle with the buckshot there. He flips over. He just stuck the landing. He just saved it. Just saved it. He's a bit frustrated. It was fine. He stuck it. Crowd have gone a little quiet again. The slingshot clothesline. Yeah. The slingshot. You know the slingshot clothesline? Here we go. Logan trying to throw that big right hand. Round the houses goes Ray. Ray drops Logan. Crossface applied there by Ray. Ray has got the crossface applied on Logan. And Logan trying to sell the effects of... I love the torque on the head there. He really had his neck like twisted round. Logan trying to get over to the ropes and he is getting there. Move's going to get broken. This is a good match, but it's going to be difficult to top Seth and Drew said. That's what she said. Would you watch Jake Paul against a 6th grade high school wrestler? I don't know, to be honest. Depends how good the 6th grade wrestler is. If he's meant to be like a prodigy and he's built like a brick house. Oof. I tell you what, Logan caught Ray midair there, and Ray looked like he was kind of coming down. That looked a bit dangerous by Ray, actually. Ray looked like he sold that. We need to see a replay. Yeah. Was that Logan was just a touch too far? Looked like there was a slight miscommunication there. Ray bounced off the ropes and went up, rotated round. Problem was, Logan was just a touch too far back. I don't know if Ray didn't go enough or if Logan was too far away, but either way, a slight miscommunication just saved by Logan, who did just grab Ray. I mean, that's one of those I could imagine them talking about in the back once the match is over. Like, dude, so glad you caught me on that springboard moonsault. Because he really was, like, not in a good position. 1, 2, shoulder up by Ray. There's some big moves in this match, you know. Some big moves in this match. They are really asking a lot of Logan here. Really asking a lot. So, Logan with a... Look at that. It's a fall-away slam, but it's kind of turned into a bit of like a Spanish fly type move. That's a big move, innit? To grab your opponent, go backwards and then land on them. That is a sick move by Logan. Logan up top, gives a shimmy. Ray moves out the way. Kick coming into the midsection there by Logan. Logan over against the ropes. Ray, 619. It's caught by Logan. Logan catches the 619. Shots coming into the midsection by Logan. Big clubbing blow to the back of the head. Logan. Ray moves out the way. It's a perfectly good match. Just a little timing-wise, just off in a couple of places. Not a problem, as I said earlier, though. As long as it's not going to result in some horrific botch, then, it being a little clunky in places, I'm okay with that. And plus, we're asking an awful lot of Logan in this match. This is not a basic clothesline crossbody type thing. I mean, there's lots of like flips and goes over. Ray flips Logan over. 2. Logan kicks out. Code red. This is a different type of match that Rogan's wrestling here. He's expanding his variety. He's mostly had fast-paced spot-heavy matches, but not this one. This is methodical, and I am here for it, said Ellis Dubb. Who's that? Who's that, Boomer? So, some guy has just handed brass knucks to Logan. So, Logan... Oh, the knucks have gone to the outside. Ray hurls Logan into the ring post. Yeah, Goop. Who is this Goop? Who is this guy? I don't even know who this guy is. Someone jumps over the top. Santos Escobar jumps over. Oh, is he going to wallop Ray? No. Is Santos going to wallop Ray? Is Santos going to put the brass knucks on and cost Ray? Oh! 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 I've already decided that's what I want. He's chased the guy away. Ray drop kicks Logan against the ropes. Oh no! Logan's got the brass knucks. Oh, but the 619 connects. Oh, Logan catches Ray. 1, 2, 3. Logan wins. Oh, I wanted Santos to do it. Either way, and new United States champion. Logan Paul has done it. Logan Paul is your new United States champion. This changes the complexion of WWE. It's, if you don't like it, you're not meant to like it. Don't worry about it. It don't sit greatly with me either, to be honest, in my heart, but listen. Logan Paul has come in. He's been very, very impressive. It's hard to say he's earned this, but he can certainly use this. I think that's the better way of putting it. He might not have earned it. Having a handful of great matches ain't, you know. Sami Zayn's had a handful of great matches. He ain't won a world title. And I know this ain't a world title, but it might as well be, considering how many matches Logan has had, you know. But either way, it is Logan Paul that has won the United States Championship. Not the biggest surprise in the world. I'd already decided, though, that I wanted Santos to be the one. But as I said, if this is something that's not up your street, if this is something that you are horrified by, then just take some comfort in knowing that you should be. Massive news coming out of WWE Crown Jewel. We have got a new United States champion, and it is Logan Paul. Thankfully, he didn't win clean. He used brass knucks and he smacked Rey Mysterio in the face, picking up the victory and becoming the new United States champion. This is one that's gonna divide opinion. I know that people aren't gonna like this, but you're not meant to like this, because a big babyface is going to eventually get this title off of Logan Paul. I'm sure that this title will be on the Impulsive podcast. I'm sure it's going to appear on red carpets. This is all to boost WWE's presence in the influencer world. You know, millions of kids are going to see that Logan tonight has won a title. That's what it's designed to do. And someone will get that title from him. Will it be Ricochet? Will it be LA Knight? There's plenty of people that could do it. But the story tonight is not what's going to happen down the road. The story tonight is that we have got a new United States champion. And it is Logan Paul. The boyhood dream came true. The boyhood dream came true. 59% of people thought that it was going to be Logan. So it seems like people were pretty split on it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Oh, hello. We're backstage with Jackie Redmonds. With Bianca Belair. So Bianca Io is next. Okay, so we have got Bianca just talking to Jackie Redmonds. I want to get to the chat in a second. She's going to have to fight this on her own, says Bianca. Right, her music hits. She's making her way out. We haven't really spent much time between Logan winning and now going over to this match, have we? So I don't know if we're a little bit pushed for time. 2 minutes 15 into the show. Bianca skipping away down to the ring. She's got pink like trousers, tights on. She's got a black entrance jacket. I don't know what's underneath that. Pyro going off for Bianca. Feel free to put in the chat how you feel about the Logan Paul result. Are you happy? Are you sad? Yeah, damage control taken out of the equation. So, no Dakota, she's obviously injured. No Bailey, she got planted through the commentary table. Okay, here comes Io Sky. Just putting this video out about Logan, because not everyone watches wrestling, and there'll be plenty of Logan fans that will be excited to hear that we've got a new US champion. There we go. Boom. Lovely. Right, Io has made her way down. Io's attire tends to be fairly covered anyway, doesn't it? Let's get the poll up as to what people think about this next match then, shall we? Who leaves as the champion? Is it going to be Io? Or is it going to be Bianca? Right, Bella sounded, and we're about to get underway with this next match. Logan sucks. I've got Io in this one, but I'm not confident, said Mitchell. Apparently Kairi is in Saudi, says botched eye surgery. Asuka and Kairi to help Io. End of damage control, said Alex. I'm angry now. We've got two people who don't show up, said Orlando. AJG said the end made no sense. He hit Ray with the Nux. Total heel the whole match. Then goes after to Ray for a moment. WTF. I Am Famous says change the bottom. Io versus Bianca. I wonder if it was, yeah, I agree, that doesn't make sense. Him going over to kind of, you know, have a moment. I did see that as I was doing the video, but I didn't hear what he said. I'm guessing it was something probably along the lines of nothing personal, you know? Nothing personal, Ray. Okay, Io wrestling in something a bit different here, isn't she? She's got like kind of baggy trousers on. They're a bit Bailey-esque, actually. A bit Bailey-esque. They've got like the pockets on the side and everything, but Bailey tends to just wear black, whereas Io has got some like black and white patterned. Io thrown back in the ring. These two had a great match before. I've got high hopes that this match should be something really tasty. Bianca picks up Io. She's got her up in the air. She's looking for a superplex. She's got her up. Boom. Drops her down. Lovely work. Bianca going against the ropes. Flips over. 2. Kick out. I'm trying to hear if the crowd are into this or not. I wonder how people are finding the show so far. Miss Clown said, Paul said, you're a legend, I love you. Oh, is that what he said? You're a legend, I love you. Thank you, Miss Clown. I appreciate it, my friend. Yeah, I didn't hear it, so that is interesting to know. Okay, Bianca on that middle rope. And she flips over the top, lands on her feet, sticks the landing. drop kick as Io goes back. And Bianca on her feet. Noah said the crowd was electric to start, and now it's a library. Make some damn noise. They have gone really quiet. Yeah. Dragon screw. I don't know why. They were really into it. I thought they would probably be into, like, Logan, but I wasn't hearing much noise for Logan either, to be honest. Ray told Logan that he knows what he did. Yeah. Well, he got hit with it, didn't he? I'd imagine he does. I know what you did, because I'm missing 5 teeth. And I felt the cold brass against my face. That was good work there by Io. She came down on the leg of Bianca, and Bianca sold it well. Io is grabbing Bianca, trying to grab Bianca by the leg, kicking out at Bianca, and again. Io pulling back on the leg of Bianca. Nice work there by Bianca. She rolls up Io. Lands on her feet. Oh, chop block there by Io. Good work. Face first, Bianca goes down. Mrs. Armour Forever Firefly said, Ray is a legend. If I'm in the ring with him, I would break character and give him respect too. F kayfabe. No. Unacceptable. F kayfabe. I'm sorry. Do you know what people did in the past to maintain kayfabe? Oh, and you've got an attitude now. That's the attitude, is it, of you kids in 2023? F kayfabe. Io stomp. Oh, my God. Brutal stomp there by Io. Brutal. She kicked her right in the womb. Io in control. Bianca sold it. I don't think there was any other choice. Lovely work tying up the legs there by Io. Apparently Ray got back to return and help LA Knight. Ryback to return. Oh, Ryback. Let's go. Just to play devil's advocate, people, even though it's scripted, viewers still get invested and annoyed that characters cheat to win or turn out not to be what you thought. It's not cheating if the ref doesn't see it, said Zokiller. Do you know what? That is the lesson we learnt from Bobby the Brain Heenan, isn't it? Is it cheating if the ref didn't see it? Kayfabe died decades ago. It's still real to me, damn it! Hello, Tinker. Fuss, fuss, fuss. Io comes crashing down onto Bianca. Io down, Bianca down. And Io is up top. But who will win the match between Ray? Oh, who won the match between Ray and Logan Paul? It was Logan. Logan won. Kayfabe died when Alexa was a creepy witch paired up with Bray. Meanwhile, she was on social media asking fans what colour she should dye her hair. Did she? Yeah, now scrap it. You're right. Kayfabe's dead. Kayfabe's dead. It's gone. Let it go. Bianca hurling Io. Bianca is hopping around. She's on one leg. Io is slammed down. And again, she gets told to get up. She gets picked up, slammed down again. Bianca picking up Io one more time. Io on her feet. Bianca going for a clothesline. Io round the houses. Oh, man. Gutbuster. Boom. Lovely work by Bianca. Gutbuster to Io. Is Montez a face or a heel? And if his wife joined him with Lashley's team, would Ford and Bier be a face or a heel team? Montez seems to be transitioning to a heel. And if Bianca joined, I would think she would probably transition to being a heel as well. But at the moment, it doesn't look like she's going to. It looks like B-Fab is going to be joining that group instead, which I'm all right with. I don't mind it. I like B-Fab. And I think she needs to join a group more than Bianca does. Plus, they might not have any desire to turn Bianca heel. Io is trying to get through the legs of Bianca. Bianca upside down in the corner. Io tying her up. Tree of Woe, and Io charging over. Whoa! Drop kick into the legs of Bianca. Bianca down. Io going for the cover. Kick out. Oh, lovely stretch muffler. Oh, stretch muffler by Io. You stretch that muffler, kid. You stretch that muffler. Lovely. Bianca trying to get over by the ropes. Round the back goes Bianca. Ooh, what the flip was that? She went for like a German, but Io over-rotated. Ended up landing on her stomach. Oh, man, how to break your neck in 2 easy steps. Jesus. Io down. Bianca throwing in some shots. George said, I just saw a clip on Twitter. Santos put the brass knucks next to Logan after chasing Logan away. Santos did help Logan win. Well, I suppose it's interesting because you could make that argument, but he could make the counter argument that he just put it on the end. He wasn't thinking. He didn't necessarily put it there for Logan to grab. He was trying to chase off the other. So, you know, you've got that nice grey area, which would allow you to kind of further go into that, you know. It's good. Yeah, it's good. Io against the ropes. Io up and... Oh, my God. Again, she gets slammed chest first by Bianca. Bianca going for the cover. Shoulder up by Io. Sean, shout out to you. Elizabeth said Cody is going to go Michael Myers on Damian Priest. Mitchell said kayfabe died for me when I found out Undertaker was alive. Winner championship. Bianca says gameplay. Right, we are still rumbling along. The WWE Women's Championship up for grabs. Over in the corner goes Bianca. Io has got her by the hair. Looking to... trying to pull Bianca into the ring post, but Bianca ends up pulling Io instead. Io goes shoulder first into that ring post. Shoulder first into the ring post. Bianca climbing up. Is that Bayley? Bayley has arrived, all in silver, looking like a disco queen. Let's go. Whoa, I tell you what, that costume ain't leaving much to the imagination, is it, eh? It's not leaving a great... There's a lot of lumps and bumps there. Bayley says, trust me, I'm watching. Tell you what, the simps are going to be in full flipping meltdown. She ain't, it's funny, isn't she? Because she ain't actually showing anything, like, off, but you can certainly make out the lumps and the bumps. Arturo, thick. Thick, she's thick. EO is throwing in, what do you want? What, do you know what Bailey's wearing? Do ya? Do you like what Bailey's wearing? Oh yeah, big fan. EO going up top. EO is in position. EO comes crashing down onto Bianca. EO down, Bianca down. Lumps and bumps. I tell you, it's all going on, mates. It's all going on. Lovely moonsault there by EO. TJ, shout out to you. Bianca goes flying across the ring. Jessica Carr's the ref for this, by the way, should mention. Bailey on the outside watching on. EO battling away. We're 2.5 hours into the show. This is not the same crowd as last time. They're not into it. It's almost eerie, said Southern Grit. Yeah, the crowd have died. Haven't know what's happened. What's gone on? I don't know what's happened. They were brilliant for the pre-show match and the Seth match. Are we getting like... Are we seeing like who is a draw and who, you know, are we looking at who brings in the ratings and who is just kind of there? I don't know. I mean, like, Sami, amazing reaction. Seth, amazing reaction. And then really since then, it's just been a gradual decline. And this ain't the only match they've been quiet for. EO goes to the outside. Bianca in the middle of the ring. Who in WWE would you push? I'm Team Sami, baby. Sami and Gunther, of course. But, I mean, I expect both to get nice pushes. Oh my God. Bailey is up on the ropes. She's distracting as Bianca was trying to get the win there. Big shot coming in. Bailey goes down. Bianca with a clothesline. EO goes over the top to the outsides. Bianca. She goes over, comes crashing down on Bailey. Man United Hodge said, Bailey going to turn on EO, question mark. Mitchell said, could we see the doggo? Oh, she's gone over there now. She was here momentarily. If we weren't in the middle of a match, I would have moved the camera. But she's wandered off now. She's looking away from me, actually. It's like she's upset with me. Bailey grabbing the leg of Bianca. Bianca with a big right hand and Bailey goes down. Bianca's going to go for a KOD on Bailey. She's got Bailey up. Bailey on the shoulders of Bianca. And Dakota. Kairi! Kairi's arrived! Kairi attacks Bianca! Whoa! Who predicted that? Kairi's arrived and she's attacked Bianca? Damn, man. Damn. Rumours were that it could be that we were going to get Kairi joining up with going after EO, but she doesn't. She attacks Bianca Belair. Ah! This is sick. Kairi Sane is the newest member of Damage Control, seemingly. Wow. I thought it was Dakota for a second. But it's not. It's Kairi. Kairi Sane attacking Bianca Belair. 9 count. EO goes up top. Moonsault sticks the landing. And it's a win for EO. EO wins. Thanks to Kairi Sane. What? What, mates? Io wins thanks to Kairi Sane. That is insane. Wow. Who in the blue hell is that? Kairi Sane, she's been in WWE before. Now they're both kicking at Bianca. Is someone going to make the save? Is someone going to help Bianca? I hope not. Kairi going up top. She works as a face. She works as a heel. She's come in as a heel. Kairi up in the corner. Oh my God, man. It's a brutal elbow that she's just delivered. Yeah, Bayley doesn't look like she knew. That's really interesting. Kairi and Io are holding hands, standing together in the ring, but Bayley doesn't look like she knew, man. Oh my God. That's sick. What a twist. So is Kairi in Damage Control, or is it going to be like a JD McDonagh Judgment Day type situation? Oh my God, I'm so here for this. This is such good storytelling. This is so much better than her just going after Io and us just getting a match. Because now you've got all this extra drama. Oh my God. I can't cope. I love it. Big thumbs up. Well done. Well done. I love it. I love the little creative. I just googled Bayley because I wanted to see what people were saying about Bayley's little look. And all I can see is just Bayley's backside. That's literally all I've got on my timeline. I ain't against it. It's not a problem. I'm just saying. Right, we've just got a video package. That look by Bayley, man. That look by Bayley. That look was gold. Because it was Bayley that drove her away, wasn't it? As we know. I was just looking for that image because that was such a powerful image of Bayley. Not her rump. Although that was powerful. This one. Oh, that's a great image. It's a great image. Let's get it in the chat. This definitely feels like a separate vids. Mitchell said, imagine Asuka, Kairi, Io faction. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Right, let's do a quick video. Massive news coming out of Crown Jewel. Kairi Sane was expected to get involved in this event. There was big rumours she was in Saudi Arabia. We know she's been listed on the internal roster for a while. But look at this. Here she is. The shocker is she attacked Bianca Belair. A lot of talk was that she was going to go after Bayley. She was going to go after Io. But actually, she came in and went after Bianca. So at first you're thinking, wow, is this the newest member of Damage Control? Because we saw the moment where she went in the ring. Oh, we got a botch. We got a botch. I was in mid-flow and this picture didn't load. Oh, I botched it. I botched it. Let's go again. It's not my fault. That's it. That's not my fault. That's a technical problem. Don't go judging me on that. Don't go. That was a technical problem. I was fine. I was doing great. But I can't have a picture of Sami Zayn in that video. What do you want me to do with that? That ain't going to make any sense whatsoever, is it? We're professional around here, I hope you know. Professional. I mean, not to the professional to the point where I can load pictures correctly, but... Take two. We'll do this again. Massive breaking news coming out of Crown Jewel. Kairi Sane has arrived. Kairi Sane was rumoured to be in Saudi Arabia. She was in Saudi Arabia and she got involved in the Io Bianca match, but not in the way that people expected. People thought she would go after Io. People thought she might go after Bayley. She didn't. She went after Bianca. She could be the newest member of Damage Control because she's come in, she's a heel, she's helped Io. More than that as well, we had this moment where the two of them embraced. It's not that she's just got a problem with Bianca, she's clearly done this to help Io. She's clearly done this to benefit Io. So this is a very clear message. Seeing these two celebrating together in the ring shows that there's some sort of union there, but something else happened that was really interesting. Probably the most interesting part, this look from Bayley. Bayley did not look like she was aware that this was going to happen. So is Io inviting Kairi into Damage Control without Bayley's permission? Is it that Kairi is going to be like on the outside of Damage Control, like JD McDonagh is on the outside of Judgment Day? We know that Kairi, the last time we saw her, she was kicked out of WWE basically by Bayley, hurled into like a shutter backstage. We haven't seen her for years. So Bayley was the reason why Kairi left. So I don't think she knew she was coming back. And this is going to be a big dilemma for Damage Control. I don't know if Kairi's going to join. I don't even know if she wants to join. But look at that. Bayley certainly looks like she's seen a ghost. There's a hell of a story to explore here. So juicy. The headlines are that Io has retained. She's retained because of Kairi Sane. I don't think Bayley knew that was going to happen. And where do we go from here? Boom. I'm a 2-take champ, baby. Yeah, all right, I don't get it done first time, but we get there in the end, and ultimately, that's all that matters. Kappa said, OMG, Kairi, and she looks flipping amazing. She looked good, man. She looked really good. That whole thing was good. I think that whole thing is booked so well. I'm so impressed. It's really, really good booking. Right, Damian Priest has made his way down. He's got something in his hand. Is it the old Money in the Bank briefcase? Because that could be interesting. Briefcase versus briefcase match. I didn't see what he came down with. I was too busy doing my retake. Kairi Sane attacks Bianca Belair. New Damage Control member? Question mark? Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out. Tune in on Monday Night Raw. Just fun fact, we do live stream Raw. We live stream during Raw, we live stream during SmackDown, we live stream during NXT. So if you are new to the channel or just joining us for the first time, then feel free to drop by as we do Raw, NXT, SmackDown, WWE Premium Live events. We love it. Kairi Sane. I have no idea how you spell it, so I'm not even going to try. Right, Cody is making his way down, and we know that Cody is getting great merch sales. Really is one of the most popular superstars that WWE have. Made his way down to the ring, having a few words with Damian Priest. I still haven't seen what Damian's got in his hand. If it's the Senior Money in the Bank briefcase, I will be confused as to how he's got it. Oh, look at that. Kicks coming in already there by Damian. Damian unloading on Cody. Right, we are underway. I need to try and get back to the chat so I can see what people are saying as Cody hurls himself at Damian. I also need to change this over. God, there's so much to do. Busy boy. Cody versus Damian Priest. Need to change the poll as well, don't we? EO did retain. We need to put a new poll up. Who wins? Who wins? Cody, Damian. Boom. Does Sami run out now and steal the tag belts too? Said Davids. He just had the belts. Oh, is that all he came down? It was belts in his hand, was it? Right, thank you. I saw something in his hand, but I couldn't see like exactly what it was. And honestly, I really thought it was like, because he must still have the green briefcase, so he could still have that, and Sami could go around with the Senior briefcase. I mean, there are two briefcases, so that could be fun. Right, Damian Priest throwing in kicks on Cody. Okay, Cody goes down. Damian Priest in control. Oh my God, planting Cody. I gotta say, I think this has been a really solid show. I don't know if it's the crowd. I'm not sure. It's first match was great. I don't think anything kind of has matched up to the first match. The opening matches were like, I think we've peaked early. I thought the Io Bianca match was good. I thought Logan Ray was good. Cena and Solo, I would have had it shorter, and I would have had it more dominant for Solo. But I like the ending. I can't remember what else we've had, to be honest. Oh, the women's Fatal 5-Way. That's the worst match. That was the worst. But I tell you what, this has got some good energy. There's a drop kick there by Cody. Cody with a drop kick. Wonderful drop kick. Down went Damian Priest. Shots coming in by Cody is unloading on Damian. Damian goes against the ropes, but Cody goes against the ropes as well. He collides into Damian. Damian goes down. And we are well underway with this one. This is, I believe, our co-main event as well. I believe it's our co-main event. If Logan won the US title, does that mean the title will be shown less, said Ismail. Yeah, probably. Probably, but then how many times did Ray defend it? I mean, to be honest, he's just won it in November. So, for me, I look for a title to be defended every 30 days. So, all right, he's won it in November. If he can defend it in December and then defend it in January at the Rumble, that'll be fine for me. Every 30 days, defend it once in December against someone on a SmackDown or something. Or if you want, defend it at Survivor Series and that can count for December. I'm flexible. I'm a flexible guy. And then defend it in January. And then by the time we get into... I can't remember when the date is for WrestleMania. Probably need to get at least one more title defense in there before WrestleMania. But to be honest, he only needs to defend it a few times and then we're at WrestleMania. I'm an every 30 days guy, but I can be flexible if it's like, you know, if you do it twice, if you do defend it twice in November, I can let you off the next month kind of a thing, you know. Cody going against the ropes. Goes into Damian Priest. Damian Priest is on the commentary table. Cody is getting up. He's got Damian. Oh, Damian grabbing Cody. The Reckoning is connected with on the commentary table. So it's like a crossroads, but it was yeah. So crossroads against the Reckoning. Is that a "you suck" chant for Damian Priest? Is that what they're chanting? You suck. Damian Priest has got his arms outstretched. Can't hear what they're chanting. They're chanting something. Crossroads connects this time, so we've had the Reckoning, now we've had the Crossroads. I tell you what, the crowd are a bit more vocal for this, aren't they? They are vocal. William said we peaked with Sami, JD. The crowd loves Sami. Sami is super over, yeah, really over. Brilliant to see. Brilliant. So, yeah, I agree. Sami, super over. Here's Finn making his way down. Kairi Sane returned. She did. Zambian Wrestling and Gaming Kid said, I want Ronald to come now. And is that Finn? That is Finn. Finn made his way down. JD from behind, but Cody... God, JD's useless, isn't he? He lost against Sami, and then he can't even sneak attack Cody. Chokeslam by Priest. Priest going over, trying for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. They're chanting, Cena is a stiff, said C. Days, Cody versus Logan in the future would be a banger, said Bryson. I tweeted you Kairi's new shirt, said Miss Clown. Oh, hello, new shirt. Kairi chilling in the crowd before her return. Oh. Some footage of Kairi chilling in the crowd. I wonder if I can show that. Well, she's not really chilling in the crowd, but there's the crowd filming her. There we go, look. Crispy wrestling. Oh, hello, Jay Uso. JD McDonagh goes down again. He's useless, man. This is like Dominic came down. It's like we're trying for a world record of how many outside interferences can we have. Cody rolls up Damian. Kick out by Damian. If Judgment Day do break up, I want to see Balor go back to his Prince gimmick, says Ray. Cody screaming, shouting, going over. Jab coming in there by Cody, and again. Oh, bionic elbow. Just like his dad's. Boom! Shoulder up there by Damian. If the Usos wrestled the Young Bucks, how many super kicks do you think would occur? All of them. Cody chants from the crowds. She booed Liverpool, says Dort Knight. I love that Beatles song. I didn't like it. Well, it's not I didn't like it. I thought it was alright. But it's really grown on me. Kick coming in there by Damian. Cody in the corner. Did you see the shirt? No, I got distracted. I made it as far as Kairi going. I'm only human. Did you DM it me? Did you? Oh, yeah. I don't don't really like it. 1, 2. Oh, he did just get his shoulder up. Cody went for the cover. Yeah, I don't really like it. It still kind of ties back to her Nautic theme. It's a, like, you know, the wheel on a ship. I tried to just save it there so I could show people, but it doesn't look like it's JPEG small, which won't go onto OBS. It's black. It's got a ship's wheel in white with, you know, the wooden things on, and then it says KS. That's it. It's not that exciting at all. I don't look at it and think heel. I think Pirate Princess. Cody on his feet, trying to pick up Damian. He's got Damian on his shoulder. Damian on his feet. Cody against the ropes. Cody. Crossroads. Connects. And he's going for another Crossroads. Crossroads. Connects. And he's back up on his feet. Third Crossroads. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Cody Rhodes wins. 3 Crossroads in a row. She did still have the wheel on her elbow pad, says Miss Clown. Arturo said when Kairi went up, they called her the Pirate, and she did salute. Tom said worst match of the night. Danny D said Cody wins. Theodore said the match was all right. Cody for the win. He did it. Ellis Stubbs said the crowd is awake after that one. It's true. Crowd love Cody. Super, super over. Super, super popular. I've seen plenty of LA Knight, like shirts and like waist jackets, whatever, that have been shown. So I'm thinking LA Knight's going to get great support. Because don't really know don't really know if he's going to get like crazy support in Saudi Arabia, but we're seeing a CGI Falcon. Are you doing a live stream next Saturday? I believe so. I think it's the big show, innit? My dog, I only got the Cena solo match wrong, says James. My dog. I was pretty split on Cody versus Damian, but I predicted Cody, said Thruka. I guess Cody's knee magically healed up in the past 5 minutes, says Aubrey. Right, let's go and end this. Yeah, 90% of people said Cody, and they are correct. Right, who leaves as WWE? I'll just put WWE champion. Who leaves as WWE champion? Cody. LA Knight or Roman Reigns? Not who wins, who leaves as champion. Because LA Knight could win, but not win the title. Bryson said I would have preferred the original Survivor Series theme than War Games about the whole show. Alex said, finish the story of Stardust. Okay, so they're talking about Survivor Series. They're talking about War Games. It's going to be a fatal 4-way on Raw to determine the #1 contender for the Intercontinental Championship. Ricochet against Miz against Big Bronson Reed and Ivar. Also, Akira Tozawa takes on Shinsuke Nakamura. Dream match dream match. Probably is for Akira. And coming up next, it is time for Roman Reigns, LA Knight. There is no freaking way LA Knight wins. I will bet Ric Flair's career on it. Right, let's change the thing at the bottom. Roman Reigns versus LA Knight. For more than 1,160 days, the Tribal Chief has held the prestigious title of Undisputed WWE Universal Champion. LA Knight is great, but he doesn't stand a chance, said Bryson. I know he's losing, but I voted LA Knight, said Mitchell. But let's just acknowledge what LA Knight has achieved in the last year. Sensational, said Dort Knight. I am surprised that 30% of the chat is favouring Knight, said Thruka. Everyone knows that answer. It's obvious. And Solo and Jimmy Uso will help. And there is only one shot return. And we want CM Punk or Randy Orton, said Sean. Yes, this is the last match of the show, said Dark Angel. Sonny said, I want LA Knight to win, but I know Roman is winning. Alex said, Tony has a big announcement for Collision tonight. Does he? Does he? No, he doesn't. Does he? Has he got a big announcement for Collision tonight? Is it that he's watching Crown Jewel? I suppose they won't be on at the same time, will they? AJG said, I think the reason we can't have another reign like Roman is because you only really think he could lose it at Mania. It makes all other defenses pointless. What if Roman wins but Sami cashes in Damian's briefcase on Reigns, said Zachary. Johnny said it's not good for LA Knight, especially how over he is right now. Bongo Wethu says LA will be the new undisputed heavyweight champ. Andy said, are you looking forward to Raw on Monday? Sure, absolutely. Why not? Mido said LA Knight will win. You see what he did to Roman. He clapped him. Peter said, I am a big fan of Roman Reigns, but I've got to go with the Knight Rider, LA Knight. John said, Days, how would you book a 007 themed character? We came close to one, didn't we, with Claudio? Cesaro was coming out to that kind of a James Bond entrance. He had a suit on. And didn't we even have... I can't remember what his Titantron was, but I remember that being quite James Bond-esque as well. So Cesaro sort of leaned into a 007 theme. Astro Wolf said, I want LA Knight to win and become undisputed champ. But LA Knight has got no chance, said Darren Guy. Roman has completed WWE, says Antony. I just found out my boy Dave passed away from a heart attack. Rest easy. Justin, shout out to you, buds. I'm sorry to hear that you've had some bad news there. Right, here's LA Knight. There are printed, yeah. Is that like Saudi Arabian underneath? Like for yeah, do you think? It's probably in it. It looks like it says yeah, lol. All the hype is over now. You can't say they're not getting behind him. He's in the flipping main event, isn't he now? And look at all them printed signs. LA Knight is playing with house money. He is not expected to be here. Good reaction for LA. But are you serious with the printed signs? They've done that for years, haven't they? Like Cesaro section and... I'm trying to think of else I've seen it for. I have definitely seen printed signs for other people. Cesaro section's the one I think of. Get acknowledging! People in the crowd throwing up the wands. Those same people. Those fickle people. Look at them. 1 second they're holding up signs for LA Knight. Next second, oh no, I've got to do this now. Oh. Pick a side. Jesus, you fickle fans. WWE didn't give you those printed signs so that you could put them down and start acknowledging the other person. What's this? Flipping kumbaya, let's flipping love everyone. Fickle! Fickle! Wrestling's just a bunch of activities, isn't it, basically? If you go along, you can hold up a sign for LA Knight and say, yeah. Then when Roman comes out, you can put your finger in the air. Then when Seth comes out, you can sing his song. It's just a lovely day out, a bunch of activities, and you get to watch a bit of wrestling in between. Roman making his way down, then Pyro shooting up into the skies. Miss Khan said, I'm fickle, and I wish a Nexus return, said the Anonymous. Mido said, is WWE scripted? No. Matthew says, hypothetically, if LA Knight is still this over by Royal Rumble or Elimination Chamber, would you consider him over Cody, or is Cody still the one? For me, Cody is the one. I think that LA Knight, I think that it's been long enough now where you can say this is not flavour of the month because we've had many months. So I expect this to continue. I expect this to be a little bit like Daniel Bryan's yeses, you know? But for me, the story here is that Cody finishes the job. You know, Dusty couldn't do it. His brother Goldust couldn't do it. He couldn't do it the first time. Cody is also one of their biggest... he's seen as one of their, I think, the biggest babyface. He gets some of the biggest reactions. Like, as over as LA Knight is, Cody is right up there as well. So I don't think that, like, LA Knight is necessarily beating Cody, if you will. He's just really hot. He's really over. He's doing a fantastic job. But Cody is still seen as the guy. So LA Knight is getting this opportunity. I expect him to get a big match at WrestleMania. I mean, if it's against Logan for the title, United States title, I wouldn't be surprised. So, no, for me, I wouldn't be looking to change courses. For me, Cody's the one. What is the point of a pay-per-view? Because no one won a title. No titles changed hands. US title changed hands, but got a new United States champ. Logan said Roman is going to win and then take a long break. Life with Littum said Jade is going to help Bianca take out Damage Control and then going to team and win the women's tag titles. Reyes said, I'm not a big fan of both, but Roman should win, says Reyes. Undertaker said, who's your fave wrestler? Well, right now I love Sami, I love Ilya Dragunov, and I love Gunther. Those might be my top three. I will always have a soft spot for Kairi, because I met her in when I went to the house show, NXT house show, and she was lovely. So I'll always have a soft spot for her. Okay, loud LA Knight chants by the Saudi fans. I'm going to take that, and there ain't a damn thing you're going to do about it, says LA. Could you imagine if Roman wins in like 7 seconds, like Brock Kofi? Joe plays blocks. Shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support. Hope you have enjoyed the show. Main event time. Main event time. Roman holding up that WWE Universal Heavyweight Championship. He will probably be back in the Rumble or Elimination Chamber, says Theodore. AJG said LA Knight is going to have his butt pushed in. Well, I'm not expecting LA Knight to win this title, but I am expecting a very good showing from him. Roman. In by LA Knight. Kick to the midsection by Knight. Knight goes against the rope. Swinging net breaker by LA. So LA Knight planting Roman. Roman going against the ropes. Oh, hurling LA against the ropes. Back elbow by Roman, and LA rolls out the ring, and Roman doing a little bit of mocking. Kick coming in there by Roman. LA Knight could win, but the way Seth did by DQ, said Hawk, is not an L. Why would Roman win just to take some more months off? Shake my head, said Derek. Just guess what? If Randy returns and RKO's Roman Reigns, says Salvito. LA Knight over against the ropes. Roman grabs him. Drop kick there by LA. Drop kick again by LA. Roman down. LA walking round. I think Roman's going to win by super punch, says Antony. And LA Knight goes to the outsides. Shot coming in there by Roman. Roman looking out at the crowd as LA is draped over the rope. So the crowd very much getting involved again here. They are very much behind LA Knight. That time is right now. Zambia 22:14. Enjoying Crown Jewel with a mug of tea. Okay, Roman against the ropes. LA, middle of the ring. Kick coming in by Roman. Roman going over to the other side. LA picks him up, plants him down. LA looking out at the crowds. Crowd are red hot for this. Paul, what's Heyman doing? Heyman looked like he was trying to jump up and grab the rope and maybe like pull himself into the ring, but he was just sort of flopping all over the place. Heyman just doing what he can to provide a distraction there on the outside, but LA Knight comes crashing onto Roman. Roman goes down. LA Knight having the better at the start of this. LA stripping the commentary table. We are 3 hours 15 into the show. LA Knight, yeah. Face first, LA trying to get slammed into the table, or Roman trying to slam him into the table, but no joy. LA slamming Roman. Face first. LA Knight goes into those ring steps. Right, Roman is getting back up to his feet. LA just went headfirst into the ring steps. A. Jobson said turning heel was the greatest thing to ever happen to Roman. With everybody saying LA Knight, said Danny D. Oh, Knight goes hard into the ring steps again. Roman gets back into the ring. Roman has had so many interferences in his title reign. Hopefully he wins with no interference, says Alan. Young Heath Ledger said LA deserves the win, but WWE want Roman Cody at Mania. Here we go. We've got LA Knight getting over. Trying to get back into the ring. Roman. Big smile on his face. Roman looking out at the fans, and the fans are chanting away. He's standing over LA Knight. Slow, methodical, taking his time. LA Knight chants. Oh, he goes hard into the corner. LA Knight goes hard into the corner. Roman telling the crowd, shh, keep it down. I want you to hear this. I'm destroying your guy, and I need you to hear his cries of pain. Keep it down, would you? Roman puts his arms out. They are going to make Roman win and face a mystery opponent at Survivor Series. LA Knight going hard all night long. Roman streak will only end at WrestleMania 40, said Psycho Mantis. And Tony said, who do you want to win? I want Roman. I'm a Roman fan. I acknowledge Roman as the tribal chief. And then I think Cody will get the title off him. But I did want Sami to get it done, to be honest. I call the shots. Look how great his teeth are. Great teeth. Roman in control then. LA Knight got the better of the start of the match. Roman in control now. Crowd are applauding the way as LA Knight is getting to his knees, getting back up to his feet. Shot to the midsection there by LA, and again, Roman against the ropes. Comes crashing down on LA, going for the cover. 1, 2, kick out by LA. James said, considering Roman won't be at Survivor Series, this is his last pay-per-view till Royal Rumble. Maybe he'll be at NXT Deadline. They are CM Punk chants, said David. Are they? Are they chanting CM Punk? I'm pretty sure they're chanting for LA. Roman collides into LA in the corner. Roman trying to tell the crowd to shut up, which is a great way of only getting them to be louder. Is that an a-hole chant? I think we might have an a-hole chant, and Roman's like, me. Roman should be like, him. That's what he should do. Him. A-hole. LA Knight. Yeah, I agree. Roman again putting his arms out. Roman has worked the crowd a lot more than anyone else. James said there was a CM Punk chant. I'm an a-hole. Come on, Roman. It's right there for you. He charges over to LA. LA with a shot to the midsection of Roman. Kick coming in there by LA. LA on the middle rope into a bulldog. Down goes Roman. Logan can join Rhea since she cheats with brass knuckles too. Ray will see that replay, said Anna. The Rock's going to return and cost Roman, said Cameron. LA's going to win, said Oswaldo. Faraz said LA wins. Refresh the live. I'm live, but I'm live. Are you doing UFC tonight? No, sadly not. I have had full attention on this, but we will be back with UFC next week. Roman in the middle of the ring. Big shot coming in there. LA Knight fires a big shot back. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Another big right hand there by LA. So these two exchanging blows. How long is this match? Don't know, to be honest. We're what? How long are we into this? 3 hours 20. So, don't know. We could be looking at easily another 10 minutes. LA Knight knocks Roman down. Joe plays Roblox. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone joining us. We've got about 1,200 people joining us right now as Roman and LA Knight are battling away. Who's going to be the new champ? Or are we going to have a new champ? Or is someone going to retain? Will Roman retain? Will LA get that title? Kick coming in there by LA. LA in control. Roman in the corner. Kicks coming in. Crowd are really into this. They're yelling away as LA throws in those kicks. He goes back to the corner. Big knee strike there by LA. LA in the middle of the ring. Roman going over. LA trying to pick up Roman. Bang! Down goes LA. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Uranagi by Roman. The video's put a smile on my face, said Dean. Dean, shout out to you, buddy. I appreciate the support. Roman with a pin on LA. LA getting that shoulder up. Cameron said LA is going to shock the world tonight. Is Randy Orton or CM Punk returning tonight, says Salvito. I don't believe so. CM Punk, I'm not sure he'll ever come into WWE. But I certainly wouldn't expect it tonight. Randy, the reports were Survivor Series for Randy. LA picks up Roman. He's got Roman on his shoulders. Lovely net breaker. LA Knight didn't go for the cover. LA going against the ropes, but Roman Superman punch. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Oof. LA Knight was doing his people's elbow thing the wrong way round. He had his back to the hard cam. It's kind of unusual. LA rolling over to the ropes. People said Cody would never go back to WWE, said James. It's true. Pretty standard match, says Miss Clown. This show is about an 8.5, said Skylar. I'm really interested, actually. We always put up, after Raw and SmackDown and NXT, we always put up, and actually I didn't last night, I forgot. But we always put up a vote. We're definitely putting it up tonight. I'm really interested to know what people think of this. And once the show's done, we'll get people's scores as well. Roman charging over, tries to spear LA. LA jumps over Roman. Roman goes into the corner. LA throwing in these shoulder tackles to the midsection. Roman up on the top rope. LA Knight looking to climb up. He's going for a superplex. Shot coming into the midsection there by Roman. And again. Headbutt by Roman. LA Knight comes up. Top rope looking for a superplex. Gets it. Superplex by LA Knight. LA Knight against the ropes. Drops the elbow. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Roman. Do you think Cody will end Roman at WrestleMania? I think so. I hope so. I mean, I would love Sami to do it, but I love the story as well. I love, like, you know, I mean, Dusty Rhodes is a legend. Solo trying to make his way down to the ring, but he's being stopped. Here's Jimmy. Jimmy grabbing Roman, getting him out of the ring. LA Knight, I'm sure, is going to look to deal with this. He does. He grabs Jimmy's hair. Superman punch by Roman. Roman back in the corner. Charges over. Spears LA Knight. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by LA. That's a big moment for LA. That's a great moment for LA. That moment there is the type of moment where you expect the match to end. But there's a lovely little swerve there with LA kicking out of that. So everyone expects outside interference is going to be what's going to do it. You get the outside interference and LA gets the shoulder up. Lovely little story that, innit? Lovely little story. Roman is pulling his hair out right now. This is getting old, said Johnny. Roman going over to LA Knight. LA Knight over by the ropes. Big shot coming in there by Roman. And again, LA Knight is down. Number one trend on X is WWE Crown Jewel. Roman walking around, staring out at the crowds. It does bother me that Roman doesn't win clean, said C. 1,000 likes. Yeah, big thank you to... Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, wow, we didn't even ask for that much, did we? Normally we're pleading all throughout like a UFC show, but that was quite effortless. So a massive thank you to everyone that left a like, and a huge thank you to everyone that's joined us. Like, really do appreciate it. And hope everyone's had a really fun time. Let's see how this match is going to conclude. Roman slaps on a guillotine in the middle of the ring right now on LA Knight. So he's got that guillotine on right in the middle of the ring. I would be surprised if LA tapped, though. I can't see that being the way this match ends. Crowd are applauding, chanting, trying to get LA Knight all kinds of fired up here. He's got it in deep. And he's putting that squeeze on at the moment. Roman squeezing away at LA. LA fading. Roman in control. Heyman watching on from the outside, but LA is coming back. Roman had got that guillotine on. LA getting back up to his feet. Shot to the midsection there by LA Knight. And again, Roman reapplies that guillotine. LA drives him back into the corner. Roman reapplies the guillotine. Third time he's slapped this on. Wade Barrett said LA is fading fast, but LA manages to get out of it again. He grabs Roman. BFT 1, 2, and Jimmy puts Roman's foot onto the rope. Wade Barrett said that's the only thing that would have saved Roman there. Jimmy is like on the outsides. LA Knight jumps out the ring. He's going after Jimmy. Jimmy says, I like you. I like you. I like you. Give me some. They start brawling. Jimmy goes into the commentary table. Jimmy repeatedly being slammed headfirst into the table. Roman comes out. LA Knight with a knee to Roman. Roman now getting slammed headfirst into the commentary table. LA Knight hurling Roman into the ring post. Roman goes down by the barricades. And kick coming in there by Jimmy. LA Knight picking up Jimmy, planting him through the table. Jimmy down. Down. Roman spearing LA Knight. Roman grabbing LA Knight, hurling him into the ring. Roman jumping in as well. LA Knight trying to get back up to his feet. Roman in the corner. Is this the beginning of the end? Roman charges over. Spear connects. Roman, 1, 2, 3. Roman retains. Roman Reigns, as everyone expected, not the biggest surprise in the world, has retained with a win against LA Knight. I've got to tell you though, yes, he wins because of outside interference, right? Same record again. I am surprised they didn't have LA Knight win by DQ. I am surprised they didn't give LA Knight the win by count out or something. Not only does Roman keep the title, but he wins the match. But someone returns, said Man United fan. Same old result as usual. That was the worst ending. That was a frustrating ending. Michael Cole says, I really believe that LA Knight had Roman beat off the BFT. So they're saying Roman is the most fortunate man on planet Earth. Predictable. Roman is overrated. It was a terrible ending, said James. The tribal chief. Roman Reigns then in the crowd. He steps through the ropes. Roman Reigns wins thanks to outside interference. Sean Ross Sapp said, stop me if you've heard this before. So people are taking pictures as Roman exits the ring. I'm guessing they're going to give LA Knight his moment. Roman has exited the ring, is on the outside of the ring. Obviously, we're not quite done with the show yet. This one is for you, Juicy. The tribal cheat, one of the worst crown jewels, says Carlotta. We need Mr. Money in the Bank Sami Zayn, that's what she said. K-Dub said the ref said 3. I don't think the ref said 3. Vincent said probably didn't want to talk with change and it's going to happen in America. I can't lie, the show wasn't the greatest. It was quite flat, but it was still okay. I give it a 7.75, said Scott. Well, we have just thrown to a highlights video package. I mean, I would be surprised if this is it. That's really flat. I thought they would cut back at least to LA Knight thanking the fans and end on LA Knight like, we almost got it, guys. We almost got it. LA Knight was supposed to win, says Faisler Mip. I will not watch WWE until Roman loses. This is stupid, said C. GS Dub said days, the ref said 3 twice before he was supposed to. Go and rewatch it. I am tired of the same Roman match, said Mitchell. Charmed Girl, I'm so over this. But listen, if the ref... Hang on, let's just go back to that ref thing. If the ref said 3, why would the match continue? If the ref said 3 and it was done, wouldn't the match end it? Wouldn't the ref end the match? LA Knight was holding on to the ring. He looks broken, said Dave. Matt said LA Knight got buried. Cigar said WWE is fake. Alan said it's not even watch worth it anymore. It's bad writing and it makes Roman look weak. Triple H let us down, said RJ and Ali Games. Karine said Seth versus Drew was the best match. I agree. Is this video package the end now? Is this it? We're literally just running down. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna type out the scoring thing on the community tab. Feel free to put in your scores. We're just waiting. The show is still not quite over. We haven't moved on to another show. This is still Crown Jewel, but it's just like a highlight video package. Is there a press conference after this as well? Okay, was this an all-time show? Was this a great show? Was this a good show? Was this an okay show? Or was this a bad show? I think that's it, you know. Yeah, now it's ended. I honestly thought we would just cut back for a final shot of LA Knight in the ring. I wasn't expecting anyone to come out, but I thought that we could just cut back for one last shot of LA Knight in the ring and like do something with that, but we didn't. Oh, wow. Right. All you people hating on WWE saying you're done with it, we'll come back and watch Raw anyway. And come back and join us. We're watching Raw on Monday. It's going to be good. Premium live event was amazing, said excellence of execution. Kai said 0 out of 10, getting buried sucks, especially to Knight. Ethan Gamer said, who do you think wins Jake against Tommy? Who do you think wins the WBC? What do you mean? Jake and Tommy have already fought, haven't they? I don't know that they're fighting again, are they? Weakest of the year, but still an 8, said Lemdom. It was a 6 from me, said Monique. Ed said, I would rather watch paint dry than watch another Roman match. Alex Bliss Gamer gives it a 7. How much was the pay-per-view? Wow, that's the great thing. I mean, it was only $9.99. It's on Peacock, isn't it? So it's gone are the days of having to spend like 50 odd quid. James Pays, vids and streams, said so-called wrestling fans are nothing but marks. You like someone 1 minute and then you turn on them the next. I recall you didn't like Roman as a good guy. They turned him bad. Make up your mind. Mrs. Armour Forever Firefly said 6.75. It was really formulaic. That's a good way of putting it. John Cenator Gamer. It was decent, said Jason, giving it a 7. Mitchell said, I'm going to go 7. Hawk is not an L, said 7. Ellis Stubb with a 7. Dave with a 6. Lemden said it was £15 for me. What? Why? Why was it £15? Didn't you get the WWE Network? Man United fan said 7. Matt said great build, but awful finish to LA. Ethan, shout out to you, buds. Travis said, you guys don't get it. This sets up a cage match. I understand Roman wouldn't agree to that, but it doesn't matter. Nick Aldis will order it to happen. Kyle with a 7. GS Dub with a 7. George Vlogs with a 725. Alcase 900. Alcaeus 900 with an 8. Paul with a 7. Monique with a 6. David with a 7. K Dub with a, was that a 7.5? Mark with a 7. Erasure Mind said Bray is better than Roman. Mitchell said, what did you score it? Hard, to be honest. Really difficult, because I think the first match was good. I was entertained all throughout. I was never bored. I was not a fan of the women's 5-way match. I would say that was the worst match for me, would be the women's 5-way match. I didn't like the ending to Roman LA, but probably for a different reason to others. I mean, I wasn't rooting for LA to win. I would like Cody to be the one that finishes the story. So it doesn't bother me that LA didn't win, but I am shocked that it's another outside interference. Roman gets the pin. Like, again. Like, we can't think of anything better to do. Like, as I said, like, why don't you just give LA the win? But then, saying that, has anyone beaten Roman one-on-one? You know, perhaps they're thinking, let's not do that. Let's not have Roman lose in a one-on-one match. Like, we don't want him to lose in a one-on-one match until he loses the title, even if that loss is by... So maybe it's a situation where you've put yourself in a corner, like, Cody's the one, so we can't have LA win, and we don't want Roman to lose. So, I mean, what do you do? What do you do? I mean, the commentators were putting over the fact that, like, I think that LA pushed him to his limit. I think he had it won. Blah, 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 blah. I agree. It's the same thing again. I can't believe there wasn't anything more creative we could have come up with. I can't believe there was nothing else that we could have done, you know? What if LA had dealt with Jimmy? Jimmy was done. I mean, Jimmy was planted through a table. He wasn't moving. He was down. He was done. There was stuff chucked on top of him. He ain't saving this match. And so it came down to LA and Roman, and LA's winning, and then someone else gets involved, but it's not Bloodline. And that actually starts LA's next feuds. I mean, it's, you know, Roman would still win the match, but it wouldn't be because of Bloodline. It would be because of someone else. I can't remember if we've seen that finish before. It's very similar, obviously. It's still Roman winning by outside interference, but if Cody is going to be the one that ends the story, if Cody is the one, well, then obviously LA can't win. And then if they don't want Roman to lose, even by DQ or count out, because they think it might take some away from when Cody beats him, I can understand that. And so then you are left with very few booking options, aren't you? You ain't drowning in booking options there. So yeah, tricky. I think it's one of those where you just have to just hold your nose and just go, yeah, not a great ending, but what's the alternative? Kappa said, I score it a Kairi out of 10. Yeah, the Kairi moment was good. I think a lot of the matches were solid. I didn't like the Fatal 5-Way. I didn't like the ending to the main event. Cody and Damian was so-so. That Miz TV thing was weird. Yeah, I mean, I agree. This was... I think... I've got to be honest. I think this is another example of the pay-per-views not being as strong as they were. earlier this year, like the Rumble was amazing, Elimination Chamber was amazing, WrestleMania was amazing. I thought Backlash was a bit of a misstep, but people seemed to enjoy it. Money in the Bank was really good. I think we got up to SummerSlam and things were cooking, man. I mean, we were singing the praises. I remember there was loads of comments of people saying, like, is this the best year for premium live events? And then we seemed to hit SummerSlam and everything just went Pete Tong. I don't know what happened. We seemed to get to SummerSlam and everything's gone a bit rubbish. And I've got to say, I don't think this is rubbish, but I don't think this is anywhere near as good as what Triple H had been doing at the end of 2022, early 2023. But it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. It's a hard one to score. It'd probably be like a 6.5-ish, 6.75. I mean, it's good. It's fine. But it's not great. You know, greats for me is where we're going into the high 7s. Amazings are like when you're in the 8s, and like all times are when you're in the 9s and like, you know, getting towards a 10. So I don't think this is great. I don't think this is amazing. I don't think this is all time. But if I was to vote on that scale of bad, well, I don't think it was bad. I would be looking at okay or good. I'd be flirting between those two. I don't think it's great and I don't think it's all time. So I'm flirting between like, I'm around there. And I think putting a number on that must be around about like a 6.5-ish kind of a thing. So, but you know, look, this was great. I was thoroughly entertained. I was sat here, I was chatting with you guys. I was having a great time. So it was no chore watching the show. No chore at all. Mitchell said, imagine if AJ had attacked LA Knight and said, nah, Roman is mine, and we got an LA Knight AJ heel feuds. Well, do you know what? It's a really good shout, that is. That would have been different. And Roman would have won, but it wouldn't have been because of the bloodline. It would have been because, you know, and it would have been so close as well. It would have been very reminiscent of Drew, who had beat Roman, and it was all done. And then Solo, who the hell's Solo? I mean, we did know, but he came in and interfered, and he hadn't been on the main roster. So, you know, it's one of those I didn't account for this kind of a situation. Like, oh, God, I didn't account for this. Because why would you account for that? How can you account for that? You know, I've dealt with Jimmy. Solo didn't make it down to the ring because the officials stopped him. I didn't account for a heel AJ. I think that would have been a little more acceptable. I know most people would have been disappointed if, like, LA didn't win, and whatever happened, they would have been disappointed. But I think we've got to be realistic in saying there was not much of a chance of LA winning this, and I think everyone knew that. So with that accepted, with that as an accepted notion, you know, we just move on, don't we? We just move on, and I think there's a lot of talking points that have come out. I love the Kairi Io thing. That was good. That gets marks. That gets marks. The ending, as we said, was disappointing. I don't know if there was a way of booking it that would have pleased everyone, unless, like, you know, most people just wanted LA to win, didn't they? And I just don't think he's the guy. I think Cody's the guy. And listen, if you're an LA Knight fan and you were gutted, I've been there. I know the pain you're going through. I went through it with Sami at Elimination Chamber. I was pleading, I was begging, I was trying to find a way of shoehorning him into the title match at WrestleMania. I was like, we could do Roman Sami Night 1 and like the winner faces Cody Night 2, or maybe we do a triple threat, or and it didn't happen. So I feel your pain. James said, where does SmackDown go from here? 2 part-time champs, Logan and Roman. Well, I don't think it's a problem, to be honest, because like what has Ray done with that United States Championship? He ain't been doing a great deal. So I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think that obviously we're going to be seeing Io carrying like a bit of weight on her shoulders, being like the women's champion over there. And who's got the tag belts? Can't even remember who the tag champs are. Is it Damian and Finn? I'd imagine they'll spend a bit of time over on SmackDown. But, I mean, you've got the emergence of this Bobby Street Profits group. You're going to see Roman. I mean, he will go away. Apparently, he's not going to be part of Survivor Series, but I'm sure he'll make some appearances. I'm sure Logan will make some appearances. But, yeah, they are going to be 2 part-time champions. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. I know it bothers others, but my opinion on the belts are the champ defends every 30 days. That's it. I don't need them there every week. I don't need them every week. I think it's better they're not there every week, to be honest. Because I think that a champion is what you're working towards. You know, the focus of SmackDown should really be us finding who's going to face the champions. And then when we get to the pay-per-view, we do the match. So, other than a go-home, I don't really need the champs around as long as they're defending on the pay-per-views. Of course, the problem comes that we don't think Roman is going to be defended on the pay-per-views, and we know that Roman has been too inactive this year. But I do not need Roman there week in, week out. I think it's good when he is, and we can do some good stories when he is, but as an expectation, as long as he defends that belt every 30 days, good, done. I mean, that is, you know, we can focus on finding the next number 1 contender. We can focus on some other stories. There's going to be a big, juicy story with Kairi and Bayley. That's going to be sick. Obviously, we've got a big story with now B-Fab wanting to join. Like Bobby and the Street Profits, and the Street Profits turning heel, and what next for Bianca now, and blah, 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 blah. So there'll be plenty of stuff to explore. I really don't think it's a problem that, like, Logan and Roman aren't going to be around. The bigger problem is going to be that Roman's not around, because he's a big boost to ratings, but we know that chances are he's going to go away again. And word on the street is that he isn't going to be defending at Survivor Series. So it is what it is. We move on. Matthew said, I think Sami was the best part of the show. Mitchell said, in honour of the chat, look at Ospreay's tweet. And Seth responded. Look at Ospreay's tweet. Ospreay. Crown freaking Jewel from WWE, and then a couple of eyes from Will Ospreay. He's got a couple of eyes. And then, did Seth answer that? Where's Seth? Where is Seth freaking Rollins? Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins. Where are you? There he is. Pre-gaming. Blah, 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 blah. Nope. Replies. The water is warm. All right. So, come on in. The water is warm. Come on in. Word on the street is, though, he's going to AEW, isn't it? That's word on the street. That's what the streets are saying. Rossi Fall said, Paul winning was great. He's got a lot of heat. Oh, Kia didn't like that. Bonkers said, Roman. Oh, she didn't like that as well. A. Jobson said, Roman might be beating Hogan's records on Friday Night SmackDown next year. He's trolling, said the experienced noob. It's in the responses. What about Sami versus JD? Great match. That was on the Kickoff show, but it was a great match. John said, I'm not a Bianca fan, but someone other than Bayley costing her the title doesn't move the needle up a score for this one. William said, focus your discontent into perverse, deviant behaviour. Good advice. Ospreay would just be another guy in AEW that no one cares about, said James. It was bad episode of Raw, but with boring title matches, said John. William said Drew and LA Knight are all elite now, and Kia agrees. She was getting a bit agitated there, weren't she? She weren't enjoying it. You alright, babe? You alright, Tinker? No. She looks sad. Oh. Do you want to say hello to people? People have been asking to see you. Yeah, the Tinker. Ooh, bit of fuzz. My lovely. I know my babe. Oh, I know, mate. We appreciate. You should relax now. LA Knight in WWE low key, said Kai. I'm busy, Tinker. What do you want? What's Kia want? What does Kia want? What do you want? On that side. Give me one sec. On your outside, my Tink. Oh, yeah, she's gone outside. She was restless. Right. What did you rate the show? Probably like a 6.5, 6.75. I mean, I was entertained. It's not a problem to watch it, you know. I think I'd even say I think it was good, but I can't say it was great. I think that Seth match was fantastic. I really enjoyed Sami on the Kickoff show. I think there was some stuff in there that was enjoyable, but yeah, I think if you missed it, what do you need to know? You need to know that Kairi helped Io. And she's back. You need to know that Logan won the title. What else do you need to know? You need to know that LA didn't. That might be it, you know. That might be it. I don't think you need to know anything else, do you? Was there anything else? Oh, Cena lost. They sort of was like, has he just retired John Cena? Like, they're trying to make a thing out of that. To the point where I didn't quite catch what they said, and I was like, I thought they said he had just retired John Cena. I was like, huh? Has he? What? But looking at what was being put on social media, it looked like they were saying, has he just retired John Cena? So I don't think he has. No, would be my answer. But I think it was a perfectly acceptable. Show for a premium live event, you know. But is it one that we're going to rave about and go back to? Is it one that we're going to like look back on and nah? It was just passable. It was fine. It was all right, you know. Portington, shout out to you. Says, I'm struggling to have an opinion on Crown Jewel. Daniela said, I reckon Tozawa against Nakamura will be decent as they are both Japanese superstars. Daniela, shout out to you. Richard said, thank you for the amazing streams. Thank you for joining us, Richard. I really appreciate it, man. Sami should dethrone Gunther, said Zay. Well, I don't know, to be honest, because, like, Sami's already had the Intercontinental Championship a few times, and I do understand that whoever beats Gunther is going to be, like, a made man. I get it. But, like, I don't know. I don't want him to have another Intercontinental title reign, because I sort of feel like that's us pushing Sami to the side a little. The IC title is a stepping stone to the main event scene, and I feel like Sami's in that main event scene now. You know, he's main evented at Elimination Chamber. He main evented WrestleMania. Didn't he main event against Roman and Solo as well? Like, Sami's actually been in a fair few main events this year. And I feel like he's got to that kind of level, you know, and he cut that promo saying that he's gutted that Kevin left, but he is a world champion superstar who's never had a world championship. So I don't think I want to see him get moved to that Intercontinental title picture. That's him being moved really to the mid-card, isn't it? So I would like to see him around that kind of main event scene still. Bottom line is, I'm desperate for him to win a world title. Like, I really want him to win a world title. So anything short of that is going to be a bit disappointing. But it is true, whoever beats Gunther is going to get a great push, a great boost. And could you imagine Sami and Gunther as a match? Oh, I mean, they would cook, man. They would cook. They would cook. Not only would they cook, they'd burn the flipping kitchen down after. I mean, it would be fire. It would be fantastic. So match-wise, I wouldn't be against seeing it. Sami being the one to beat it would be great, but the only problem is I wouldn't want Sami to hold that title long, and I'd want him to get up to the main event picture as soon as possible, you know. That's the only reason that I'd be a bit... Knoxville in the house. Bobby, shout out to you. Michael said, if you think about it, Roman and Logan only wrestle on pay-per-views, meaning we're only going to have the Women's Championship on SmackDown because Judgment Day is mostly on Raw. Triple H has got a big problem. Well, I don't know, because Judgment Day are the tag champs, so they can be over on SmackDown. So you can use them over there. And you can use the women's tag champs over there. So you can use the women's champ, you can use the women's tag champs, you can use the tag titles. And as we said before, I mean, when do you see the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship be defended on SmackDown? I mean, you don't. You don't. So that belt not being around isn't a problem. Roman not being around is a problem because he's great for ratings. But it's not a problem from we're not going to have a title match type situation. Because when do you see that match on SmackDown? I mean, rare if ever. Obviously, like LA Knight, Logan Paul and the United States title, that not being around is probably going to affect things a little more, because I think you do get US title matches on SmackDown. But how many of them do you get as well? I don't know. I don't even know if Logan isn't going to defend it on SmackDown. He might have a defense on SmackDown by the end of the year. He could, on one of the episodes, defend that title against someone. For me, as I said, I think Logan has just won the title. I think now we need to figure out who's going to be his first challenger. Build up, do a match, hopefully in December at some point. And to be honest, I think that's perfectly acceptable. I think that's fine. Every 30 days, I think that's fine. And with Roman, well, look, is anyone going to be surprised? He's just defended it. It's November, right? But this will count as November. So is anyone going to be surprised if he doesn't defend it in December? I won't. I won't be surprised. This is what he does. I don't think he defended it between WrestleMania and SummerSlam. So I won't be surprised if he doesn't defend it in December. And then in January, I'm sure he'll defend it at Royal Rumble. So it's the world we live in, but we've got Damage Control to focus on. We've got EO's title to focus on. We've got potentially the tag titles and the women's tag titles to focus on. We got Bobby and that group to focus on. Maybe there's going to be some fallout of Ray losing the title and Santos putting the brass knucks on the edge of the ring. Maybe we're going to do something with LWO and Legado. So maybe there's something there that we could focus on. You know, Ray having a word with Santos. Santos going, I didn't do that to you. What? Why would you think I'd do that to you? I left him on the edge of the ring because I stopped him from using him. I put him down. I thought you had it under control. So we could get something there as well. So we'll see. We'll see. If he has got a problem, it's his problem, isn't it? it's a problem of his own doing. But I would feel happy and creative if I worked in creative that I've got enough there that I could, get some shows together with. The 4 people who have a chance of beating Roman are Jimmy, Solo, Cody, and The Rock, said Zay. Who do you think truthfully tonight, Roman or LA? What do you mean? Who truthfully won? Well, the winner was Roman. But, I mean, he did it through cheating, as he has done against so many other people. I mean, it's one of those where, like, if he hadn't have cheated, if that outside interference hadn't happened, I'm sure LA would have got it. But you can say that about Drew. You can say that about Sami. Like, it's a broken record at this point, isn't it? So, I mean, look, this was brilliant for LA Knight. This LA Knight doesn't get hurt by this in the slightest. I mean, we've just seen Saudi fans going bananas for LA Knight. LA Knight could have just got the win over Roman. He is added to the list of people that have been cheated out of winning that title. Like, he is someone now that in people's eyes, if LA's in the main event, it doesn't feel weird. It's not a novelty because he's been there before. He's just done it. The match was all right. It was all right. It had a bit of drama at the end. It wasn't a bad main event. And I think this is good for. LA. It's all good. I mean, did he get the title? No, but did we expect him to? No, I didn't. Honestly, I think there's more positives to focus on. Like, LA Knight ain't going to be gutted backstage. I don't even think LA Knight really expected he was going to get it, right? I mean, I would imagine that there's big celebrations because it went well. They told the story they wanted to tell. No one botched anything. The crowd were electric. He's over in Saudi. He's over wherever he goes. So, all them signs. There was an image I saw as well. I mean, if you're an LA Knight fan and you're, like, really down and you're like, disappointed, I'm gutted and all that kind of stuff, I get you, I hear you, right? But I saw an image doing the rounds on X. And it was this image here. It's not the sharpest image in the world, so you'll have to forgive. I'm taking this off X. But look at that. Look at that. You can't tell me that this wasn't worth doing. You can't tell me that just because LA Knight didn't win, this wasn't worth it. I mean, look at that scene there. All right, yeah, WWE printed these things off and left them for fans. And if you're going to do that, they're going to hold them up, right? Unless it says Dominic Mysterio is great. Fans probably won't hold them up. But, people love LA Knight. So, this scene, this image of him in the ring and all these fans holding up these signs. And you can see someone's brought like a yeah sign. I mean, the Y and the A, I'm pretty sure that should be yeah. Yeah. Maybe the E and the H were tired and they were sat down. But look, this guy is getting crazy support. He will regroup and he will come again. And he could be the one that ends up beating Logan. And that would be big because people aren't going to like Logan being that US champion. And if you want him to be a world champion, I think that's in the cards for him. If this support continues, and I really think it will, I think he will be a world champion. He might not get this universal one, but he could get the one that Seth's got. He could be the one that ends up beating Gunther. So Gunther could lose the IC. He could then go on to be a world champion 2025, like WrestleMania 41. LA Knight versus Gunther for the World's Heavyweight Championship. LA Knight wins it at WrestleMania 41. I could see that. And I know people will be like, I've got to wait till WrestleMania 41. Well, yeah, but LA Knight may have a United States Championship run and beat Logan before then, And there's going to be loads of, like, stories to tell. I mean, don't forget, Cody came in at WrestleMania 38. He might not win the title till WrestleMania 40, so he's had to wait 2 years. So I think expecting something similar for LA Knight is probably not unreasonable. So I think there's still world titles in his future. It's just this is a very specific, very big, very important story, and I think they know that they want Cody to end it. So they're not going to really deviate from that path. So, it is what it is. Aubrey said, AEW crowd still had the best signs. Book the women's division better. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. A. Jobson said, LA Knight could ask Aldis for a rematch due to shenanigans. Aldis tells him F off, or he could help LA Knight. Oh my god, this dog. I mean, in fairness, it was raining. Big Time said, I enjoyed the show up until Io and Bianca had no crowd heat. Sort of went on a little too long and the crowd zoned out. Did you notice? I didn't notice it as much. I mean, I thought the match was fine. I didn't have an issue with the match, and I really love Kairi coming in, and I really love Bayley and the look and everything. So, not an issue for me. I mean, what I would say was the crowds were... I could definitely tell that there wasn't as much noise coming out, but for copyright reasons, I have to have the sound down, so that's never going to be a factor for me as much as it's going to be for other people. So just looking at the match itself, I thought the match was fine. I didn't think it was as good as their first encounter. But I love how we used Kairi. I thought how we used Kairi was so great. I mean, the easy, simple, straightforward thing was for her to come back and attack Bayley, or her to go after Io or whatever. But the much more interesting thing is for her to help Io and Bayley not know about it. Never predicted that. Never thought about that. Absolutely brilliant. I can't wait. I cannot wait. There was a big conversation before the stream started where people were asking about, what do you do with Raquel Rodriguez? What do you do with Seth? Both feel a little stale or something, right? And I said, well, that idea of turning them heel and face and whatever, that always seems like an easy way out to me. It seems like the easiest thing you can do. What you need to do is you got to put obstacles in the way. You got to tell some creative stories. You got to do something that's going to, really give them some problems to figure out. And, it's never easy to think of examples. We chucked a few things in there, but this is a perfect example of that kind of thing. So, look at the situation we're in now. So Kairi has come in, she's a heel. She's joined up with Io. Lovely. Looks like she could be a member of Damage Control. Easy, lovely. Dakota, I'm sure, will welcome her. But Bayley is the reason that Kairi left in the first place. There's got to be heat between Bayley and Kairi, and there was already an awkward joke on SmackDown where Bayley had said, maybe I could fight you for that title, and Io sort of looked at her and it was all a bit awkward. So you're kind of looking at that situation, and now it's man, this is so clever. So clever, because this is really, I cannot wait to see that segment. I can't wait. Genuinely, I'm so excited. I cannot wait. I want to see the dynamic now of Damage Control. Is Io in Damage Control? And if she is, who let her in? Is Kairi in, sorry. And if she did, was it, I'm guessing Io let her in. Well, how's Bayley going to feel about that? What's she going to say about that? How's Dakota going to feel about that? This feels very Bloodline to me. The Bloodline with its layers. And it's Jay didn't like Sami, but Jimmy did. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Because now I want to see that play out. All of a sudden, it's Bloodline. It's Bloodline, but with women. It's Bloodline with boobs. Amazing. Because Io likes Kairi, but Kairi doesn't like Bayley, and Bayley might want to try and get Dakota to see it from her side, but Io might want the same, and Dakota might be in the middle, and let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Juan said, I didn't know about her taken out of WWE till earlier today. Yeah, it's going to be good, man. Sonny said, I'm 98 in adult poetry. Oh, yes, let's go. Let's go. Love it. As the waves ripple against my naked nipple. There's a bit of adult poetry for you. Eh? I didn't know your poetry was like that. About dongs and schlongs and things. God bless you. God bless you, Sonny. I think sales will go through the roof now. Summit said, bye for nowadays. The sweetness aggression era. WWE never deserved Cena. Guess only UFC from now. Bembo said, Days, SmackDown seems to be the more exciting show next week. Rosterfall, shout out to you. Serious Gaming said, WTF? Huh? Dave said, Sami against Damian Priest for the Money in the Bank. Yeah, we could go that way as well, couldn't we? We made the observation that Sami has got the briefcase, of course, but Damian has got a briefcase. So they've both got briefcases. So you could do briefcase versus briefcase ladder match. Something like that. First person to get the briefcase type thing. Oh my god, if Sami wins the Money in the Bank, I will explode. I will explode. I will just, that'll be it. And there'll be no more streams. I will just explode with joy. It'll be amazing. I will feel sorry for Damian Priest though. I will feel sorry for him because but to be honest, I think a lot of people have looked at Damian Priest thinking, you know, is he ready? Is he, like, you know, okay, this is the guy, they're going to go with him, fair play, I like Damian Priest. But I don't know that anyone's like, yeah, go on, Damian. I don't know that anyone's, like, really, like, foaming at the mouth for Damian Priest to be a world champion. It's kind of one of those where it's interesting. It's like, okay, they see that in him, do they? Right, yeah, let's see where this goes. Everyone's on board with it. But I don't know that anyone's, like, desperate for it, you know? I am desperate for Sami. So I think that this has still been good for Damian because it's made all of us look at Damian in a slightly different way. And if he loses that Money in the Bank, it could really make him snap. And it could really build up the pressure and everything. And like, oh man, you could tell some juicy stories there as well. Plus also we get the briefcase on Sami, which I'm desperate for. Oh man. Anything that gets Sami closer to a world title. Michael said WWE could do Balor versus Priest at Mania for the Money in the Bank briefcase, with Balor winning and cashing in on Cody after beating Roman at Mania 40 to become the most hated heel in WWE. Alan said, who would be the next champ after Roman? Who deserves it? Well, do you know what? That's a great way of wording it because I think Cody is going to be the one, but does he deserve it? Has he done enough to deserve it? I mean, he's massively over. He's massively popular. He's seen as, I think, the number one babyface in the company along with Seth. And apparently his merch sells really well. I mean, at house shows, his merch outsells generic merch. So they sell more Cody merch than they sell belts and like WWE logo t-shirts or whatever it might be, generic stuff, which apparently that's quite a hard feat to do. That's a difficult thing to do. But his weight belts are really expensive, and I think that helps him, you know. His weight belts are like $100, whatever. So that helps his sales. So, yeah, he is massively over. Has he done enough to deserve it? I mean, if you include his Stardust character and the dashing Cody Rhodes and the Rhodes family story, then undeniably yes. If you're only looking at since he came back, maybe that's a little more questionable. But certainly if you compare it to Sami or you compare it to Finn Balor, you know, it doesn't feel like he's done as much as what they have since he returned. But if you include his first run and his Stardust run and everything, yeah, I'd say so. So it's a good way of wording it, that. Who deserves it? Who deserves it? I don't have an issue with it being Cody, but maybe some people out there do. What was your favourite modern era WWE match, said Stand and Fight? That's a good question. I wasn't going to stick around much longer. I was going to call it quits, but I like that question. Favourite modern era? When would the modern era have started? What do we class as the modern era? Are we talking like post-pandemic? If so, that's a great question. Post-pandemic? So, since like 2021? I mean, it would be hard to not say a Gunther match. And I loved Gunther against Tommaso Ciampa down in NXT. But I don't think I liked it as much, right? But I think Gunther Ilya on NXT UK, that was special. That was one of those matches. I suppose it's a bit like what would I compare it to? MJF and Kenny Omega. It's a bad comparison, but what was that one that was on Impact that had, was it Ospreay and Mike Bailey or someone? Speedball, whatever. One of those where not a load of people saw it, but there's loads of buzz around it. So I had people like James saying, like, Ospreay, the Impact match, you know, amazing. Just got 5.25 stars from Meltzer. Like, it's amazing. But no disrespect to Impact, it's going to get, 200,000 views? Something along those lines, right? Maybe the segment on its own did much better. But it's not a show that, like, you know, 1 million are tuning into. Same as NXT UK. NXT UK, I don't actually know the ratings on that, but clearly there weren't millions tuning into it. And the same with what we saw at Collision with MJF and Kenny Omega. Like, that got 400 and some thousand viewers. Again, maybe the YouTube clip did better, but I'm trying to find examples as to matches that were on smaller shows that were bangers that people spoke about and there was real word of mouth. That was Gunther Ilya. That was Gunther Ilya. It happened on NXT UK, the first one. And it was, oh my God, did you see that match? Did you see the match that they had? And it was, I mean, I can't even remember if that was during the pandemic or just after it. But it was special. And I remember watching it. And I remember saying, I think I watched it on a member stream because I didn't watch it at the time. I think I did it on a member stream and I was like, I think it's for me a 4.75. I could go to a 5. But for me, when you watch a match, you know it's a 5-star match because there's no doubt in your mind. Like, if you're questioning whether it's 4 or 4.75 or 5, then it's probably 4.75. If you watch it and you go, it's 5 stars. Just 5 stars is mental. This is 5 stars. That's a 5-star match. If you're looking at it going, is it 4.75? Oh, God, I don't know. If you're in that kind of, then it's probably 4.75. And that, I think, is how I felt about their first match. I was like, oh, God, I think it might be 4.75. I'm not sure. Oh. So, 4.75, 5, whatever. It's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, we're debating whether it's a 4.75 or a 5. It's amazing. So I love that match. And I love their rematch. And I love Rhea and Charlotte at WrestleMania. And I love Sami and Roman earlier this year. But because Sami didn't win, it broke my heart. So there's a few there that I think you can go and explore, but yeah, feel free to put in your thoughts as to what you thought was the best. Bianca had some great ones. I can see people talking about Bianca as well. Speaking of NXT, imagine the pop in Tampa Bay at the Rumble if Trick Williams comes out. Trick's getting over, man, isn't he? It's good to see. No longer in the shadow of Carmelo Hayes. Alan said, do you think Gunther would be a good world champ? Oh, definitely. 100%. Definitely. I'd like to see a stronger Imperium, though. I don't think the guys with him are strong enough. I'd like to see them stronger. So, yeah, if we had a stronger Imperium, then I'd be a lot more on board. But, yeah, no, undeniable. Undeniable great world champ right there. Aubrey said, Meltzer said if it's 5 stars, you know it right away, no debate. I agree with that. I 100% agree. I agree. The only issue that I would have with Meltzer is that for me, I think my favourite match is Shawn Undertaker WrestleMania 25, and he famously gave that 4.75. Like, I don't know how you watch that and don't go, it's 5 stars. It's 5 stars. It's amazing. It's the reversals, the back and forth, I don't know if he didn't because of the botched moment. Because there is a botched moment, and so maybe that was enough to make him go, oh no. But to me, the botched moment made it better. Because Undertaker goes over, comes down, and it's like, oh my God, he nearly broke his neck. Oh my God. I can't believe it, but that played into the match. You know? That was the thing that made it even more dramatic. So, yeah, I agree. I think you know. A lot of rumours a few months ago of Ilya Dragunov joining Imperium to betray and dethrone Gunther, said Michael. Summit said, Wrestling days. Bit of wrestling. Terry said, why do people glorify Meltzer's opinion? Well, there's not many people that have been around since the 80s that have scored all the big matches. So Meltzer really was and has been a directory for a lot of us. So we've kind of not grown up with him. I didn't. But when he got onto my radar many years ago, the fact that you could go back through all the old shows and even shows you haven't seen and Japan shows and everything and have the same person's perspective was really good. That you could go back and look to see like all these different matches and see them scored by the same person. Like it was good. It was really, really good. So but the thing is, as time goes by and you're watching matches and his opinion doesn't marry up with your opinion, that is that's obviously a bit of a factor. And then like he doesn't help himself and his relationship with AEW and all of that kind of stuff, you know. It's all a bit awkward, isn't it? You know, so it's one of those. Meltzer, I've got mixed opinions about Meltzer. Like I really respect what he's done. And he's given his life to wrestling, but then, and look, if he's giving honest opinions, like you can't. It's difficult in it. Like I don't agree with his opinion of that WrestleMania 25 match, but it's his opinion. As long as it's his honest opinion. But I think people have got it into their minds, and maybe rightfully, that he hates WWE and he doesn't score them as good as he scores New Japan. And there could be some truth to that, because I think he prefers the New Japan style and he prefers the Japanese wrestling style more. So I think people now have gone, oh man, he doesn't treat them the same, and oh, he hates WWE and all of this. And it's like, oh, that's kind of crept in now, you know. But if you was to take that noise away and just look at the fact there's a guy that has watched all this wrestling since the 80s and scored it all, and you can look to see what he thought of that event. I mean, I could call up Royal Rumble 92 and I could have his scores. And there ain't many people that have done that, you know. So it's not that his opinion is the be-all and end-all, but as a quick reference to someone that's watched all the Japan shows and all the Mexico shows and, you know, Noah and, you know, all the WWE stuff, It's a pretty interesting reference, but it's nothing more than that. I think people can make it out to be more than that. It's not more than that. It's a guide. It's a reference. It's if I do a watch along, what did Meltzer think of it at the time? You know, sometimes we do that just to get a gauge as to what his thoughts were. It's another perspective. Let's put it that way. It's another perspective, and another perspective that you can constantly go to. It doesn't matter if I watch a show in the 90s or the 80s. We could watch WrestleMania 1 and I could find Meltzer's scores. And there's not loads of people out there. I think there are people that are kind of catching up now. But they're playing catch up. He did it at the time, you know. I would imagine there'll be another Meltzer that comes along. There'll be someone that's scoring shows now. When Meltzer passes, we will have to turn to someone else to carry that on. Someone else will take over that mantle. So it's Meltzer now, but it'll be someone else after. But I think there is value in someone watching the shows, every show, all the shows, and honestly scoring them. There's value to that. Because if you are trusted, that you're not just making it up, and you're not just pulling it out of thin air, if you are trusted, then you will always be a reference. As long as you get known, obviously. Then you will be a good reference. Like, oh, what did such and such think of that? What did such and such think of that? What did such and such think of that? And are you ever going to find anyone that's going to feel the exact same way about every match as you do? Probably not. Probably not. Russell, shout out to you, but I appreciate the kind words. Bembo said, Fightful have said there's discussions of more names joining Io and Kairi. John said, Days, what if there's another star out there from Stardom that could come to the main roster? I don't really know Stardom, to be honest. I don't watch it, so... yeah, could there be? Sure. Will there be? I don't know. If Fightful are saying that there might be someone else that's going to come in, that would be really exciting. Certainly if it's someone we've not seen before. I love women's wrestling, I really do, and I would be totally down for seeing some more women join things up. We've been streaming for, I think, around 8 hours. I mean, it's a long one. We knew it would be a long one, but we knew that it would not be a chore either. I think we've clocked in at just over 8 hours here. So that's part-time for us, baby. That's part-time. So I'm going to go and have something to eat, because I didn't even get anything to eat before we started. I'm going to have something to eat. I need to then sort all this out. If we can do a Sunday stream tomorrow, I will do it. I will do it. But it might be a little difficult, just because I want to like tidy everything up, get everything put back down. The reason why we moved is because, like, as we said, if I'm streaming at night, like we did SmackDown, and now we're streaming in the day for Crown Jewel, and then, like, you know, obviously the dog will be asleep at night. That means the dog will never get a chance to go out. So we were literally only here for her. That was it. But it means that I need to move all this back downstairs. So I'll try and do a Sunday stream tomorrow. But if you are new to the channel, we stream for Raw, we stream for NXT, we stream for SmackDown. So you can join us for those if you haven't joined us before. But I really appreciate everyone that joined us, and I appreciate everyone that sent in donations and left likes and all of that stuff. It really is appreciated. I've said before, these streams are the lifeblood of the channel, and certainly not lying about that. They really are. So I really do appreciate it. I hope you had fun. I hope you took something away from it and it wasn't a waste of time for you, and that you got some enjoyment out of it. And we'll see what the future holds. We'll see where we are on Monday for Monday Night Raw. Awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate it. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.